There we go. There we go. Okay. How do I manage this? I'm so confused. Let's see. Oh, I see the chat. Give me a second, guys. I'm still trying to figure out how to look at everything. This is crazy. I don't even know how to manage my own life. I feel like I got lucky. What's up, guys? I feel like I got lucky last time I was YouTube streaming because I have no idea how to, like, oh wait, I think I might have figured out how to look at my own thing. Like, figure it out. Okay. Alright, I think I figured it out. This is crazy to me. It's so weird to do this. To do YouTube streaming, bro. It's so bizarre. Why so late? My sleep schedule's been kind of off, so this is just life right now for me. I'm becoming old with technology. It's true, man. I've always been old with technology. The first YouTube video I saw, I asked my ex-girlfriend if that was a friend of hers because I thought that she was just showing me a friend's video. It was Scarlet Takes a Tumble, so that's how it's always been. What's going on, guys? 4 a.m.'s like early. My sleep schedule has been really off, so like I slept 2 hours yesterday from like 10 to, or 3 hours from like 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. And then I woke up and then I was like, all right. So then I fell asleep around, I don't even know when I got with my wife. Got home around 5. Is this going to be a regular thing? I don't know. Well, I mean, if I do make YouTube regular, I'm going to make it like regular in a better sense. You pooped? Fantastic. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much for letting me know. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for letting me know that you pooped yourself. Yeah, I'm up at a whack time, bro. You got a problem with that? I'm experimenting with the lives on YouTube. I'm experimenting with these to make them a little bit different. It's so bizarre because like one of the things I could do on Twitch is I have the ability to like have people send me stuff. I have to figure that out. I have to figure out like a way to get people to have them, like you guys, to be able to send me videos. Yeah, like YouTube too, like I do on Twitch. People can send me videos through like Twitch, which is cool. I have to figure out a way for people to be able to do that through YouTube instead. Is there a way to sub? I think you could become a member. Something like that, I guess. You like YouTube? Yeah, a lot of people like the YouTube ones more. Yeah. Let me tell you a bedtime story. I don't know, dude. Go to sleep or the fucking monster will kill you. How's that? Is that a good bedtime story? Do you enjoy that bedtime story? That a demon will get you and eat you? And fucking beat you up or something? I don't know. Hey, what's going on? Well, yeah, I'm just experimenting with the YouTube. I don't know if I'm going to make it like a consistent thing. I have to feel it out. We have to see how I feel with it. That's all I could say. I just want to see if people, like, if it resonates with people or no, or however it works. We'll see. We'll see, man. You watch everything I post? Awesome, brother. I appreciate that. Oh. Hey, yo, I pull up to the after party. You and all your friends. It's crazy, dude. 4 a.m. in New York. Go to sleep. Bro, I just woke up. Shut up. How the hell am I going to go to sleep? I just woke up. How am I going to go to sleep if I just woke myself up out of my slumber? Like, how is that going to work, bro? How is that going to work? Yeah, that doesn't seem like it's going to work very well. Not too well. Cheers from Poland. What's going on, brother? What up, brother? My stream stability is usually better on YouTube. Why? Is my stream stability bad? To brush my teeth? I mean, at some point, yeah, I guess so. How's my stream stability? Let's see. Oh, that seems decent. I look very handsome on here. What a handsome guy, you know? What a handsome young man. What is this? Oh, this is my YouTube. Christian documentary. Put that up on. That's a good point. I don't know. What am I up to? Oh, I'm up to 14. Christian 14. Holy moly, right? That's what we're up to. That's a big one. How long's it gonna take me? I don't know. A while. I watched like probably like 5 of them a week. I look slimmer on YouTube? That's weird. Why so late? I don't know. My sleep schedule's been off. I usually stream at like a better time. I'm usually streaming in the morning. I don't know. Usually in the afternoon, but I've been just all over the place. I kind of just hop on whenever. I'm in like a little all over the place though. But you know, eventually we'll get our shit together. How's that sound? Does that sound better? We'll get our shit together. Have you moved to YouTube for now? I'm testing it out. I do not know. I watched your combo with Heem today. I love how you held yourself. Thanks, I appreciate that. We're feeling it out. I'm testing out like a YouTube stream, like feeling out if I like it. Yeah, I had a convo with Keemstar. Yeah. Do I think that Trisha faked her pregnancy? Probably not. I think people think that she did because she's a smelly poopy head. So. How many minutes have I been streaming? I'm trying to. I want to wait. Like I want to kind of. I don't know. Eventually get into it. I just don't know. How do I even tell? Oh, I was only about 10 minutes. That's not bad actually. Okay. All right. We're at 7 minutes. It's not too bad. What a handsome gentleman. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm experimenting because I know this sounds weird, but like obviously like I like streaming and I like making content. But I'm like, okay, like I have a Twitch and I'm a partner on Twitch. So I have an exclusivity contract with Twitch where I have to like I can't stream on YouTube and Twitch at the same time. And I'm like, okay, maybe. But like part of me is like, well, I want to stream on both and just not make the money on Twitch and then pull people to my YouTube because like what does it matter anymore? You know what I mean? And you know, we'll see which one makes me more money. I know that sounds weird, but I mean, I don't think it sounds weird. Yeah, I started streaming about like 8 minutes ago. I'm probably gonna start this content in a sec. Yeah, who doesn't hate Trisha? I don't know. I don't really hate Trisha. She's annoying, but I don't really hate her. You know, that's it. I don't have anything else to say. I don't really hate her. I don't hate her. Air in my mouth. The only reason you have Twitch is because of me. Yeah, I feel that. Why do I think Def Noodles is ignoring Rich Luck's video? Well, what would he like? What would he say? He's wrong. Like, what would Def Noodles say to Rich Luck's video? I think Def Noodles is just on his like rapid descent. Like everybody's content, like everybody has their ups and down period. Like he was doing like over 100,000 a video, and now it's like going down, which is kind of normal, I think. But I think he's taking it personally, and he's kind of just on his like Joker arc where he doesn't care. Thank you for the donation, brother. I don't know how much that is. I don't know is that yen? Let's see what this is. What's this symbol for? If I can get it. Oh my god. Okay. But I think that he's just on like his thing, and I don't even know. I don't even think he knows. Is this yen? Oh, cool. Thank you for the 250 yen, brother. I don't even think he thinks that he's wrong. I don't think he cares anymore. I think he just writes everybody off. He's probably better off not responding at this point. It's probably the best way for him to do it in general. What do you think about D's new video? Oh, you mean D's nuts, dude? Oh, very funny. What's going on, guys? All right. 250 Chinese credits. That's Japanese, bro. Come on. I think, right? Yeah. Def T does keep doing weird shit. I don't know, dude. Like, he's He's really just hurting himself at this point. I mean, it's almost, dude, it's almost funny, you know? It's almost funny because he kind of deserves a kick in the ass. He deserves a little bit of kick in the ass, you know? So it's because he's kind of an asshole, you know what I mean? So he does kind of deserve it, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, Def isn't going to last. Every time he makes a mistake, it's going to take a huge toll on him because he doesn't know how to take criticism. He'll never learn. Yeah, true. It would have been fine if he had his like original take where he was like biased towards Ethan, but didn't call Rich Selects part of like the alt-right pipeline. Would you talk to Mr. Girl? I mean, probably. I think I went to his stream the other day and I was like, hey, do you talk to fat people? And he's like, yeah, sure, but not yet though. I don't know, man. Mr. Girl's an interesting character. He just DM'd me about like a video someone made on him and said like, don't trust that guy or something like that. I don't know. He seems like it's like content, I guess. I'm a little bit like with the kind of person he is. He seems like kind of an asshole. You know, I started disliking Def Noodles after your debate with him. Thank you for that. Yeah, that seems to be I keep hearing that. Hi Papa from Argentina, just came back from party and I'm kind of drunk. You are a legend. Thank you. All right. I think I mean he's 30. I don't think he's lost 30,000. He's like 5,000. I feel like he was at 603 or something, right? I mean, that's part of life, bro. Going up and down. Anyway, okay. So let's actually get into the first bit of content that I came on here for. And this is not it. It's this video right here. The allegations of Sienna Mae, a TikTok nightmare from Jay Aubrey. A lot of people I've been following this very close. When I was big on TikTok is kind of like when I first started following this, and like I've been pretty in depth with it. And a lot of people, I've have a take on it that some people find a little frustrating, and I'm gonna try to reinforce this take in a better way because I talked to my wife about it afterwards, and she's like, I understand what you're trying to say. I just feel like you're not saying it the right way, and it's upsetting people. And either way, like people, it's not like the most agreeable take for a lot of people. I think a lot of people jump on the like, oh my god, Sienna Mae's the worst person in the world and she did like a horrible thing to Jack, right? And so like, you know, here's the thing. I think that she did do I have to censor my language a little bit, like just in the beginning, just for the monetization of those videos. So just bear with me a little bit. I think that she did do a bad thing. I think that she, I guess lack of a better term, violated him. But I think that this is a conversation about SA culture, right? Which is a situation where you have like here's the traditional way this operates, but for the most part it's like unintentional, like assault kind of a thing. I know people are probably going to get maybe a little upset with the way that I talk about this, but let me just give you like a quick rundown. So like the typical scenario, something that you guys, her response was really bad with the whole interpretive dance thing. Was like embarrassing. It was stupid. Like that was embarrassing for her. The typical, like a very common story. This is a story I tried to get through Akeem's story. I need to talk to him so that I can like really get through to him. But say like a guy and a girl go on a date, and let's say it's like their third date. So like, and you know, let's say, you know, the guy picks up the girl from like her house, which is a nice house. It looks almost like a gnome. Keemstar. I'm just kidding. The guy picks the girl. All right, we'll start here. The guy picks the girl up from the house, right? So he picks her up from her house. Then he takes her to, we'll say, Applebee's. I always use Applebee's because I used to love doing half off apps after 10 because, you know, they're half off. And twofers, not sponsored. Then he takes her back to his place, back to like his house, you know, his house, right? And then they like watch like Netflix. Maybe they watch Netflix and chill. Maybe he even said, you want to watch Netflix and chill after we eat? And maybe she was like, yeah, maybe at the time. Then they're together and he starts getting a little handsy with her. He makes a pass. You know, maybe she's cool with the kissing, but she doesn't want to go any further than that. So she's like, oh no, thanks. You know, and then they stop. And then like it happens again. He makes a move again and they stop and they make a move again and they stop. And then eventually we get to a point where like he makes a move again and she gives in. Like, well, why would you do that? um, and which is effectively like a form of sexual assault. You know, because she puts him, or excuse me, he puts her in a situation where she feels like she can't say no, right? Because we have here, like, he picked her up, he drove her to get food, and now they're at his house. On top of that, he paid for food. And everybody knows that you don't have to sleep with somebody that pays for your food. But then it's like, well, maybe he feels like she does. And now she's like, okay, this guy's being persistent. Even though they're on the third date, like, obviously you could still say no. And so she submits because she's afraid. And it's a really uncomfortable situation, and it's upsetting. And one of the worst parts is that she doesn't even think he's a bad guy. That's one of the really fucked up parts. And that's what happens for a lot of, you know, survivors of sexual assault. They get put into these scenarios. And I would say most sexual assault that happens, at least in the United States, is like in this form of like unintentional sexual assault, where you don't necessarily realize that you put somebody in this situation. And if you can reinforce this and educate people on this, a lot of times they're like, wow, I don't want to be that person. Right. And I feel like this is the form that happens with Sienna Mae. You know, you have two sides of the story, but after looking into it, you know, you have two people who were in some form of relationship, honestly. I know he says no, but if you look into it, you know, the hype house he was in really liked Sienna, and they really tried to play up their relationship to be like, oh, are they together? Because it got them money. And so now you have a pressure on Jack Wright to maintain some form of a relationship with a girl that was his friend in his past. So he probably feels bad about like, you know, really putting his foot down. Then his job is saying you should maintain some relationship. And, you know, you have like a kind of a catastrophic series of events that put him in a scenario where he ended up getting violated by Sienna Mae. I don't think that she's a predator. That's the ultimately what I'm trying to say. I think Sienna Mae is kind of an entitled dickhead. But I don't think that she's a predator. And so this is something that I want to, at the very least, like, talk about, because hot take, a lot of you guys have probably, maybe you guys haven't. I don't think there's a reasonable likeliness that you, especially as like a young man, may have put a girl in a situation where like she feels violated without you realizing it. And that's because of the way that we talk about like sex and engagements, where we teach men to be persistent, but then also we're getting a lot of our sexual education from pornography, which gives us like a weird view on boundaries. So you don't have to like Sienna Mae. You cannot consume her, make your jokes, do all your thing. But when it comes down to an actual like educated conversation about sexual assault culture, I feel like that's where I'm coming from with Sienna Mae and Jack Wright. That's where I'm coming from more than anything else. And I know a lot of people, because when I talk about this, it feels like in some instances Jack Wright is being a little bit dishonest about his interpretation, and specifically when he talks about how like she jumped out of the car, or she broke into his house. And I know a lot of people are like, wow, I can't believe you're saying that. But here's the thing: when we talk about one of the issues in sexual assault culture is this feeling that if there was anything that might have been consensual in some capacity, it's hard to explain, or the fact where he's like, oh, we were never in a relationship. If there's anything in the relationship that seemed like consensual, people write it off as like, oh, it's like date rape. Like, oh, well, you went on a date with them, so like it's okay that you were supposed to have sex with them, kind of a thing. And so I feel like he's overcompensating by being like, oh, we were never in a relationship. Because if he acknowledges that they were in some capacity, people will say that he's still like, a lot of people think you somehow lose your ability to say no when you're in a relationship. When it comes to her like jumping out of the car, like I don't think that she jumped out of a car and like rolled while it was like driving. when they're breaking into his house, it seemed like she had the key. It's still a boundary issue, but like she had the it wasn't his house, it was like the hype house, and like she was able to go in and out because the hype house liked her a lot. It's just a lot of different things where you have like your back and forth. Ultimately, like Sienna Mae needed to get a little bit of a gut check, because she's horrible boundary issues. But I just don't think that she's a predator. That's really all I'm trying to say. So there's been a lot of people covering Sienna Mae videos, and now we're going to finally get into it. But there's been a lot of people that were covering Sienna Mae videos, and people are like, oh, watch it. I want you to get your take on it. But it's like, you know, I don't really... It's one of those things where, like, a lot of people don't want to have the real conversation. It's really easy to dogpile Sienna Mae. And so most times when people talk about her, they talk about it in a way where, like, you know, she's the worst predator in the world, right? And it's like, you know, like we deal with like our Gemini officials, with our Joe Robes, with our, you know, our EDPs, are Glendon Camerons, and maybe I'm a little desensitized, but like this is not. If this is the person, if this is a predator, they're on the low end of the spectrum. Just from my that's just from my perspective. So let's get into this video. And that's not a criticism on Jay Aubrey or anything. It's just like, of all the people who made a video, this is the one I'll watch, I guess, right now. I would have watched one of yours, Inamber, but I don't know if you made a Sienna Mae video.
It's Sienna Mae Gomez, and I'm going to be telling you what goes on behind my most viral TikToks.
Wow.
Wright allegations. This situation is
That's
absolutely
so loud.
insane. With
Because I have it at like 200%. Wow, that's jarring. Okay, let's try it again.
accusations flying from both sides.
I wanted to share what I went through.
All I can say is that I was in love with him.
These are the facts, and I'm a witness.
And why is all of your evidence posted and quickly deleted? His friends are painting him as the victim, and he is the victim, but not of me. Hey guys, I'm young, and obviously I will not always get it right the first time.
Who doesn't love a good YouTube apology?
Sorry for anyone that's been hurt.
Is that like part of the apology? You have to go, guys, I'm so sad.
Continuous.
What's going on, Inamber? All right, so Inamber says, I think a lot of it comes down to her insane response to the most of it, not gonna lie. That's very true. Definitely made it seem much worse just because of how bizarre it was. Well, I think that the problem is that like if Sienna Mae looked at the situation and went like, I didn't realize I fucked up. Sorry. That, like something like that, it would have been better. But I think that she did like her interpretive dance thing and it just didn't come off that great. I could, though, in all honesty, I could see why her initial response, outside of the dancing, I could understand why she would have the initial response of like, no, this never happened, fuck you, kind of a thing. You know, because this is something that she did a wrong thing. It takes a lot to realize you did something like that. I don't think that anybody in that scenario that like of what Sienna Mae, because she was on top of him when he was like drunk and like I think he had passed out. I don't know if he passed out while they were kissing or beforehand, but she was also probably drunk. And like it seemed, I could understand why somebody would be like, that's my boyfriend. Like it's okay what I did, even though they're wrong, because nobody wants to put somebody in a situation where they feel like shit, you know? And I feel like that's part of it. So she's like, I never did that. Fuck you. He's a liar. He's not the victim, kind of like a thing. And then she victimized herself. And that's because I think that she got quite a heavy response against her. So she had like a fucking meltdown. You know, yeah, LA YouTuber syndrome, for sure. Yeah, for sure. That's definitely true. That's definitely true.
Lapse in my judgment.
I'm not the first to say influencer apologies have become their own genre over the past couple years. I mean, how many multi-millionaires have we seen cry on camera at this point? It's hard to overlook the irony of David Dobrik turning off comments on a video titled Let's Talk. While some apologies may lead to an accidental admission of guilt, others don't even contain the word sorry at all. Some are scripted, while others are very much not.
You're high.
Wow.
You're snorting a line of off a bad my. You know what I mean?
If you're like me and spend an unhealthy amount of time online, you get used to a pretty wide range of public statements varying from
I thought PewDiePie's apology was decent.
sincere and tactful to, oh my god, what are the words coming out of your mouth right now?
I gotta keep moving forward and learning and growing.
Listen, hot take. I think Tony Lopez's apology was like okay. It wasn't amazing, but it was like okay. He did an inappropriate thing when he was 20. He was talking to like some 16, 17, 18 well, 16-year-olds, a couple 16-year-olds, which was like in society is appropriate. I don't think it's appropriate, but that's a conversation to have. But he stopped engaging in the behavior. You know what I mean? Like that's one of those things where like, oh, I'm young, I fucked up. Like he didn't traumatize anybody. Hot take, you know. And then he like moves on. I don't like the guy, but I think that it was like a decent. It was a reason. It was decent enough of an apology.
You know, so many people don't teach you about how to live this lifestyle or how to be.
Yeah, see, like TikTok star Tony accused of soliciting minor. It's like one of those things where he was 20 and she was 16, and like that's if you step out of the internet world, that's appropriate. It's something that needs to change in appropriateness. But that's like that would be considered like appropriate. It's like on the edge. So, and I think he also drew up in Nevada, which was like an age consent of 16 too. But that's one of the problems. I don't like it when people say that somebody was interacting with minors because like if they're like Carson was interacting with minors when he was 19. It's like, oh my god, how old is he? How old was the minor? 17. It's like, okay, you know what I mean? Like it's just a lot of times they use it. They intentionally will use it. I know that there was like a sexual battery lawsuit that never came to anything. I actually talked to the people who like privately who were like pushing up that lawsuit. and they were supposed to come out and talk to me, but they like dodged out at the last second. It was a little weird. But
Here in this position, but I'm learning and I'm growing.
It doesn't exactly take a PhD in psychological studies to gauge who's actually sorry and who's only sorry they got
I should do a tier list on influencer apologies. I'd have to watch all the apologies. Thank you so much for the $2, brother. I'd have to watch all the apologies.
caught, as some only see their situation as more of a costly inconvenience than an opportunity to reflect inwards and admit where they might have room to grow. But that also depends on how serious their crimes are. Someone accused of a literal crime probably won't have the best of luck defending themselves holding a tangible, actual script in front of them on camera. I guess nothing should surprise me anymore. Not even the worst interpretive dance I've ever seen as a response to one of the biggest TikTok controversies in recent history. Join me in documenting the timeline of disastrous PR choices of one of TikTok's once most promising entertainers. This is the story of Sienna Mae.
I know that this is why God and the universe have given me this.
Bro, like, why would you do this? Like, what possessed her to dance, and then what possessed her parents not to say don't do it? That's my real question. Why didn't the parents go like, you should not do that?
Platform. I preach self-love, but that takes time and patience. Now, more than ever, I feel proud of the person that I am.
It's so funny because somebody jokingly in my chat said, I'd let Sienna Mae do that to me, not gonna lie. But I think that's kind of the problem, right? Is that a lot of people think like that. And since a lot of people think like that, she probably gets the feedback loop that like her boundary crossing is appropriate because you like it, right? Like, oh, you're gonna like it. You should like me. Right, you have Sienna Mae, who's like a young girl who's attractive, who's like, Jack Wright should be attracted to me so that like it doesn't like I can push through the boundaries. I think that's like another conversation to have as well, which I think is something that's usually more exclusive to girls, but some guys too. It's like, I'm attractive, you know, you should like this attention kind of a thing, you know.
But one thing you should never apologize for is securing your internet with Surfshark VPN.
Oh shit, dude, I need that.
I tried making that smooth, I don't know. Surfshark VPN keeps your identity.
All right, guys, Surfshark VPN. Go check out Jay Aubrey's video. I'm skipping through it though. Thank you for the timestamp. I'm pretty sure advertisers don't let you do timestamps on that anymore, but you're a real G.
No, yeah.
I genuinely didn't know about the situation until Mr. Beard spoke about the dancing thing. Shit made the whole go viral. Yeah, it's so funny. Me and Mr. Beard talked about this too, like in private a little bit about it. It would have been good to like have a conversation with people, like on almost like a little bit of a panel style, like pressing me back against some of the things. Because when I first spoke about it, it's so hard to talk about this situation in depth while also trying to talk about like sexual assault culture. Because a lot of people don't like Sienna Mae, so they bad faith her, which just makes perfect sense because she's kind of an asshole. I'm trying not to be too mean, but she's kind of a dickhead. But like I know, like if I had talked to Mr. Beard publicly about it, he would have been like, "What about this? I didn't agree with when you said this," and I could explain myself better. But you know, that's just life, brother.
Yeah, I am the new face of Maybelline.
You're huge. That's fine. You can come. That's not cocky. It's a fact. The new face of Maybelline.
I think there was an issue with David Portnoy too, where he talked to younger girls, like over 20. I think they were like 20 and up. But he likes aggressive physical interactions, and that's a whole conversation to have because I think he made some girls uncomfortable, and that's a whole different story.
No joke.
Sienna Mae Gomez is an 18-year-old influencer with over 20 million followers spanning across her YouTube channel, Instagram, and TikTok, where she once ranked among the top 100.
So I think that she was 19, she was 17, and the guy was 19. Right?
Biggest creators on the app. In just under 8 months, Sienna built one of the largest followings on TikTok, signed with a Hollywood talent agency, secured brand deals with a myriad of major companies, and was even set to star in a Netflix documentary focused on her friend group until a flood of serious allegations from fellow TikTok star and her once best friend. Born on January 16th, 2004 in Laguna Niguel, California, Sienna was raised by two parents.
Honestly, I think that I don't know if you guys remember during Trump, when Trump was president, when Mr. President, come back. There were a lot of wildfires in California, and the conspiracy theory was that he was testing a laser to try to like cut California off the map. I think he should. I think he should do it. I think if we elected him again, he would have just carved out California and we would have just pushed it away, let it float. That would have been great, I think. What the fuck? Play.
Parents who now each have followings of their own. Sienna hasn't been shy to include all of her family members in online activities, always making an effort to shine a light on her personal life in front of millions of dedicated followers. This openness is exactly what made Sienna famous to begin with. Her first viral video emphasizing body positivity, a theme Sienna would routinely showcase after blowing up in August of 2020. Her videos surrounding conversations on unrealistic beauty standards for.
Can I just say though, it seems weird when somebody who very clearly fits the typical beauty standard goes, guys, body positivity. We can't reinforce these toxic beauty standards. But like, she would align very heavily with like, I guess, American beauty standards or more westernized standards. Like, she is like, she's not fully white, but like our beauty standards are changing every day. Like, traditionally, like, Western beauty standards would be like very white, but like, we're changing. So like, it's weird for somebody to be body positive when like they're not swimming upriver. You know, they're not swimming upstream. Like, what does it mean to be body positive when you look, you know, when you align very heavily with the standards? $5 from Miguel. Buy some crisps. You got it, boss.
For women, being endorsed by Lizzo and propelling herself into the 7-figure follower range in no more than just a few weeks. I gained 1 million views like every 3 days. It was just
That'd be like if I was talking out against beauty standards because I'm so attractive, you know?
going so fast. From the span of August to maybe October, December, I was gaining 1 million followers every week to 2 weeks, landing a place alongside Charli D'Amelio and Addison Rae at the Hype House not too long after. At just 16 years old, Sienna had embedded herself in the fast-paced, highly glamorized celebrity culture many girls her age could only dream of, and it all happened really overnight. Posting close to 4 times a day on her 2 TikTok accounts and interacting with fans regularly in an attempt to grow her empire far beyond the limits of TikTok. It wasn't long before she began posting content with another influencer extremely instrumental to this story by the name of Jack Wright. Born on March 29th, 2003, he and his twin James grew up with Sienna, going to high school together and hanging out in the same friend group long before TikTok fame ever came about. In fact, it seems Sienna was actually closer with James, up until Jack accompanied her to an interview in October 2020. After getting along so well and becoming more close, the two began appearing side by side more frequently on TikTok. And as you can imagine, it didn't take long for young fans of the two to speculate on the true nature of their relationship.
What do you think all about Jack? His smile, his optimism, and his way of being kind to me, no matter if I'm mean to him or not.
Yeah, I think this is like where when you go, this is actually, I like the presentation of this, like where the timeline, because to me this shows where everything first starts. You know, you have a situation where, like, when we're in general, when we're all young, I think that we interpret like people being nice to you as like sexual attraction or some kind of like attraction. And that doesn't justify what you did, but like we're starting here. So there was some form of a relationship interpretation where they played it up. They were friends. It was before the fame. Now they're making content together. People are speculating that pushes them together to like test something. He probably isn't attracted to her. There's like a whole thing there.
How was your first kiss like?
Our first kiss? We haven't had it yet.
You haven't had it yet?
You haven't had a first kiss yet? No.
The vlog says.
And like, in all honesty, I don't know. She's 16 at the time. It's a little it's kind of weird that the is it weird? It's a little bizarre that paparazzi are like, oh, so you guys are 16? Why aren't you fucking? You know what I mean? Like, have you fucked yet? Like, like the energy there is interesting. You know, like it's like it, and they're like they're I guess they're all young adults. They're minors, but like I guess that's not like a super weird question, but it's kind of weird. Where you're like, oh, so you guys hanging out, a boy and a girl hanging out. Why did you suck his penis yet? It's like, okay, well, why is that energy there? You know what I mean?
Something else. So you gotta get it right now.
Come on, this is a kid. Come on.
Oh shit!
Not unlike YouTube and Twitch, TikTok fosters a climate of
they got the paparazzi got them to kiss on the kiss. That's so weird. Imagine that's like your first kiss because the paparazzi are fucking bullying the shit out of you. What the fuck?
Celebrity idolization.
I think that this entire interaction, this is like the way that you would sum up the relationship. Sienna Mae liked Jack. Jack didn't really like Sienna Mae, but everybody in public was saying that they need to like each other. So Jack like almost put himself he forced himself to like her, and then that or not even force himself, but like did things that he wouldn't be comfortable with, and then that plus shitty boundary issue from Sienna Mae equals like some kind of like a violation on Jack, right?
Not unlike YouTube and Twitch, TikTok fosters a climate of celebrity idolization, where fans are constantly fixating on the personal lives of their favorite influencers. Take someone like Charli D'Amelio and Lil Huddy, for example. Their relationship has always been made
I can't believe Charli D'Amelio dated a black guy. Crazy, huh?
a focal point by those that follow them and the media alike, which is hardly a new concept. Publicizing the personal details of your life will naturally lead to more scrutiny by those who have nothing better to do, i.e. people like me. So it's important to be mindful when deciding what to blast online, as you can only expect it to be picked apart and analyzed by anyone on the outside looking in. All we can do is work with whatever you choose to publicize, which ties into Sienna's relationship with Jack. Fans would get used to seeing the two vlogging, dancing together, overall just being friendly. I hate talking about this, but it's important groundwork for the rest of the story. Basically, for months, fans were led to believe these two were a couple, despite neither of them ever confirming nor denying their audience's suspicions.
Are you guys dating?
They would very openly show PDA, but never outright clarified whether they were dating.
And like, this is one of those things where it's like when Jack Wright says they never dated, it's, again, I think that the reason he says that is because there's a societal pressure where, like, if you consent to any part of a relationship, then you must have to consent to everything. And I think that's where we start to get lost. And that's like a general societal thing where, like, oh, you're boyfriend and girlfriend? Well, then that means that, like, you guys basically have ownership of each other always. And, like, no one gets to say no. That's kind of the subtext there. And so I think that when Jack Wright said, like, hey, we were never in a relationship, it's obvious that they were in some form of a relationship. And they're also young. So I don't think that it was like, oh, let's just do a contractual relationship for the public. So you have a scenario where he's, like, putting himself there. And I think that's why he said we were never in any a relationship, because I think that he feels like if he consented to any of it, people would just dismiss all of it. Right. And then on the flip side, you have Sienna Mae, who's like, oh, we're in a relationship. So that means that, like, I can kind of do whatever I want type of a thing. And that's a huge boundary issue, which is a problem. But then from her interpretation, I don't think that she was trying to, like, harm Jack Wright. I don't think that she hated him in any capacity, because you'd have to argue that, like, she hated, like, disliked him, but it seemed like she liked him a lot, but she has boundary issues. Like, and part of it's because she's a famous child, and that doesn't make her, like, innocent, but it's something to consider when we have these real, like, when we have, like, a real conversation about this.
Reaping the benefits of a public #couples goals relationship without that relationship actually needing to exist, as it was later revealed to be a clever front. He got to where so many people believe they were together, it became a huge part of their brand. But that also led to a lot of skepticism, as Sienna's relationship with her fans has always felt a little bit strained and inauthentic. At least going by the first taste of controversy she experienced in February 2021.
I'm young and I'm still navigating the world and this industry, and obviously I will not always get it right the first time. I care deeply about inclusivity and I strive to lead by example. That means listening.
I don't think that had to do with, like, the allegations, though. I forget
Sienna
what that
had
was.
amassed over 15 million followers when she decided to launch her own merch by the name of Confidence is Cute, a body-positive clothing line offering an assortment of tees, sweatpants, hoodies, and beanies with phrases like, everybody is beautiful, stop looking...
Just hot. It's not true, guys. Not everybody is beautiful, okay? I'm just... Some of them are a little yucky, you know? You think if she apologized normally, people wouldn't care? Maybe. I think so, that she would have gotten less heat. But dude, here's one of the things. It's one of those things I think people. You ever have a fight with, like, a family member, and everybody from the outside saying that you're wrong, but, like, you guarantee that you're right, and then it takes, like, a year later you say, and maybe even parts of what you're saying are kind of right, and then, like, but it's like, let's say you're, like, 30% correct, right, and then a year later you go, oh, fuck, like, it hits you. And I think that's most people's, like, normal, like, instant response. It's like it takes a long time to, like, fuck, like, I fucked up this. And so that's probably why her apology was dog shit, because she probably didn't think that she was in the wrong, because she does, and she probably still doesn't think that she did anything wrong. She probably has, at this point, has victimized herself so much that she'll never understand what she did was wrong, which is obviously, like, a net loss outcome.
At my roles, graphic design is my passion. I'm sorry, I'll be nice. Definitely a good message, just not the best design in my opinion. Though they were pretty well received by her audience, up until a new selection dropped, sporting the caption, "Did you eat today?" which was mocked across Twitter and TikTok for making light of those with eating disorders and food sensitivities.
It's so stupid, because that's a question. People are like, did you eat today? Like, that's like a common question for people who haven't eaten. I don't know why this would have blown up the way that it did. They should have, like, I don't think that she doubled down. She should have just been like, hey, for some people with eating disorders, which I don't have, so I don't understand. That's what she would say, because it's like, you know, this is an important question for people, and it's a very important reminder for some people who don't eat as consistently as they need to. And so we made these "Did you eat today" shirts in, like, a positive protest of that. That's all she needed to say. The problem is that, like, these content creators are virtue signaling. Like, they don't understand anything that they're doing. So she doesn't know why the question, "Did you eat today?" can be very positively impactful for people. It's just a thing she heard on TikTok, and she's like, that's quirky, I'm going to do that. And then here we are, right?
Didn't take long for Sienna to respond on Instagram, where she doubled down on the design, writing it was not meant to make fun of / glorify EDs / be harmful or ironic in any way. The question is hoping to encourage/check in with
Oh, it's okay. So she did have a good response.
people if they actually ate. Not liking this design is different than misrepresenting the meaning behind it. As
Then she had a good response. Okay, there you go.
Continued. Of course, since no retraction of the merch had been made, people weren't having it. And as the situation began being picked up by the appropriate news and drama outlets, Sienna finally removed the product. And
Well, that's kind of shitty because I think that she was kind of right. It's so interesting because I think that what happened is people don't like Sienna Mae. And so they went after her because it felt like an easy knock on her. Because that was a decent response. Like, following the backlash, Sienna Mae defended her merch on Instagram is now a deleted post. She's written, the "Did you eat today?" question is not meant to make fun of or glorify EDs or be harmful or ironic. The question is hoping to encourage, check in with people that if they actually ate. That's a good response. The post continued. This question is about expressing compassion and care for those who are seriously struggling. Not liking the design, which is okay, is different from misinterpreting the meaning behind it, which we are hoping to clarify now. We created the design with love and positivity in hopes of uplifting others and asking hard questions. We stand behind the true intentions of this 100%. That was a good response. That was actually a good response. So, okay.
Situation began being picked up by the appropriate news and drama outlets. Sienna finally removed the product and issued a public apology.
TikTok controversies are so weird. I thought T channels reach a lot, but TikTok is insane. Yeah. Yep. It's fucking crazy.
Said, I have heard you and I have removed the merch. I will still be donating all of the proceeds of this line to Teen Line.
She should have held firm.
Which is a place that many teens can reach out for help. I care about you.
Bro, TikTok is horrible. Can I tell you something I never? When I was on the TikTok commentary community, it's horrible. It's exponentially worse than YouTube. YouTube, I haven't had any real issues with it other than Def Noodles being a dickhead. TikTok is vicious and it's brutal. And dumb fuck ideas spread like goddamn wildfire on there. And there's no mature individuals on there that are like, hey, this isn't right. I did that a little bit, well, quite a bit on there, but it's just it's a nightmare. In all honesty, if you guys remember the Charli D'Amelio thing where she was getting shit on because she did a video on YouTube where they tried to feed her snails and she didn't want to eat it. Everybody was shitting on her relentlessly. And I'm not trying to jerk myself off, but I was the only, I made a video that was why the fuck are you guys melting, have molding over this? She's not wrong. Who cares? And then I got a few million views, and then all of a sudden people were like, oh, maybe a 16-year-old with an eating, just a little eating disorder. Maybe it's okay that she didn't want to eat a fucking snail. You know what I mean? It's holy shit. People are fucking insane. It's crazy, man. TikTok is brutal. It's brutal, bro.
And thank you for speaking up. Be nice to someone today. We're all struggling with something.
Now, I'm not
Don't be nice to anybody today.
here to question Sienna's true intentions behind an ill-advised merch drop from a year ago. I don't think it would have been beneficial to Sienna's bottom line to ironically poke fun at eating disorders after building
Probably
a platform
not.
on body positivity and acceptance.
I think that's the issue. I think people were like, why the fuck is she talking about body positivity when she doesn't know anything about it? She's just a young girl that's attractive, societally speaking, because I don't find her attractive, okay? So knock it off. And people are like, what the fuck is this? What is she doing talking about it? You know?
To me, what stands out the most in light of her recent allegations is the way in which she responded to the backlash. After a failed attempt to double down in the face of her critics, Sienna capitulated with a strongly scripted apology, possibly written by a team, with a heavy emphasis.
Honestly, this sounds so weird, but it's so interesting because TikTok is so toxic, but TikTok also works to get rid of commentary. The problem is that really commonsensical, solid commentary channels, people actually tend to gravitate towards those people, but they're trying to remove those people in general off TikTok. But somehow they think that removing the commentary sphere will remove commentary. But now you just have a bunch of people like, ew, this is gross, and that don't have any established credibility, and people just it's like a fart in the wind. They go whatever direction it blows. You know what I mean? That's all it comes down to. And so there was no who the fuck's gonna listen to a 16-year-old girl when she says something like that? Nobody. But if you had commonsensical voice that was like, this is stupid, all of a sudden things would probably change more. So it would be better if they didn't try to assassinate commentary on TikTok, even though it is toxic as fuck. But
emphasis on her age and inexperience. Come on, you did not write that. Sienna attributes this mistake
Probably
to her
not.
youngness, which might be fair in this one instance, though I think you'll see
Probably.
a little later this defense can only go so far. Unfortunately, there are
I don't know, man. I was dumb as fuck when I was young.
Some parallels between this response and her various responses to Jack Wright, which we will get into in a little bit. To me, it just screams inauthentic. But it doesn't really matter what I or any of us think anymore because this happened last year, hardly making an impact on her following whatsoever. A few T channels covered it, but ultimately everyone moved on soon afterwards. So with this PR win, I have to assume Sienna must have felt a new air of confidence. After all, it was around this time that Netflix was filming for a Hype House documentary, centering on all the
and they were really heavily pushing the relationship between Sienna Mae and Jack Wright. Again, like introducing another, like basically societal aspect of like forcing or encouraging Jack Wright to do something that he probably didn't want to do. Because that was a huge part of the show, was like really teasing that so heavily. Imagine being Jack Wright and you're like, I don't like this girl, but they keep telling me I got to. So, and then all of a sudden, like you're almost assassinating your own boundaries just to stay with this person until you get to a point where you're like, fuck, like I hate this and I'm so upset. And you have so much like frustration and anger pent up, and like I can't do this anymore. And I feel like that was the experience of Jack Wright.
Chaos surrounding the biggest
problem is most common sense people have been banned at this point, and the community on TikTok for the most part will never go to YouTube to watch a nuanced take. 100%. TikTok is fucking abysmal. It's horrible. Dude, can I tell you, when I got banned off of TikTok, best thing that ever happened to me. Like all of a sudden, like my fucking brain like started to recover. It stopped, like it's like, and then like I'm doing a lot better on YouTube, you know. I'll probably never do as well on YouTube as I did on TikTok, like number wise, but like I'm okay with that because yeah. Having 2 million fucking followers on TikTok is the equivalent of having like 20,000 on YouTube, maybe. You know what I mean? If that, it's so hard to make the switch, and TikTok is not like there's no longevity in that platform whatsoever.
teen stars in the world as they try to navigate the Hollywood scene and drink Bang energy. Though unfortunately, Sienna wouldn't be joining Charlie and Vinny Hacker on Netflix anytime soon. Neither would her acquaintance Jack Wright, thanks to a series of reputation-defining allegations that changed the trajectory of her career starting in May of 2021.
A post from a friend of Jack Wright.
Oh shit! Hi Nabber, you're in the stream and you're in the fucking video, dude. What the fuck?
Came out about Sienna Mae.
Holy shit!
A large amount of serious allegations.
On the 31st, Mason Rizzo, a friend of Jack's since kindergarten, published the following statement to Twitter, reading, "I struggle with seeing a girl praised after telling my best friend to kill himself and assaulting him numerous times after he set boundaries and then repeatedly wonder why he doesn't like you back. She also has a history of verbally abusing people in high school and in LA. She prioritizes the growth of her platform rather than the positive message she represents herself as. Followers should not be an excuse to get away with abusive behavior. You guys all deserve to know the truth about her." Now, this may not have gotten so much attention so fast had it not been retweeted by Jack's twin brother, adding, "This is why I couldn't just let it go and stay out of it," before retweeting another girl alleging Sienna was also known to body shame, despite the positive, uplifting stance she had taken online. This was obviously incredibly noteworthy for anyone on the outside.
Yeah, I think that was in her school. She would be like, "Ew, you're ugly." Like, obviously, she had no personal connection with fucking body shaming in the way where like she was ever victimized by being body shamed. You know what I mean? That's why it felt disingenuous.
These claims were being backed up by Jack's own brother, who belongs to the same social circle as Sienna for the past several years. These posts sparked a fire of online speculation, of which Sienna fanned the flames with her own.
It's so interesting though, because like I know this is really fucked up. This is one of the problems with like social media and like these really fake interactions, because they all acted friendly in public, and I wonder if they acted friendly in private, or if they kind of just like didn't really do very much about it. You know what I mean? It's hard to it's difficult to tell, because like when they're online having interactions with each other, like, "Oh, I really like Sienna Mae," and then all of a sudden in private, do we know if they were actually speaking out against her, or is this just like what they were saying? We don't really know. It's this, like, I guess, duplicitous situation. Like, you guys should be standing firm in real life and on your platform. But if your brother was getting, like, violated by Sienna Mae, which I don't doubt, why make content with her? Why wouldn't that, like... You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't. Would you do... Like, think about that. Would you do that? No, of course not. Like, if you'd be like, "This is disgusting. I don't want to interact with this person at all." And so my take, a lot of it, this is the thing. I remember watching the video where she like gets on top of him. My initial take, and this is the feeling that I still really get, is that they were in a situation where she was violating his boundaries, but he knew he was uncomfortable. But like none of them knew. It's so hard to say. None of them would really like stop it, because none of them knew that it was bad. They knew it was uncomfortable, but they didn't realize it was bad, because we have this like societal idea that if people are in a relationship, then like everything's fair game, where like marital rape is an okay thing to do somehow. You know what I'm saying? It's not when they weren't married, but you get like the fundamentals of the thing I'm saying. And then they realized it and they're like, oh my God, she's a predator. And it's like, well, you didn't know it before. Same thing for her. And it's really, it's a hard conversation to have. But if you talk to assault survivors, a lot of them will say that the person that assaulted them, they don't think that they're bad people, which is really fucked up, because like they're people who made a mistake. And if those, and if those people knew that they put them in that situation, they would probably be upset. That's not everybody's experience, and I'm not trying to make assaults like people who've like violated people seem like good people. But like when we talk about sexual assault culture, we talk about it. A lot of it is like unintentional, where people don't realize that they're violating a boundary, and that's one of the hardest things to talk about in the correct way. We all know like what is and isn't sexual assault when it's like yes and no. We're all smart enough for that. It's the nuanced field which this would lie under, where we don't really understand, or where we need to have like better conversations about it.
Own response to the allegations immediately after they were made, taking to Instagram by writing, "Friends fight and relationships sometimes change, but allegations of a criminal act are not to be thrown around loosely. Making an untrue sexual assault claim is never okay. I'm beyond saddened by this situation. In order for us all to move forward, I will be taking this offline with Jack. Thank you to all who have reached out with love and concern." As you can imagine, this wasn't received as well as she may have hoped, and was deleted soon after. In fact, you won't find
I mean, that's probably the way that they should have handled it, is in private, to be honest with you.
Of these posts now, if they've all been taken down. Amazing, clarifying that Sienna and Jack's families had come to the agreement that this would be settled offline and away from social media. Except we both know how the internet works. This was out in the open for good. By early June, Sienna had made what would become her first of many public responses on camera, in which she unequivocally denied any and all allegations made by Mason and co-signed by James.
Jack never confirmed or denied it, which makes the situation even worse because he never denied it, knowing that it's not true. The allegations were made in a tweet by Mason of sexual assault. Let me be clear one more time, I did not sexually assault Jack Wright.
Sienna goes on to say the two never had sex, which was never a part of the allegations, but I digress, and even claimed—
Well, I mean, for a kid, they would probably shoot to sex when it comes to sexual assault. Like, I wouldn't expect children to have any level of like, education on sexual assault culture, you know what I mean?
those in her life are using her best qualities, i.e. the way she loves people, against her, to make her out to be something she is not.
It's so crazy to me how once a relationship or a friendship has ended, people will turn your very best qualities against you, which I know my very best qualities are the way I love. And that love and that passion is newly regarded as overwhelming. That passion is now newly regarded as possessive or desperate. That is so frustrating to me. And
well, they had like a toxic. This is one of those things where like I remember, like I think we've all been in a bad relationship, and like I've been in a bad relationship where like when you're in the relationship, you think things are better than they are. It's maybe you're like almost fucking convincing yourself that they are good. And then once you end the relationship, like months later, like, holy fuck, this person was horrible. And I think that's probably what happened. They ended like whatever formal relationship they had. Maybe even if the relationship was like a friendship, whatever, they ended that. And then all of a sudden it was like, holy fuck, when I look back and I reflect, this is probably from Jack's perspective, Sienna was horrible. You know what I mean? And I've been there too. You know what I mean? And like from a subjective perspective, I hate that person. But from an objective perspective, you understand that like, okay, like there's, you know, if they were like, it's so hard to navigate the specifics of like your relationship that was probably toxic, because they both would like get jealous over each other when they would go to parties. They were both fucking insane.
And after everything that I did for him and after all the love that I gave him, I feel so stupid. That's the only way I can explain it. I just feel stupid.
It's important to note that most of what she says here is completely unrelated from what Mason had alleged in his initial statement. Instead, using this opportunity as a way to clarify their relationship off camera.
Well, I think that's wholly relevant. You generally build a picture around what's going on there. You know, when it comes down to like a scenario of like violated boundaries, of course you're going to want to set the stage for like how they interacted. I don't think that this is irrelevant what they brought up. I think that it makes the most sense. iNabber asks, do you think a major problem with these influencers are that they were 16 years old when they gained millions of followers? I probably would have been awful at the controversy, responding to controversy too. Oh, 100%, bro. I was like fucking 29 when I got famous. You know what I mean? Like, absolutely. It's difficult to deal with it as an adult. I couldn't imagine being a fucking kid, you know, at all. Yeah, absolutely. That's a huge issue with it. Kids are really fucking dumb in general. That's a huge problem. They make a lot of horrible fucking mistakes.
And even paint Jack to be a manipulator, as she claims.
It was real online, and then it was sometimes real offline, and sometimes it wasn't, which was so misleading, and honestly just such a mental mind for me.
During the last
that doesn't paint him out to be a manipulator. That seems like genuine. That's probably exactly what happened. I don't know why that. I don't think that that's manipulative. I think that that was probably her real experience. And I think again, it's because Jack Wright probably liked her as a friend, but everybody in like the paparazzi's field, everybody in their own sphere was like, you guys should date because it would be really good for money. And then he's like, fuck, my hype house, my job is telling me I should date somebody, and they're my friend, and I don't want to upset them, and I want to be popular. And so I'm going to do it, but then I'm not going to affirm it because I don't want to do it. But then, you know what I mean? And it's like, that doesn't make him seem manipulative. That makes him seem confused because he's also a kid. You know what I mean?
Latter half of the video, Sienna makes the shockingly bold assertion that although she did not abuse Jack, someone else did.
I'm so disappointed in you and the people around you because they are letting you misplace your trauma onto me, and I'm so sorry that this happened to you. It's not my place to speak your story, and I will not discuss this any further, but it's not your place to allow false allegations to be spread about me when we both know that I was not the one who did this to you. I was there for you through the aftermath and all those depressive nights and the nights that you had no motivation, and I would go and I would clean your room and I would get you food and I would be there for you as a good friend because I care.
I remember her saying this. I don't remember if it ever materialized into anything. I don't.
Cared about you so much. I'm so sorry that this happened to you, and I really hope you can get through this.
Doesn't name any names on account of it being not her story to tell, but still condemns Jack for allowing his friends to spread false allegations at her expense, before finally strikingly challenging Mason or anyone else to post the evidence of her abusing Jack, since she was so sure it didn't exist. And well, that's the part that really didn't age the best.
Whatever evidence you think you have, either post it or send it to me and I'll post it, because you have nothing.
You really censored that?
This video is from November 30th, 2020.
And this is one of those things, like, okay, so let's just take this situation here and let's isolate it and let's remove all like everything outside of it. Okay, we have a situation here of like two people who are in some weird relationship. They're in some form of a relationship. He's drunk and passed out, and she's not, and she's on top of him kissing him. They're both drunk. We don't know, and this is purely speculative, we don't know if he was conscious beforehand and then passed out while they were kissing, or maybe not. This is like sexually violating. Like, this would be considered sexual assault, absolutely. And I think a lot of people looked at it and go like, this is gross, and it is. But it's like one of those hard things to talk about, where it's like there's a spectrum of sexual assault, and like this is shitty, and this would make anybody, I think, well, this would make a lot of people feel very uncomfortable if they were in this situation. But this isn't like this one incident wouldn't be like, I don't want to say like not traumatizing, because like it could be, but like this situation isn't indicative of like this horrible predatory thing. This is like one of those things where something like this, like a violation of boundaries, would consistently happen with Jack Wright, which contributed to like his frustrations. And of course, part of it, people like basically forcing him to, well, encouraging him to stay in the relationship. And this is fucked up. And then the friend got up and walked away. Because I remember this too. People, like, the friend got up and walked away. And and it's like, okay, a lot of people they were like filming it. This happened 7 months before they released it. And it's like, why? It's like, this is where I come with everybody around them seemed to, if this was consistently happening where she would get drunk and then she would do this, I did question, I'm like, why didn't the people around them stop it? Apparently he stopped it here, but like, if this is happening a lot, why didn't they stop it? And I'm not saying that because like they're horrible people, but it's one of those things where it's like they probably knew it was uncomfortable but didn't realize that like this was wrong. Does that make sense? I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's difficult to express everything I'm trying to say, which is why sometimes it comes off as weird. But like, that's what I'm trying to get down to. It's like people not understanding boundary issues, even the people around them. Because like, if your friend was getting violated in front of you, would you just sit there? No, of course you'd stop it. And that, what I'm saying is that they probably didn't realize that this was wrong. You know what I'm saying?
This video is from November 30th, 2020.
On June 3rd of 2021, this short video taken in November was posted by another friend of Jack's, seemingly depicting Sienna straddling an unconscious Jack Wright, groping him and kissing him on the lips while looking passed out. The guy.
And then again, like, if you're in a relationship, like, see, if this was my relationship with my wife, and a lot of adult relationships, a lot of adults would look at this and go like, I don't care, because like, if I was passed out drunk and my wife was doing this, that's consensual. Like, because we have a very healthy relationship. If she was passed out into this, it would be considered like consensual, because we're adults that have like established boundaries. And so that's the societal perspective on something like this for the most part, which isn't right 100%. That's just the type of perspective that leads to like marital sexual assault. But like, that's one of those things where if you're a young person and you're trying to imitate adult relationships, which young people do all the time, they try to imitate adults. Part of it's like, oh, this is appropriate. I'm allowed to do this. And that's what she thinks. And then that seems to be what everybody else thinks to some extent around them, because they didn't stop it immediately. And this apparently happens all the time, and they didn't like stop it. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot. There's just a lot of depth to this. It's like really fucked up.
Next to him, who posted the video, got up after feeling uncomfortable, but went back to pull Sienna off once he realized what was happening, posting this alongside the clip in an effort to further support the claim that Jack was in fact asleep, or at the very least incapable of consent during that time. Being definitive proof of assault in the eyes of some, this video remains a heavy point of contention today, as Sienna has since made the claim many times over that he was—
I don't think it really matters. I mean, this is something to understand. Like, it doesn't really matter the specifics. What actually matters is if Jack felt violated. That's like a lot of times all it really takes for like a sexual assault to happen. Somebody felt violated and they didn't, or like, and they couldn't say no, or they did say no and somebody went ahead anyway, right? Like, that's pretty much it. There's not a whole lot. So like, that's where we're facing here. And, you know, his uncomfortableness with expressing that instantaneously doesn't make it okay, you know?
Was not unconscious and completely consenting as it happened, as she outlined in yet another statement not long after, something Jack himself would go on to dispute.
The Hawaii incident happened where I was passed out unconscious almost like the whole night. She got on top of me, took advantage of me, groped me. I'm so glad they pulled her off of me, and honestly I'm glad that they have evidence. After Sienna found out about the video, she said sorry. She said if this got out, she would be done. That is horrible, and she's working on boundaries.
Jack was a victim of sexual—
If that's what she said, it sounds like she realizes that she's shitty. You know, I mean, that doesn't make it okay. Like, if I fucking smack you in the face and I was like, sorry guys, I'm working on my anger, it doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it okay that I did that. But it's good that there's a level of understanding to it.
Got out, she would be done. That is horrible, and she's working on boundaries.
Jack was a victim of sexual assault, but not by me. And I am a victim of continual attempts to cancel me and slander my name with false claims. It will not work. I'm here to clear things up and provide all sides of the story because I have been labeled—
Well, she may not have seen that.
If this got out, I'm glad that they have evidence. After Sienna found out about the video, she said sorry. She said if this got out, she would be done. That is horrible, and she's working on boundaries.
Jack—
So the only reason I'm showing that is because I know that video happened, I think 7 months before this, my understanding. And she didn't see, I don't think that she saw the video until it went public. So this thing that she's saying now is still consistent with what she said, with what Jack said that she said, right? It's like one of those things where like you swear you didn't do anything wrong and then you see something and you're like, holy fuck, I was wrong. You know what I mean? And maybe I'm good faithing her, but like just based on the timeline, right?
Jack was a victim of sexual assault, but not by me. And I am a victim of continual attempts to cancel me and slander my name with false claims. It will not work. I'm here to clear things up and provide all sides of the story because I have been labeled as a sexual assaulter.
Right out of the gates.
Also, there might actually be another sexual assault on Jack Wright. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised. Like that there could just be additional shit there, you know?
Sienna's demeanor is stronger and more aggressive than before. She comes off less concerned for her friend who she just previously said was sexually abused.
I think that was in the original round of videos. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I got the timeline wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was in the original round of video. I'm pretty sure this comes... Yeah, this was 6 months prior, so I think this was before that video came out. Maybe it wasn't. Maybe I have my timeline wrong. I don't fucking know. Maybe I have... Do I have my timeline wrong? I don't know if the release of that video came before or after this. I have to look back. I'll probably do that in a second.
And more frustrated with how the situation has affected her, reiterating a desire to take things offline.
I have tried multiple times to take this offline, and I am continually undermined by Jack and his inner circle. Jack has not spoken on the situation, and his friends keep dropping cryptic and non-specific information.
Using Jack's silence as a means to absolve her of the allegations made by his friends, and outright accusing those closest to Jack, including his own twin, of twisting the narrative against her. Using air quotes when referencing the video in question.
The initial tweets, as well as the video that I am talking about right now, have been taken down.
She then goes on to dig up older clips of them being very touchy-feely with each other in the past, as if these would have anything to do with the allegations being made. Just because he may have consented in these examples on camera absolutely does not mean he was even in a sober enough state to consent in the video she's so willing to write off with air quotes.
Yeah, again, I think that this is like a societal conversation about sexual assault culture and like how people are uneducated on it.
can see here and anywhere online, Jack and I were very touchy-feely with our friendship. This is the way that we interacted with each other, and it is in any video you go watch of us. Please, and I encourage you to go watch my recent YouTube videos featuring Jack, our recent TikToks. You will see that this behavior was normal. Online, we touched each other, kissed each other, we were playful. Jack kissed me, and I kissed him. Within the boundaries of our relationship, this was normal.
Definitely not doing much to sway people in her favor. But let's look at the video itself.
Whatever their relationship was at the time.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay. I think that when she responded with that information, that I'm not. I gotta keep looking into it.
Obviously, this was not right, so I went back and took Sienna off of Jack. Not to mention, when I got closer, I noticed her right hand inappropriately touching his crotch. She was shocked that I pulled her off.
I think that she did just that video had just come out. Okay, so she was directly responding to that.
And she kept trying to justify what she had just done. I talked to James and Jack the next day about the situation that happened tonight. And James said that happens all the time.
The way that Jack's friend narrated this video, I admit, looks so weird and looks just like real. But like my last video where I showed comments that were resurfacing and then provided a backstory, not everything is how you see on social media.
Sienna attempts to defend herself by first going after the video's presentation, claiming it was edited maliciously to make it seem more nefarious than what it really was.
The clip of me kissing Jack, he is also kissing me. I was looking at him face to face. He was kissing me back. Lachlan claims that he was unconscious. If he was unconscious, why did his arm move when you got up? And also, why was he kissing me back?
She asserts that he was fully awake and kissing her back.
I mean, like, this is the thing, is it's quite possible that he was really fucked up drunk and like he was kissing her and like didn't even realize it. You know what I mean? And like to her, that was a signal that he was conscious, which it doesn't mean that he's conscious. You know what I mean?
To the way Jack's arm moves when his friend gets up from the couch. Now, maybe Sienna isn't sure how gravity.
You think that she's embarrassed? I think that she thinks that she's right here. I don't know if she knows that she's wrong. I think that's the big problem, is that like there was no conversation about how like she could have been wrong without being a bad person, if that makes sense.
He works, but I think it's pretty clear to me, at least, which I have to say so I don't get sued, that his arm only moved because the guy stood up and disrupted the way he was positioned. He doesn't move beyond that. And yes, it's a short clip. There's not a whole lot to go off, as Sienna is eager to point out for herself.
You claim in your video that you hear kissing noises.
I started hearing kissing noises and I peeked over my shoulder and it was exactly that.
We were kissing.
Well, you know, if I kiss somebody and they don't kiss back, you could probably hear kissing noises. But either way.
Lachlan also claims that my hand is on Jack's crotch. While it is not. My hand is very visibly on Jack's thigh, upper thigh.
Okay, one, it is not very visible at all. I'm not showing the clip uncensored because it makes me uncomfortable, but her hand is behind her leg, so it's kind of hard to tell whether it's on his crotch or his thigh. But regardless, touching him while he's unconscious is still bad. And two, you can still make kissing noises even if the other person isn't actively kissing you back. It's clear Sienna doesn't have the strongest defense team if her rebuttal is, well, this.
If Jack was being sexually assaulted in this moment, James, why did you record it? James, you are Jack's twin brother, and I know that if
it's a decent point, bro. It's actually a decent point.
My brother saw me being taken advantage of, he would pick up the person on top of me and beat them to shit, not film it.
But I mean, that would be a horrible look. They're trying to incriminate you, not themselves.
But that's the problem. Is like, yeah, that would be the normal response, which is why I feel like they just didn't realize that it was as wrong as it was. It doesn't make her right, but like they filmed it and then they say like, oh well, we used it for evidence. They held it for 7 months. Do you really think it was evidence, or what's more likely is that he filmed it because maybe he thought it was weird and it would be a funny Snapchat story? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, man. It's the uncomfortable conversation to have.
To me, Jack's twin James took this video for his brother's own good. She then goes on to rapid fire a bunch of points that again,
I disagree. Maybe it's something in the middle. Maybe he did it. He took the video because he's like, this is weird. I want to have this in case. Maybe it's because he thought it was weird. Maybe it's because he thought it was funny. We don't know. But he didn't stop it. You could have recorded it and then stopped it. The other friend stopped it, but he didn't stop it, which suggests to me that like maybe that friend was just more educated on like how this was wrong, and Jack's brother, whatever the fuck his name is, didn't realize it, right?
It really don't matter as far as what she's being accused of.
This was also in November when we had first just started to kind of ease our way into relationship, not relationship, defined, and you were introducing me as your girl. Having your friends take a 10-second clip out of context of this entire night is not sexual assault.
She's confused why this is even an issue at all, since James and Jack had never brought it up to her privately. This would not age the finest either. In the wake of
which is like another issue. Did they not bring it up to her privately?
Even an issue at all, since James and Jack had never brought it up to her privately.
I don't know if that's true. I think that Jack might have said like we brought it up to her and she didn't really listen. I'm not 100% sure. it's one of those really fucked up conversations where it's like, you know, it's good. You have to establish boundaries, right? And this is like so fucked up. This is like the unfortunate reality of the world. There are people. Okay, let me try to personalize a little bit. So I had a friend. He was a gay friend, and he was a good friend. He's a nice guy, and we got comfortable together. And like I would take him out to eat and stuff. He was a friend. I worked. He didn't. And like from his perspective, that came off as like I was flirting with him. From my perspective, I was just friends with somebody, and like I just paid because like I didn't care. So he would get like close to me, and then like he would start doing shit that was like a little uncomfortable. And at first, I never really said anything. And then like he went for my genitals, and then I was like, "I'll break your fucking hand," right? So, so that's kind of how that happened. Does it make it okay that he ever got that close to me? Absolutely. Or rather, does it make it okay for him to like touch me at all? No, of course not. Do I think he was a bad person and like was like, I'm gonna fucking try to like sexually harass this guy? No, I think that he misread the signs. And it's really fucked up because at the end of the day, I have to set like a firm boundary and saying like, hey, this is not right. And in the real world, sometimes affirming a boundary can get you hurt. Absolutely. Right? Most of the time though, like you do have to try to affirm a boundary. I don't know if there was a valid claim at the very least that if he tried to affirm a boundary that he would get hurt. Maybe that would happen. I kind of doubt it. I think again, it's one of those things where he was in a scenario where he was pressured by like absolutely his job to maintain a relationship. And so he didn't really feel comfortable super affirming a boundary on it because he didn't want to like have his, you don't want to fall off, so to speak. I know that Sienna was like much more popular than him. And so like it's a lot of complicating shit. And I think it was part of his like real world interaction. I think part of it like his job. And at the end of it just sucks. I think it just kind of sucks. And I think that's something that would contribute to the potential trauma of this scenario more than anything else, honestly, is not only was this probably upsetting to him, but now this is becoming fucking mainstream media about how this guy got like violated, and now everybody's speculating on it. Everybody's talking about it. Like I couldn't imagine like what that would do to me. Like that would fuck you up. You know what I mean? Fuck you up in ways where like people are talking about it. That's probably upsetting. And then honestly, I don't know. It's just like really fucked up. It's just like it would probably really contribute to how fucked up it is. And then people like, okay, for lack of a better term, over affirming what happened. And I want you to like hear me out when I say this. I'm gonna like, okay, so like you know how this is gonna be weird, but this is a very human process, right? You know how like when a baby falls and they start crying, and if you play into it, they cry more. But if you're like, you're okay, they stop. I'm not calling him a baby, but we've all been in a situation like that where like something happens to us, and if somebody's like really affirming, we like lay into the feeling a lot. And I'm not trying to invalidate the way that he feels, but that's part of it too. And it's like, fuck, you know what I mean? And so like, it's so weird, but like people, especially people you trust, can almost make you feel, this is like such a hard thing to say, but people can like really like let's say you go to a therapist, like they can implant things that didn't necessarily happen into your head. It's almost like that, because I'm not trying to say that what he's feeling is invalid, because it's not. It's really fucked up. I'm trying to say that like if he was able to sit down and like deal with it with his immediate circle, that he would have been able to organize his thoughts better. That's what I'm trying to say. And then when you have people screaming at you from every side saying like, it's really bad, it's really good, it's not this, it's not that, you get very confused and you get like pulled in different directions where you can't just like sit with yourself and like work through your potential trauma and your feelings in a comfortable, safe, closed off environment where you don't have people yelling at you and telling you how you're supposed to feel. That's what I'm trying to say. If I communicated that wrong, I'm sorry. It's just like I'm trying to figure out the way to explain this in like the most like real way without, I'm not trying to be like invalidating. That's what I'm like kind of trying to say here. And it's like really fucked up when you have everybody screaming at you and telling you how you're supposed to feel about something, you know?
This would not age the finest either.
And the fact that like his friends went forward with telling people and he didn't jump in on it suggests to me that they kind of took his, I guess, trauma, and they kind of almost weaponized it. They probably thought that it was like, we need to say something because she's a bad person. And he was probably like, I don't know how to feel yet. You know what I mean? And they jumped the gun on it. And I think that put him in another situation that would probably fucked him up pretty bad too.
Wake of Jack's formal statement published to his YouTube channel about half a year later, where he argues he had brought this kind of behavior up with her multiple times.
First of all, if they were so uncomfortable, why didn't they say anything to me?
The next morning, where she was like, I'm so sorry for doing that. That was, I don't know what went through my head. I had to clarify again that I didn't like her that way. We were just friends. She said sorry. That was it. After that, these
thanks for $10, brother.
Type of things kept happening.
This is also a TikTok that was made December 1st, not even 24 hours after the said sexual assault.
Good morning. I just want to say that.
Do you think Jack would have made this video with me if he felt uncomfortable from the night before?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. This is why it gets so fucked up. Like, it's so hard to figure out the specifics. Bro, seriously, like a lot of people who have been violated by other people, they don't hate them. It's really fucked up. Like, it's like, I think that they would. Yeah.
The entire goal of this second statement is to make herself out to be the victim of Jack's friends intentionally manipulating the situation against her. But for what reason?
I do think that Jack's friends put him in a situation where he had to like immediately feel a certain way about something, and they were all screaming at him to feel a particular way, and he didn't get to be able to like explore it himself. I do feel like they did do that to him.
As far as I'm concerned, no one really had anything to gain from this being public. These are the biggest influencers on TikTok, all with promising careers ahead, making up.
I think that it wasn't like about that. I think it was about, have you guys ever had like a friend that you liked a lot, that they were dating somebody that you thought was shitty, and like you wanted to convince the friend that, and they wouldn't listen to you, so you like almost try to insert yourself into it in a way, you know? That's kind of the way that I feel probably was more that they were probably like, she's a shitty person to be with, and Jack's like, oh no, she's nice. And then they like try to show him, you know what I mean? That's why there's like just so many different things that are like conflicting. A lot of it's speculative, but you know, it's reminding me of like very real things that a lot of people go through. So
false allegations to smear one of the most popular members in their group would not be doing themselves any favors unless this is real. Sienna issued cease and desist letters regardless though. It went on to take a month-long break from social media. The situation died down once again, at least before Sienna made her long-awaited and critically acclaimed resurgence.
She comes back and posts this absolutely insane video.
An interpretive dance video for an essay.
It was a great dance. Just kidding.
I had to take a whole month off social media, but now I'm back. Hit him with the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse dance.
Yo! What is this, dude? Deaf and stupid do you have to be to dance to a song where the lyrics talk about kissing 100 guys when you have been accused of kissing your boyfriend when he was unconscious, which is assault?
I've tried writing this part of the video so many times, and I just am truly speechless.
I decided to take a month off of social media due to the negativity surrounding my platform.
The most fucked up part about this is that she took a month off. But like, how long do you think that she was planning to do this dance? Like I know it's not funny, but it's like fucked up. Like, how long do you think that she was planning to? She's like, I'm gonna come back with a little razzmatazz. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that was like a big thing. I think that was part of it. I think she's like, okay, I'm done. What should I do? She takes a week off. I know what to do to come back. I'm gonna fucking dance. I'm gonna fucking dance, and people are gonna understand that's cool. That's what I need to do. I need to express myself. You could just dance without making a video out of it, because that was like an edited video. She paid somebody to edit that video.
It was honestly one of the most difficult times in my life for many reasons, but through struggle, I found clarity within myself.
She rented like a studio for this. You know what I mean? Yeah, she thought she killed it. Yeah, no, you're right. She thought she fucking killed it. She's like, this is perfect. Amazing. You know what I mean?
I don't have anything to add. This is literally the worst response to any controversy I have ever seen. Somehow, Sienna Mae's PR team figured that shooting a highly stylized interpretive dance to a song which contains the lyrics, "I did nothing wrong, I'm young," would be an appropriate response to SA allegations.
You know what? This is an interesting thing, though. This is a very interesting thing to talk about. Is like,
Like, why did they let her do this? Like, why did they let her to do this? Like, then this is a real question. Like, okay, let's say I had a scenario where my son or daughter was in this scenario, right? What do you think you would do if you were her parent? You'd probably sit down and be like, Like, this is what I would do. I'd sit down and be like, Sienna, Jack's your friend. I don't think that he's trying to fucking smear you. So, like, you might have done something that's fucked up. Maybe you would double down and be like, you're right. I don't know. But would you think that you'd be like, Sienna, girl, you know what you should do? Let's hire a team of people so that you could fucking dance on the way back. Like, that nobody would think that. Like, that's nobody's response. Who suggested this to her? And if nobody did, if she came up with it herself, why didn't you stop her? That's the real, why didn't you fucking stop her? It doesn't make sense.
God, I'd love to be a fly on a wall during that meeting. It's like getting up in the middle of your trial and doing the Squidward dance. I mean, if you go to Google tone deaf right now, a link to her video pops up. For God's sake, she starts off with a close-up shot of her push to start.
Even if I can only inspire one person, I will have done what I was put on this earth to do.
It's so
what would this inspire them to do? Is a real question. What would this inspire us to do? What would be the inspiration? I don't even know. I really don't know. I don't know.
Shallow, and doesn't even mention the reason she left social media in the first place. If she truly cared for Jack, like she
heavily victimized herself. If she didn't do that, people probably would have had a better reception of her.
Claiming this video would at the very least mention him instead of only making it about her. Sienna lists
silly TikTok dances and showing unedited photos of myself
as ways she inspires.
Oh, that's what it is. She's showing unedited pictures of herself so that people know that she's a real girl battling with her own body image issues, which she probably is, but like dealing with body image issues. I think everybody does at that age. But obviously she's not like the premier person that would be experiencing body image issues.
People. Before launching into the worst dance moves a human being is capable of. Needless to say, this video...
Somebody choreographed that for her, by the way.
Convinced everyone she was innocent, Netflix put her back on the show, she gained over 4 million followers overnight, and everyone clapped. The reception was just what you'd expect, which is why she deleted it almost immediately after it came out. Although I guess...
Did she really? I remember watching. I didn't know that she deleted it.
She forgot to take it down from Instagram. Regardless, it was still liked by over 200,000 people, and starting in July, Sienna went back to posting as normal. Literally, like nothing happened. In fact, she even continued to grow in popularity.
She probably should have just like took the break and then came back and then not responded and said anything. Honestly, because when it comes to an allegation like this, like you really can't do public opinion bullshit piece on it. This is like a really like this is quite a conversation to have. So
during this time too, getting more brand deals, probably because she thanked them in the apology video.
And more than anything, I'm beyond thankful for my family, friends, partnerships, and supporters.
It's like she's banking on the support from the side of her audience who doesn't know about the allegations, or at least not the full extent of them. Either these people had never gotten the full picture or didn't believe the allegations.
I don't think that's true, man. This is a hot take, and I'm sorry, but I think a lot of older people looked at this and been like, "This is like shitty," but this is like so normal, and they didn't care. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I think that a lot of people have been in a situation like this, and so they weren't as super empathetic towards Jack Wright. I know it sounds horrible and shitty, but that's where a lot of people would probably think. They're like, okay, well, this is not great, but like, this is a lot of this shit is teenagers. This situation is teenagers plus money, which is something that normally doesn't happen. Teenagers plus money and like public appeal. And so like, again, Jack Wright gets put basically, in my opinion, like pigeonholed in this weird scenario where like he has to play off a relationship with her because his job is telling him to. It's weird that nobody holds the job accountable, or like the paparazzi kind of a thing that were like the ones that encourage them to kiss. Nobody holds them accountable in any capacity. It's weird.
Clinging on to their favorite comfort creator and tuning out all the negativity. Because that's all it really was, right? An elaborate plot by Jack's friends to expose Sienna for something she didn't do and sink her career out of frivolous spite. A warped reality Sienna peddled to her followers up until January 2022, when Jack Wright broke his silence.
I wanted to share.
One thing that was weird, and I'm just going to say because I remember, is that he teased this for a while. He kept teasing that it was kind of fucked up to say. But he would every once in a while would kind of like say something or make a TikTok that was like teasing his response to it. And it comes off a little performative. I think that it was more that he never really wanted to necessarily talk about it publicly, but he kind of got put into a situation where he was forced to talk about it at some point. But it did come off as a little bit bizarre,
Share what I went through with Sienna and my side of the story.
On the 20th of January this year, almost 8 months since the allegations first came out, Jack Wright released his own official video response addressing Sienna directly, in a statement titled, "What Sienna Mae Did to Me."
This all started when my friend came out with a tweet because he was worried about me. He actually witnessed a bunch of times what Sienna did to me.
Speaking on his experiences with Sienna, explaining how difficult it's been to open up, and that he didn't want his response video to be as aggressive as Sienna.
And it's like one of the fucked up things is he was like a lot of time. He mentioned that it happened constantly. It's just so fucked, man. It's like one of those things. Like again, it just screams like a boundary issue of like Sienna, somebody who pushes boundaries, versus Jack, somebody who didn't Jack and their friends who didn't realize it was as bad as it was for a long time. That's what it really screams to me.
Jack also confirms here that they were always clearly just friends, and far from anything relationship-wise off camera.
I can't believe that. I'm not trying to be I just don't believe that. I don't think that that's honest. I don't think that that's sincere. I think that there's a mixture between Jack feeling possibly like if he said that he consented to some form of a relationship, that makes everything acceptable. And I also I think that part of it is he's looking back and he's interpreting. This is what we all do after we get out of a relationship. We look back and we interpret things the way that we want to interpret them. A lot of times we're very subjectively speaking about shit, you know? So I don't believe that. It's an impossible thing. It cannot be true based on what we see where they're constantly teasing relationships. So I just don't believe that.
I just want to clarify that we both knew that we were just friends. She was seeing and talking to other guys in LA all the time, and I just thought of her as a good friend. We were making videos, we were making dance trends, we had fun. It was just strictly friends, and we both knew that.
But this is where I want to give a quick trigger warning. To anyone who may be put off by brief mentions of abuse, Jack does go a bit further into detail here, and even makes some new allegations that hadn't been brought up by his friends. So feel free to skip to the timecode on screen if you aren't comfortable with such mentions.
So the first incident where Sienna crossed boundaries, it was after filming. We went into the room. I was just chilling on my phone on the bed, and she got naked, completely naked, nothing on, and straddled me when I was literally just chilling on the bed. But I didn't know what to do in the situation because it was just random and weird. Quickly told her, Sienna, get off. We're just friends. Stop. The next morning, where she was like, I'm so sorry for doing that. I don't know what went through my head. I had to clarify again that I didn't like her that way. We were just friends. She said sorry, that was it.
But that wasn't the end of it. Jack alludes to these incidents persisting, leading up to the video we all saw.
These type of things kept happening. She would do something and I would forgive her, and she said it wouldn't happen again, and we would go on making fun videos. After all those type of things kept on happening, the Hawaii incident happened.
Jack can confirm that he was in fact passed out, unconscious, almost the whole night, and that Sienna had taken advantage of him in his most vulnerable state. He's appreciative of his friends for stepping in, and that they captured what little evidence there was. Because after that occurred, the two would get into another dispute at a party, where she got jealous and mad that he was flirting with girls, even though he made it clear he wanted nothing romantic with her. She allegedly pulled him into a room.
My understanding is that she made the claim that he did the same thing to him, which sounds if you read, she had a response. I'm sure he gets into this. She makes a response. It's a really long. Does he not get into it? Okay, he does. He gives where and again, it's word for word, obviously, at the situation, but where he would do the same thing to her. They would try to make each other jealous, and it's I tend to believe that. It makes sense to me that these two would be in some kind of a pseudo relationship. It's just the most commonsensical thing, you know.
Screamed at him, then tried to make out with him before he told her to leave. Two friends escorted her out of the party since she had also been causing additional problems that night, but resorted to jumping and rolling out of a moving vehicle to get back to Jack, who was hiding from Sienna in the house. According to him, her parents had to come get her.
So two friends wanted to take her home, and while the car was moving, she jumped out of the car, rolled, and said, I have to get back to Jack. So I ran back to the house, and I was hiding from her, and I was just waiting for her parents to finally pick her up. Looking back now, I don't know why I stayed friends with her, stayed around her. I truly thought she was gonna change for some reason. I feel like she'd say she had so much love for me and that she truly cared for me, and then the next night she would do something like that.
It got to a point that Sienna was fully aware of Jack's boundaries, yet continued to cross them, ranting to friends that Jack didn't like her back, despite the fact that she turned around to pursue other guys. All of this is alleged, I have to say. But things get even more intense when Jack alleges Sienna would break into his house in the middle of the night.
She would constantly come to my house, remember my door codes. It got to the point where I had to start screaming at her, get out of my house, because I was so sick of her just
Yeah, my understanding is that was the hype house he was living in. So she had all the codes to the house. That doesn't make it okay. It establishes another boundary issue. But the way that we're saying it, it's a little bit inaccurate. My understanding, that was a hype house. The hype house loved Sienna Mae. I think they wanted her to be part of it, but she didn't want to be part of it. But she wanted to be in proximity of it. And so they liked her a lot because she brought them a lot of attention. That was the whole thing. And you know what else brought them attention is when they played up the relationship, which is why the hype house would would constantly press this relationship, you know?
Breaking into my house. I would wake up and see her car just sitting outside at like 2 in the morning. She would break into my house, and when I was sound asleep, she'd come to my room, and I'd wake up to her hand in my pants. And it wasn't like the only time it happened too. I was so like used to it. I was so used to it that I don't know, it was just like normal for me that I didn't think there was such like a problem at all. Like part of me wants to blame myself for being nice and sticking around after so many times. But now I realize that I was stuck in this like manipulative cycle of her acting like she extremely cared about me, and then that night she would do stuff to me, and it was just so normal for me. I got used to it.
Painting a horrific picture of waking up in the middle of the night with Sienna in his room, her hand down his pants. Occurrences that were so frequent, he saw them as normal. There was one time he describes in which Sienna had broken in once again during the middle of the night and was kicked out of his room after touching his crotch area and attempting to make out with him. He finally locked her out of the room and fell asleep on the floor, in his own words.
Same old. I'd say, Sienna, stop, go back to the couch, Sienna, stop. So I like locked the door, she was trying to get in, and I literally just slept on the floor, and she finally went to bed. It's like very awkward the next morning, and she'll say sorry, and I'm like, Sienna, this happens so many times. Like, you do not respect boundaries. You just...
You know, I honestly question how much alcohol was involved here, because you know they're not going to say it. But like, it's very likely that, actually I just thought, it's very likely that they would drink a lot. And then when she's probably a horrible drunk. Because that situation where he was passed out, why do you think he was passed out? Do you think he was passed out because he had a rough day? He was fucking drunk. Like, we know that he was drunk, and we know that she was, like, I mean, maybe we don't know. But they're all having parties, and they're all under the age. And they're having these parties, it seems like, sometimes at the fucking hype house. And so it seems like we're removing evidence that would heavily incriminate the hype house. Right? Because we don't want to make them look bad. But like, I just simply don't believe that like they were very likely really drunk. Like if you're saying, I don't really know if I believe Sienna Mae jumped and rolled out of the car. What she had said is that she just got out of the car when it was stopped at a stop sign. But if you're gonna make that argument that she got stopped, drop, and rolled, do you think somebody that was sober would do that? No. The question is how much drinking is involved, and how much of this drinking is involved at the hype house. And like, what, you know, were the real adults in the situation? Like, where were they? Right?
Oh my god.
Her family even planning their own trip to...
Papa, do you think that there's an aspect of there being so little coverage of men being sexually assaulted by women that content creators are trying to play this up to make an example out of it? Maybe. I think that there's a lot of guys who identify in some capacity with girls being shitty to them, and I think a lot of the experience of a lot of guys is like girls that are shitty to them, probably just as shitty to them, which that's not what I'm saying about this scenario, but the general collective experience of men is like a girl being as shitty to them as they are to like them, but people don't like believe them because they're a girl. Kind of a thing, because like they're a girl, and girls generally come off as innocent and whatnot. And so a lot of guys are like, yeah, you know, they're I think that there's like a lot of people that are like, look, we have like a girl victim, and we don't want, or a girl, excuse me, we have like a girl aggressor, and we don't want her to like get away with it. Yeah, I think that there's probably some like projecting there, because like look at the Johnny Depp Amber Heard situation. Like she seems like she seems worse than Johnny Depp, but there are areas where Johnny Depp seems to be kind of shitty, where he would constantly get like drunk or take pills or even do cocaine or something, and then be shitty towards Amber Heard. And again, I think that she's worse than him, but like nobody wants to talk about that. Like when she was talking about like the potential sexual assault, I've never seen a collective group of people that that said you were never sexually assaulted in my entire life. I've never the same people who are always saying like we need to believe all victims aren't even sitting back and like considering the idea that maybe Johnny Depp did like a shitty thing to Amber Heard. You know what I mean? And I think that there's a little bit of that in there. I think so. You know, I think that there's a little bit of a feeling of underrepresentation when it comes to like male victims, where like people are almost, I guess, overcompensating. You know, because this Johnny Depp thing's going crazy, and I think Amber Heard's like a piece of shit. But like, you know, you see Amber Heard with like some bruises on her face, and then people are like, "Oh, you faked it," or it's like, "Holy shit!" Like, you know, I understand this is the court of public appeal or opinion, but like, we could take a step back, we could breathe, and we could try to be objective. You know, I'm not saying Amber Heard's a victim here. I'm just saying that like people have like completely lost their shit. So it's true.
To Hawaii around the dates they knew Jack's family would be there, and his father.
Meanwhile, if you do have a guy that's like as toxic, like look at Marilyn Manson, it's fucking scum piece of shit. A lot of people were like, yeah, but you should know how he is, kind of a thing, and like they give him like a more of a pass for having like horrible interaction. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. They're just removing the nuance from it.
When Sienna went back home before Jack, he didn't even want to go because he knew she'd find a way to be around him. To Jack, it felt like being caught in an endless cycle of Sienna always doing whatever she could to ignore boundaries and take advantage of him. This is the part where things went public, thanks to Mason's tweet. Once the allegations were out there, Jack was met with similar testimonies from guys who had allegedly
she made me really uncomfortable. I was drunk, sleeping on the couch, and woke up, told me saying, what the fuck, because she had just gone on top of me, was sleeping on me. Yeah, people basically saying the same thing. These were all very random. I don't know how much I believe all of these. They were basically saying that she would go to a party and then she would like try to kiss people. Maybe that happened, and it would show that like Sienna Mae thinks that she's like attractive enough, and she's like, you have to like me, so I'm gonna like violate your boundary. But it's also hard to say because like these are all random people. I don't even think he knew who they were, and like I'm not saying that he lied, but like we don't, you know, I don't really know what they were. I don't know what these people were saying. You know, like, are these reputable people? Or, you know, you get a bunch of people in the DMs, like, affirming the way that you feel sometimes when you're a content creator. So they might have been like, yeah, I was at a party with Sienna. It's just hard to say, you know?
Had their own experiences with Sienna in LA. Jack ended his own testimony by saying the following.
We don't want her to hurt anybody else. We don't want anyone to go through that experience. I don't think I'll ever be the same person I was before Sienna. I don't know if she'll ever be sorry. I don't know if she'll ever learn from what she did or she'll ever admit to what she did. But I just don't want her to do this to other people.
Just days later, Sienna then put out another statement, definitely drafted by a legal team, which I will not be reading in full because it's just too long, but
I remember I read it in full.
I give you the highlights. Unfortunately, Jack Wright continues his campaign to slander Sienna Mae Gomez with further false accusations. His latest falsehoods in a highly edited video show that once again Jack is making a calculated action to hinder, hurt, and harm not only Sienna's reputation and livelihood, but her as an individual human being as well. Sienna unequivocally denies these accusations, as written in the statement. Other than spreading falsehoods about Sienna online, Jack has taken no action. There has been no police investigation, not even a police report to our knowledge. No charges, no private lawsuit, and no contact between Sienna and Jack or their respective legal teams.
I remember I read it, and then she was trying to recontextualize, in her opinion, and like again, this is person versus person, like some of the interactions that they had together. It's something to read. I read it. You can look at my video on it. You know?
Many months.
I think the problem is that people don't like Sienna Mae for obvious reasons because she's a shitty person, honestly, and so they don't really look at what she's saying as honest in any capacity. I think that's probably a big part of it.
There's always Sienna's desire and intention to handle this privately versus in the court of public opinion, which I just have to stop. Doesn't make sense because of the sheer amount of statement.
It kind of does make sense. Oh, I guess what you're saying.
She's made, but regardless.
Well, she probably, like, there was a statement made against her, so she responded, and then she wanted to take it, because now she has to respond to, like, the court of public appeal, and then, you know, she would want to be like, okay, let's take this offline and like deal with this in private because it's probably more nuanced than that. And then there's going to be, again, this is like a typical breakup situation where you're going to have two different people who are going to interpret things after they're not together anymore in the best way. The way that people tend to look at interactions, especially with people that they've cut off in the past, is they look at it based on the way that they feel rather than the way that what necessarily happened. Like, so for instance, what will happen is let's say that there's an event that you shared with this person and you remember that how you felt in that event. And then after that event is over and you look back at it, you remember the way that you felt, and then you remember some of the details of the situation. So you reconstruct the situation around the way that you felt, plus the details that you remembered, even if those details aren't 100% accurate. That tends to be what happens a lot with people.
She would never want to sensationalize or degrade the seriousness of the situation. Sadly, Jack's blatant disregard for the truth has left us with no choice but to address these claims publicly. They go on to deny his claims that she broke into his house, and saying that Jack and his collaborators have attempted to utilize blatant slut-shaming culture to justify their fictitious claims and have effectively victimized a successful woman of color in a way that regrettably we have seen many times before, all in an effort to use her suffering as a catalyst for their own personal gain, which is just an amazing final sentence. sentence.
Yeah, they said something about her being a person of color.
Jack
Weird.
then coming out with his own counter-response to Sienna's response, reiterating that every word in his video is still the truth and that he hopes she continues to get the help she needs so this never happens.
This is an interesting response. I actually didn't see this response. So I truly appreciate Sienna's acknowledgement that she made mistakes and that she did not fully understand consent. It is a step in a positive direction. I believe Sienna is struggling to face the truth and the harmful, painful choices she made.
That every word
This is actually a very insanely mature response from Jack Wright.
in his video is still the truth and that he hopes she continues to get the help she needs so this never happens again.
Yeah, that like reads, that's a very, honestly, incredibly,
Sentence. With Jack,
that's a very mature response from Jack Wright about like the nuances of sexual assault culture. That is what it says to me.
Then come
separately to everybody who has reached out to me over the past few days. Thank you. I'm deeply moved and support. Oh, no one deserves to. Okay, no one deserves to suffer. And then he links Rain. Okay.
Coming out with his own counter response to Sienna's response, reiterating that every word in his video is still the truth and that he hopes she continues to get the help she needs so this never happens again. From there, things went quiet on Sienna's end. She stopped being active for the first time since June, but Sienna
I don't think that she's posted since like January.
Wouldn't be gone forever. In fact, it wasn't long before she reared her head yet again, responding to the heavy claims on a Barstool podcast. You can't make this up.
Wow, I didn't even know that happened.
On February 23rd, 2022, Sienna Mae returned to the public eye with an appearance on the BFFs podcast hosted by Dave Portnoy.
Wow, wait, is that like a real thing? Hold on. I didn't even, well, obviously it is. Let's see. The BFF podcast. Wow. I didn't even know that. I think I'm going to watch that.
Okay.
I think I have to watch that, but I'm going to watch it obviously after I'm done with this segment, and then because this, if it's a good faith interpretation from Dave Portnoy, I would understand, because from what I remember, Dave Portnoy had an issue where he would interact with girls that were younger, like 20, 22, legal age, where he enjoyed casual, very intense, rough sex with girls, and he seemed to be rather upfront about it, but they didn't understand the severity of what he liked until they were in the situation, and a lot of them didn't like the interaction, but it wouldn't be considered sexual assault. It was like a really harsh, it was like a scenario where they went into it and they didn't say no, stop, because they felt like afraid to say no, stop, because he was an older guy and like he liked it rough and they thought that he might hurt them, but like he wouldn't do that. I remember him talking about it, so that's another conversation about sexual assault culture. I don't know if I'd consider what he did sexual assault, but you'd consider it a situation where like of not creating a situation where like not creating an atmosphere where somebody feels comfortable with saying no, and at the same time acknowledging an issue with hookup culture where like you're with somebody that you might know, but you don't know them deeply enough to comfortably engage with intense sexual encounters like that. So I could see why he would look at that and kind of brush it off, if that's what he did, and we don't know yet.
CEO of Barstool Sports, who you may remember as a proud investor of the infamous crypto coin SafeMoon, which turned out to be a worthless pyramid scheme. Or you may recall the time he threatened to fire and sue his employees on the spot for wanting to unionize. Or you may know his abundant legal history. Whatever the case may be, Dave Portnoy, alongside his co-hosts, who are half his age, brought Sienna back on the program.
There's a lot of bad faith in Portnoy here, huh? I mean, I get it. It's fine. It's just funny.
After having her on just a year prior for an episode that definitely aged well. In this episode, Sienna doesn't even appear until the 30-minute mark. Everything before that is just
J. Cole, Travis Scott, Harriet Tubman.
Let me get a
replay. Hey, I don't even see
Tubman.
what's wrong with Harriet Tubman or Tubman.
You said Harriet Tubman.
What's the name? Tubman?
Yes.
Eventually, introduced alongside her lawyer and so-called forensic expert, Sienna already starts off on a bizarre note, as Dave is quick to point out at the beginning of the interview.
I came in and I was like, holy shit, am I in the right Zoom room?
Yeah.
What is going on?
So is this your choice or their choice to be like, we want to be on the call with you?
It's a little intimidating, I feel you, but no.
I don't think so. I don't know who the fuck is running her shit, but like from like I guess an optics perspective, she needs to fire her team, because if you're gonna come back for the first time, it's not a good idea to come back with like a Dave Portnoy as like your this will be the guy that'll help me look good. It just isn't. This isn't a reputable a person that would like understand the depths of like sexual assault culture in a way where it's like, yeah, I saw what happened and like it seems shitty, but like you know, how do you feel about it? Do you feel like when you look back now, even though you didn't intend to do this, do you feel like you can understand how you did that? That would have been a better space for her to go. I don't know where you could do that. That's like large as Dave Portnoy. I don't know if anybody would actually take that perspective in like a way that was like not super like anti. That's probably what it is. I don't think anybody would have brought her on, and like most people would have brought her on and like ridiculed her and kind of like just like dove into her, which probably wouldn't, I mean, yes, I could have done that myself. Yeah, I could have, but like obviously I have a small platform, so. But I don't think anybody, like I think the first thought is like Ethan H3, but I don't think that he would have brought her on and had like a nuanced conversation with her. I don't think that I don't know if he's not capable of it, or more that like he would use it more as an opportunity to be like, hey, I'm a good person. You know what I mean?
I want to talk about my emotional state, and like I feel like what I want to touch on is like how I'm doing and like the emotional questions that I know you guys are gonna ask. But as for like the legal and like the so what's going on questions, that's for them to answer, because like I don't want to. I don't want to butcher anything. This is all like now it's serious, like social media.
Okay, yeah. So just ignore the question altogether then.
Well, that's in her defense from a legal perspective. Like she has to speak in a certain way now that it's become like very open and very like a legality type of a situation. Like I mean, again, like it's just the way that things would have to work. If somebody could accuse you of sexual assault, obviously you're going to defend yourself. And from a legal perspective, you obviously have to refrain from certain questions. You know what I mean?
There's been absolutely nothing by way of an investigation or any kind of legal proceeding filed. Honestly, at the end of the day, this is all just a video online.
Sienna's wonderful and amazing.
Yeah, there's multiple reasons. Like the reason that he probably didn't push for anything is probably because he doesn't want to get her in trouble. So he's not going to like sue her. He probably was just upset. I think his friends kind of like pushed, like forced this situation online to have him come out and have to talk about it. And then so like he had to respond to it. I think he was kind of put in a situation where he was forced to respond to it, but he didn't want her to get her in like any real legal trouble,
Amazing and very likable lawyer comes out of the gate by clarifying at the beginning that there is no current legal proceeding going on. So it almost makes you wonder why there's even a lawyer present then. In fact, I do have to give props to Dave in this one instance for raising that very question.
If there hasn't been a legal issue, like why are you here? She can't, like there's nothing going on. She could theoretically answer for herself.
Because obviously there have been allegations made after so long of just going back and forth online, and it's all just social media talking back and forth. It was time to actually bring in some professionals who are.
It's probably one of those things where like if they're afraid that if she misspeaks on the scenario, then there might be a lawsuit that could be generated out of an inappropriate way that she talked about it, if that makes sense. To be absolutely honest with you, the potential threat of the looming threat of a lawsuit might prevent her from actually publicly acknowledging the shitty thing that she did, if that makes sense. Because then it's like, oh my God, I might get sued. I have to double down. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but
we're going to talk about what's really real.
It got a weird response. It's not like she knows the situation any better than, say, Jack would. So I'm not sure why she's even giving herself so much credibility when there isn't a legal proceeding happening. To me, it just feels like an intimidation tactic. And as she said, she does feel like it'll quiet people down.
Do you think you bringing in the lawyer team and everything, do you think that's going to bring more attention to the situation, or do you think that's to like kind of quiet people down? Or it's going to quiet people down?
I think it is going to quiet people down, because it's just like, I literally have my lawyer sitting right here next to me telling you guys and whoever.
How does she have the money for a lawyer? How much could she possibly have made? And you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
I'm gonna see this now, that there's nothing being done. Like, I just kind of like, all right, I'm gonna let my team like just talk about this one and kind of like take this one.
If that's the same team that told you to do the interpretive dance, I'm thinking you should probably be worried. Something interesting I noticed is when Sienna said this.
What was your initial reaction to Jack? Like, did you reach out to him? What did you say? What was that conversation? There was nothing?
So I haven't talked to him in literally since our last trip to Hawaii together. The last time I literally saw him was before I got on my flight, and we haven't talked since.
I cannot imagine why Sienna would not personally or privately reach out to Jack after the initial claims came out.
Probably like a legal thing. And I think that she made it like she was annoyed because he didn't like come out and like confirm or deny the allegations. Which, probably because, again, we were talking about it, probably because he didn't necessarily want them to move forward, but then also because like he probably was upset with Sienna.
Even before his...
And she was probably like mad, be like, oh, he fucking basically is, kind of supporting like a false allegation. And it's her perspective. I don't think it was a false allegation, but...
Statement. When it was just his friends making the claims, what could possibly compel Sienna, if she were truly innocent, to not reach out to Jack behind closed doors in an attempt to figure out what's going on? None of that makes sense to me. Sienna then goes on to weirdly admit that she had hopes of marrying Jack. When the two had never even gotten to the point of dating, he made it clear he did not want to be with her, and she still persisted, according to what's been claimed.
I like really, really loved him, and I was like, I'm gonna get married to this guy. Like, this is the one. Like, I was so stoked on him.
I gotta watch that. I have to watch this conversation next.
He like was loving making the content because of like the views that it would get, and it would get a ton of views on my accounts too. I think we both kind of like saw that as a business transaction. I was personally, between us, like super into it, and he knew that I was, and I think he also knew that he wasn't, and that's where things got messy.
Did you realize he wasn't into it and you were still pursuing it, or you didn't realize?
We would kiss. Also, I just want to reiterate, we never had sex. We literally never did anything other than kiss.
Sienna likes to emphasize that the two had never had sex, as if this was ever something Jack claimed, and I'm surprised Sienna keeps harping on it, even with her lawyer sitting right next to her. She absolutely cannot, for some reason, answer Dave's question of, well, did you know he wasn't
into it and you were still pursuing it?
Instead, all of her answers are keeping the best interests of Sienna in mind, and how she was misled the entire time. Even though from what she's describing, it doesn't sound to me like he had any intentions of pursuing a relationship outside of the romantic TikToks.
It was interesting. Like, my initial reaction when I saw his long video is how cut up it was. It was like a jump cut every 2 seconds. But Bree brings up a good point. Like, why? Like,
why would he be posting 17-minute YouTube videos, like bawling his eyes out on the internet, if there was no truth behind what he was saying?
Look,
correct.
Here's the thing. I'm going to jump in again. Here's the thing. We can't speculate as to why he did it.
That was a very lawyer answer, you know.
Why he did it or what he thought of it. We can't speculate. But, you know, to Bree's point, they're nothing but statements. They're just statements.
After not knowing why Jack would cry in front of 20 million people in order to falsely slander Sienna's name, we reach the climax of the interview, where Sienna's forensic specialist breaks down the infamous video and analyzes it, basically writing everything off as too short to count as evidence in a court of law.
The National Center for Audio and Video Forensics was retained to perform an analysis on a cell phone video posted to social media.
Well, I mean, that's probably true, but...
I was asked if the video can be used as credible evidence of the accusations against Ms. Gomez. In short, no. The posted video is not credible evidence of these accusations. The video is not original. The video has been heavily altered. The video provides no context to
What the fuck? This is like, this response is heavily altered. What the fuck is this?
events. The video is not credible evidence of the accusations against Ms. Gomez.
It probably isn't, to be honest with
I
you.
feel like that was a bad CSI video. I mean, my instinct
true.
is people are going to be like, that's a guilty video. It felt like a bad movie.
Actually very funny, they shred this video in front of the guy who made it, but I have to say it's hard to deny the video is short and doesn't show the events leading up to and after what is taking place.
No, it doesn't. There's not a lot of context. And again, it doesn't even, I don't even know if it makes a claim that they're both fucking drunk there. You know what I mean? There's a lot of shit there. That would be a question that would be asked in courts. Like, were you guys drunk? And then you have to admit that you were like drunk and underage. And people are gonna be like, okay, you were drunk, and like that you. It's gonna be fucked up, but they're gonna discredit him for that because like, well, you were drunk, you shouldn't have done that. It's gonna be fucked up, which is really shitty to do, but.
Alleged assault. But this weird Fiverr looking edit isn't exactly helping her image. Going on to accuse someone out there, maybe even Jack, of botting her, in addition to really emphasizing how much hate she's been getting online since these allegations broke, with absolutely no care for Jack or the same horrible messages I have to assume he's been getting from her fans.
It's something that we've actually become kind of used to. We kind of shrug off, and of course there's botting going on. But I do want to make the point, it's illegal.
Are you insinuating that Jack did it? The botting?
Good question.
Yeah, we don't know who did it yet.
Wait, they're saying that he botted her to say kill herself? Okay.
I have to say the one thing
I doubt it. People are very mean on the internet, so they're gonna. If they think somebody's a predator, they're gonna be like, "Kill yourself." You know, that's pretty normal interaction.
Sienna may actually be good at is digging her grave even deeper, because throughout this entire video, she comes across as nothing but inauthentic and unnecessarily intimidating.
To be honest with you, weird cut. I think that the thing is that Sienna Mae, as a person, is just inauthentic. In all honesty, I think that Sienna Mae is an inauthentic person. And I think that that's part of the problem too, is that like you're never gonna watch like her response to the whole like you should eat fucking t-shirt. Inauthentic. She's an inauthentic person who filters all of her information through what she thinks will be the best way. She filters all of her information through a filter or through like a lens of what's gonna sound the best publicly, rather than like what is the right thing to say, if that makes sense.
It just isn't a good look. And even if we're going by the court of public opinion, one glance at the comment section would seem to indicate a loss on that front too.
He says, the last thing I would ever want to do is breach someone's boundaries, and for that I have become explicitly aware of the way I interact with others and will do better. I think she'll be more cautious going into the future because of this, but I still don't think she understands. Because someone talks to you about their boundaries. And
it takes a lot to understand this situation, to be honest with you, for a young person. I wouldn't doubt it. I honestly feel that way.
continue to break them. So it's not like boundaries had to come to your attention, like you knew. You just didn't do anything about it.
Sienna's responses throughout this entire situation have not been helping her at all. In my mind, everything she's tried to do here has backfired. The fact of the matter is, there are two conflicting narratives. One is that Sienna has been falsely accused of assault by a man who manipulated and led her on by intentionally giving her mixed signals, only to
not for nothing. I don't think that that's a reasonable, because you're extrapolating that claim from what she had said, where she would like kind of lead him on. But I feel like using the word manipulative is assigning a feeling to Sienna that she never really expressed. I don't remember her ever saying that she felt like Jack Wright was being a manipulative person. Maybe I need to watch that interview, but it seemed more like he would give her mixed signals. I don't think that he was trying to be manipulative. I think that he was just like distraught. I don't know if she's ever claimed that he was actively being manipulative. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm gonna have to watch that video, but I just don't think that makes her perspective seem so sinister. Where I think her perspective is just like, I didn't do anything. He was leading me on, and that gave me like false signals or something, right?
To maliciously launch an attack on her reputation in the end, or that Sienna is not the person she claims so adamantly to be online, that her issues with boundaries far surpass the smaller extent to which she's described so fleetingly in interviews, that she repeatedly chose to take advantage of Jack Wright when he was at his most vulnerable, keeping him at arm's length no matter where they went due to her bizarre, ignorant, and selfish infatuation with a boy who clearly didn't reciprocate feelings. I personally believe the latter. After everything Jack has said and personally testified against, it's hard for me to look at this video as anything other than the truth, even if saying that could get me crucified by Sienna's legal team. However, the one truth that remains absolutely undisputed is that Sienna Mae has dug her own grave. Whether it be with weak video responses or a complete interpretive dance to the lyrics "I'm young and did nothing wrong," it doesn't matter how young and inexperienced Sienna was when she goes to such extreme lengths to keep Jack and her critics at bay, as to not damage the precious reputation.
Well, of course people are gonna, that's people's first response is gonna be to do that. I'm just saying.
She's built on a mountain of lies and sick dance moves.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, I think that was a pretty good video. Part of it, I tend to like. I don't know if I have to disagree. Listen, here's let me wrap it up. What I pretty much said from the beginning is like, listen, I think this is a situation where you have a girl with like boundary issues interacting with a guy. This is something that's probably more common than we like to think of, like a weird scenario where they were like in some kind of like a dating thing, but not. She wanted it. He didn't seem to, but he also seemed to be very heavily encouraged by the atmosphere around him, like people's public opinion, plus the hype house to maintain a relationship because she was a bigger content creator than I think most of the people in that hype house, and she brought them a views, money, and attention. And so Jack Wright was put in a situation where he felt like shitty and violated. I think that he was robbed of the ability to actually process this information correctly as well, because I think his friends, who also, and his brother, who also didn't originally seem to understand that it was that bad, or as bad as it was, they knew it was uncomfortable, but they never like explicitly like set a hard boundary. I think that I think that there was an aspect there. I think that people moved forward and released this before Jack was like, you know, ever really sat down and was able to like feel it correctly, and they kind of encouraged him to come public and then like talk about these things in this weird situation. You know, ultimately, I don't think that Sienna Mae is a predator. I don't think that she's a great person. I don't really care if she has a platform or not. But I think that there's basically like a nuanced conversation to have here about like the typical aspect of rape culture in America, and that is scenarios where somebody puts somebody in a situation where they violate them without knowing that they've done that. That's mostly what I think. I know that doesn't generally align with the way people talk about this. I know a lot of people don't like hearing stuff like that because they want like 100% affirming in one way or the other. But just like everybody else, when you have an interaction, and this is going to come down to their way that they talk about the situation is going to be in a way that's as in defense of how they felt at the time as possible. So honestly, whether you like it or not, there's a truth in there in the middle. It's probably aligns closer to the way that Jack Wright felt, but they both had interactions with each other. They both had feelings on those interactions, and now they're recalling those interactions, and they're going to advocate for their position the best that they can. So we're never going to get like a perfect representation of what happened, because they're going to like work off of more how they felt about it, rather than like what necessarily actually happened. And part of that's because they just forgot. They were probably a series of instances that, you know, made them feel a particular way, both sides, and they're going to hold on to those feelings. And they're also both, especially Sienna, seems to be very ignorant of other people's feelings. So, okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then I will be right back, and we'll do some more stuff. Okay. Got $2 from 143 Bunzy. Just to encourage donations, here's my last $2. Well, thank you. You don't have to give me the last of your money, though. And then Smoobert Elizabeth, $2, says, Papa Nut. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so I wonder... This is their podcast, yeah? So I would assume that means that we shouldn't get DMCA'd if we watch this. Get rid of that. So that's what we're gonna do. Let me set the stream up for this. Because we're gonna watch this while like we play something. This way we have like a little, you know. I wanted to give full attention to the video. They have such a long-winded name. What the fuck? How am I?
What's up, boys and girls? Welcome to the BF.
How am I supposed to put that in here? What the fuck? How do I put this? Where do I put this? This is so long. What am I supposed to do with this? Do I put it here? What the fuck do I do here? Insane. $5 from a meal. I just wanted to get noticed. Very good. Thank you, brother. Or sister. Or thister. You know how it goes. I guess this works. This is weird. I want to watch this. Balls in my face. Fantastic. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Dude, I feel like Star Wars is always so fucking ridiculous. Oh, that's so weird. Like, the way that it's showing on the stream is, like, better. Oh, no, it's not. It's not better at all. I just have to set this up, which means I have to fucking shoot myself in the face. Let me see how the audio is, though.
Okay, another...
Yeah, I think that audio is good. Alright. Gotcha. I just have to window mode, turn that off, and then I have to go back and turn it on so that the window is actually working. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, guys. Here we go. So we just watched that Sienna Mae video by Aubrey. Aubrey? I don't know how to say things. Anyway. What we got here, though, is apparently in that there was an interview with Mike Portnoy and a bunch of other people a while ago in February. I never even knew about this, where she kind of like comes out and responds and talks about it. So we're going to watch this, and we're going to see what she has to say after her long-awaited return, because we were so excited for her to come back. We were all really looking forward to it.
Okay, another episode of BFF. Special guest, Sienna Mae, second time on
Very
BFF.
special.
Obviously, this one.
A little different.
Not as great circumstances. It's the first time we had you on. And I was saying before Josh joined, we got quite the setup. I don't even know how it'll look when we do it, because we have two lawyers, right? Your lawyers are on here.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So I actually have my lawyer here. Her name's Julie Gershik. And then I have a video forensic expert, and he's basically just going to be talking about the video. But yeah.
Okay. So unless this has been like ongoing drama, obviously, on social media, TikTok, with you and Jack, and the video that we saw, which was what? This was, I feels like a long time ago now, October 2000. And no, when did the video come out?
You know what's interesting? There's one of my common complaint with things like TikTok and Twitter is that the morality of TikTok and Twitter are run by children. And that a lot of times gets in the way when we have some of these conversations. Just fundamentally, like, you know, for instance, we look at something like the Call Me Carson situation, where it's like people are, oh my God, this is grooming. It's like a 17 and a 19-year-old. It's like, Jesus, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Because a lot of times young people, not super educated on a lot of things. And a lot of that comes through like a lack of experience on particular things. So they speak poorly on it. And so like that's probably one of the reasons why the Sienna Mae thing blew up the way it did. But then at the same time, we have a dated perspective on like SA culture that older people don't understand. And so in this scenario, that would be kind of where this lies under to an extent as well. So there's like a conflicting perspective where it would, if the morality of the internet was run by adults, they would probably underrepresent the negative and harmful impacts of this. So just wanted to bring that up.
I think it was June, or it was May 31st of 2021.
Okay, so yeah.
All June.
It's been going on for a while. Now,
Yeah.
as somebody, I'll start this way. As somebody who has been, I've been doing what I've been doing for 20 years, and I'd almost say I'm the league leader in controversy. Like, I've had people say things about me, which I vehemently deny, and it's been an ongoing, people love me, people hate me, everything. This look is unusual. I'm going to say that right off the bat because like having your lawyer and the forensic guy is weird. I've never done that, but it's your choice. But I do want to say
I came in and I was like, holy shit, am I in the
Okay.
right Zoom room?
Yeah.
What is going on?
I feel you.
Like I'm in court.
So is
Yeah, and I mentioned this in that Jay Aubrey video about Dave Portnoy's like allegations in the past with like, you know, misconduct. I looked into it, and it seems like one of those situations where like, you know, he's an older guy who likes more aggressive interactions, we'll say. And he would get girls who were consenting, right? They were to engage with him in like a casual scenario. But I don't think that they realized how like potentially aggressive they would have gotten. And I don't think that he also set a good enough like scenario for people to feel like they could like say like, hey, I don't like this anymore. I'm not saying that he like actually like was a predator in this scenario. I'm saying is that this is one of the problems with like interacting with somebody in like a casual type of scenario, because it gets like really difficult to feel out the boundaries of people like that quickly when you don't even know them. That's one of the problems with like casual culture, I guess, like, casual sex culture, that can make things like very, you know, iffy and like very gray area and very unfortunate.
this your choice or their choice to be like, we want to be on the call with you?
It's a little intimidating, I feel you, but no, I want to talk about my emotional state, and like I feel like what I want to touch on is like how I'm doing and like the emotional questions that I know you guys are gonna ask. But as for like the legal and like the so what's going on questions, that's for them to answer, because like I don't want to. I don't want to butcher anything. This is all like now it's serious, you know, like social media.
So,
yeah.
Along those lines, then, is there some sort of
this probably wouldn't have been the best place to go on to, but I guess there would be no other platform that would offer the ability to like talk to her and not instantly like be as negative as possible and give her like a little bit of benefit of the doubt to describe her situation. You know?
legal proceeding going on right now?
So I'm going to take that. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me on. No, and that's really the point. There has been no police report filed. There has been no police investigation. There's been no civil complaint filed. There has been absolutely nothing by way of an investigation or any kind of legal proceeding filed.
So it's like really interesting because a lot of times people will say something like that to dismiss, to be dismissive of like allegations. I think in this instance, what's happening is that I don't think that Jack Wright wants Sienna Mae to like get into some kind of illegal trouble, which is why he probably would never say anything. Even based on his like the end response that he gave was very mature, and like I don't think that she realized what she did, but she seems to be coming to terms with it, and you know, et cetera, and that's good basically that she's getting to that point. So I don't think he wants to get her in trouble. I'm not sure that he could at this point, you know, based on like the evidence that's very, I mean, it's you know, he said, she said, plus that video, which they say in this interview is like there's really nothing that they could do with it. So it does seem a little bit bizarre that she has like lawyers operating in this, like, you know, it just seems a little bit bizarre that she had like, that she lawyered up for this conversation.
Honestly, at the end of the day, this is all just a video.
Right. So then though, but then that begs the question, if there hasn't been a legal issue, like why are you here? She can't, like there's nothing going on. She could theoretically answer for herself.
Because obviously there have been allegations made, right? Obviously there have been legal allegations made. And at this point, after so long of just going back and forth online, and it's all just social media talking back and forth, it's time to actually bring in some professionals who are going to talk about what's really real. And what's real is that there's nothing out there.
Okay. I personally, again, as somebody, I think this almost makes it seem like something's real by involving legal when there is no legal, but that's just my take. Like, I always think it's better to hear from the horse's mouth. Like, I get
that. That makes
when
sense.
someone says, I can't speak on it, there's a legal proceeding going on, it'll be used in court. But there isn't. We're not there. So that's my personal off the jump with this. What's that?
I totally understand what you're saying.
Yes.
I totally understand what you're saying.
I don't think you do. I think the biggest problem is that she's a fucking kid that doesn't even understand what she did wrong still. And there's like, you know what? She probably shouldn't have even done this fucking interview. Like, I don't know if she really benefits that much from doing this. I don't really know. I don't know if there's any way that she could come on and like look good. I guess, yeah, if she was by herself, but I don't think that she's mature or understands enough like what she did wrong. I don't know. She's kind of like fucking shit out of luck regardless, I think.
I think that with how like blown out of proportion this has all got, it's now like to the point where I just like can't.
I mean, in everyone's defense, you did do an interpretive fucking dance. Like that was your defense was like, you know what, this situation happened. I'm gonna deny it, which makes sense, and then I'm gonna fucking dance. I'm gonna fucking dance to a song that's apparently about kissing boys. It's like this makes the most sense to me. It's like maybe blown out of proportion. I don't think you're doing yourself any favors, girl. You know?
Even like deal with this stuff anymore. Like it's literally just me kind of like focusing on my emotional state, and then as everyone's like, what's gonna happen next? Like, oh, she's 18 now. I turned 18 like a month ago. She's 18 now. Like, is something gonna happen? Like, I just kind of like, all right, I'm gonna let my team like just talk about this one and kind of like take this one.
It's interesting because Rock Turner, a guy who like dragged a girl behind a dumpster, I think they're both drunk, but she was passed out and like raped her. People were like more forgiving to her than Sienna Mae, which is really fucked up. I just wanted to bring it up.
It's just like not even worth it for me to, you know.
Yeah, and obviously, Josh Bree, feel free. I do think in a situation like this, and I've watched everything, I've seen everything, and we've said in the beginning what we felt, and I think we got crucified. I tended to be, I looked at it on my sense, like just a little.
I really appreciate you for that.
Well, and it wasn't even necessarily like because we met or spoken. I was just.
No, I don't think it was like a favor or anything.
Yeah, it was like if my girlfriend did that in a second.
Like,
I would never. It's a nothing issue to me. Like if I'm sitting there, my girlfriend climbs on me. Now there's been all dispute on where this is going back. I will.
Well, yeah, and that's what I was saying. That would be that's most of the adult perspective. Like if my wife did that too, but we have to understand that like it's different. You know, adults, like grown adults in a situation with established boundaries are different than like young people doing the same thing. And like I said, young people tend to like to try to imitate adult situations and relationships, which is probably why she thought that this was like an appropriate thing to do. But that doesn't make it an appropriate thing to do. You know.
Say the seriousness of these allegations both ways. I think it's kind of disgusting that it's being played out on social media when it's getting that serious, because those are serious things and nobody knows what's right and wrong. Like you said, there's nothing been filed. So, but it has gotten to this point. Even this interview is very unlike BFF, so we want to treat it delicately.
Yeah. Well, especially because I feel like when you just keep bringing this attention kind of to this, not you necessarily saying, I just mean like when people keep bringing the attention to the situation, it just gotta fuck up two people's mental health. Like you and Jack can't be in the greatest mental health place when it's like this stuff is just constantly being brought online and just being talked about, and then everyone's giving their
man. I feel like that's a big issue with like the Jack Wright part is, again, I don't think that he wanted to necessarily come out with it, and you might be like, well, it's the right thing to do because he didn't come out with it first, and then he didn't talk about it till like a year later, and you might be like, well, it's the right thing to do, and it's like, well, not to be a fucking dickhead, but someone else's trauma is not your response, or it's not your responsibility to talk about, you know. And it's the truth. Like if somebody has like a thing, if somebody was like in your friend group was like sexually assaulted, and the way that they want to handle it because it's best for them is to not come publicly with it, that's their prerogative, man. And I've been in a situation where, like, you know, I'm not gonna get too much into my scenario with my, you know, where like my wife has like an issue. I'm not gonna talk about it in specifics. But where there's aspects where like you get angry when you hear things, or and you're like, oh, I'm upset about this. This upsets me. I'm angry, and then the conversation shifts on how way that you feel about the situation rather than the way that person felt about it. And this is like I think it was an issue. I don't think that Jack Wright really wanted to come out with this, and I don't think that they should have. He should have been the one, if he wanted to talk about it first, but it doesn't seem like he wanted to. And I don't think that we talk about that because it seems like his friends were having a response to the situation, and they were deciding to like personalize it. And like, I feel shitty about this. You should too. We're going to talk about it now. When he's probably like, I don't really want to, but they still did it anyways. It's the right thing to do. But it's like, was that the best way for him to process this situation? Or did you feel bad about it, so you decided to force him to do something he may not have wanted to do?
Opinions on you and what you should do and how you should live your life, kind of.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, if I'm being totally honest, I literally haven't been on my phone the past month. Like,
oh, wow.
I know that there's been like thousands of like YouTube videos, TikTok videos about me and just who people think I am, and just talking about like just my character. And I haven't seen anything, and I just know that there's like, I don't know. It's like I obviously am not doing, you know, 100%, because how could you be when there's like just so much hatred, you know, and like literally just so much cyberbullying. Yeah, on both parts, I could totally.
Do you think like you bringing in the lawyer team and everything, do you think that's going to bring more attention to the situation, or do you think that's to like kind of quiet people down, or it's going to quiet people down?
I think it is going to quiet people down, because it's just like, I literally have my lawyer sitting right
I don't
here
think so.
next to me, telling you guys and whoever's going to see this.
She actually thinks that this is gonna help. Lawyers are so dumb because you know the lawyers are like, this is gonna help. Don't worry. Lawyers are scum pieces of shit. By the way, I'm having like an issue with the lawyer right now. They're fucking losers. But, no, this is just gonna make it worse. Like, you know, you might as well, you know, just do your thing at this point and just come back. Like, you're never gonna give a good response to it. So.
Now that there's nothing being done, like you can't just claim with no credible proof, because yeah, you guys have never had anything like this on BFF, because you probably never had, or very few, I don't even know, had people being accused of like an actual crime, like an actual.
Well, I think Dave.
I actually have been in a very similar in which there's no. I'm actually reverse. Like if people follow me, I'm actually suing. Like it's very unusual because I've been accused of things. Usually it's and it's so untrue that I am now suing the people saying it. I'm the one who initiated. So I get it. I totally get that. I don't know that and I was trying to prove a point. So I get the lawyer. I read through all and we'll get to all this stuff. A lot of it seemed like things you already said, but even backing up because I haven't heard you say it. What the strangest part of this to me, I guess, is like you and Jack, like when you were on with us, you guys seemed like two peas in a pod, the original.
Yeah, it seemed like you guys were like dating and everything, had like a relationship going.
So what, like, do you have, if you look back on this, are you at any point like, oh, I should have seen a red flag there, that something was off with this relationship, or are you totally caught off guard?
And were you guys actually dating or never actually dating?
No, so we never actually dated. And was I, sorry, you asked if I was like caught off.
It was like, it obviously, my guess is you didn't see this coming. So when you look back, were you like, maybe I should have seen a red flag in this relationship somewhere that alerted that something was drastically off between you two?
When all this dropped back in 2021, whatever, I was literally in shock. Like I was literally so just surprised at like what was being said, because it came from nowhere. In my opinion, I was like, this is literally just pulled out of thin air. And it was literally just as shocking to me as it was to everybody else on the internet.
What was your initial reaction to Jack? Like, did you reach out to him? What did you say? What was that conversation? There was nothing?
So I haven't talked to him and literally since our last trip to Hawaii together. The last time I literally saw him was before I got on my flight, and we haven't talked since.
So what was the delay between that video? When did that incident, the first, when the like quick rope supposedly, when did that come out versus when it happened?
Wait, I don't understand what you're saying.
Like, so
that video, when was that filmed? Like what day, like when in the year was that filmed versus when it was posted?
So that was filmed in November of 2020, and the claims or the tweet was posted in June of 2021. And then now it's February of 2022.
Got it. So when that came out, you didn't reach out to Jack, be like, what is this? Nothing.
Huh.
Well,
you
guys didn't reach out to you?
Well, because he didn't post it. So I was obviously furious. I've never been through anything like this. Last time I came on, you guys saw like little swirl girl, 16-year-old dancey TikTok girl. I was like, what? Like, I had no idea how to deal with any of this. I feel like I didn't reach out and even say anything because I was just like so emotionally like and personally like in shock that I didn't even think about like talking to anybody. I think I was just kind of more like.
So did you not text anyone or reach out to anybody, like even Jack's friends or something like that, being like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Like, I feel like this isn't right what you guys are like. Did you reach out to anyone at all?
I literally don't know. I think I maybe reached out to the guy who tweeted the tweet and was like, you know what you're saying is a lie. Like, I don't remember what I said, but I think I was just kind of like, what are you saying? Like, you know that's not true. Why are you talking about that on his behalf?
And then what does someone like Jack's friend or like say to that? Like, have you had any of them?
None of them ever responded.
None of them has ever responded. Okay.
The original, then, looking back on it, total shock. There was nothing where you're like, maybe something weird is happening between us that would. I don't think anyone could predict what happened, but that it just, I guess, red flags. Like, there's something going on, because you were making a ton of content with him, and even one of the things that stuck out to me, and again, the only truly people who know what happened are you and he.
You and Jack, yeah.
Yeah, that I was struck by him saying. He made it seem like this was repeated behavior, but then he kept making videos with you. Like, it's like he'd say something happened, and then you guys would hang out and make more videos. Almost my original.
I think that was probably because like they would do something. There was an issue where like she would push a boundary and be like, hey, stop. And then he would make videos because at the time he probably wasn't like individually by each one of these like super like, it was probably frustrating, but it wasn't something that was like relationship ruining, because he was like, oh, she's still not a bad person. Like I said before, like a lot of people who have a situation of where they're violated by somebody, a lot of times it's somebody they know, and they don't necessarily think that they're a bad person, which just makes it additionally kind of fucked up. So he's probably like, oh, she's not a bad person. She doesn't mean it. And like, I'm still going to be friends with her. I'm still going to do whatnot with her. And then there's the added aspect of like making money with her. There's a lot of shit going on here.
Thought, again, it's not an excuse either way. It's like, well, why do you keep doing this? Like, you're saying there's these things happening, you don't like it, it's uncomfortable, and then you make more content together. So there's anything in the lead up where you're like, this relationship is crumbling?
Well, okay, so I've said this before, but I was like,
and there is a general thing to say there. It's like, if you can, you should try to disconnect yourselves from situations like this. If you can. If you're feeling violated by somebody, even if they're in like a position where like you're making money with them, like you should try to disconnect yourself from it if you can. You know what I mean? I don't think that Jack was in a scenario where like an abused wife would be in, where she has her kids at home with the husband and he beats her. But if she left, dude, what are they gonna do? Go to a fucking women's shelter, and then they're gonna end up going back home after a period of time, because I don't think you could stay there for very long. And then it's one of those things where the pressures were more of like his job around it. I think a lot of that, the fact that they were friends, shit like that, because I think they were childhood friends.
Really loved him. Like, I've been in like 2 previous like long-term relationships, and I was like, I'm gonna get married to this guy, like this is the one. Like, I was so stoked on him, and he like was loving making the content because of like the views that it would get, and it would get a ton of views on my accounts too. I think we both kind of like saw that as a business transaction, as like a business deal. But then for me personally, like I was personally, between us, like super into it, and he knew that I was, and I think he also knew that he wasn't, and that's where things got messy. And I think that, yeah.
So did you realize he wasn't into it and you were still pursuing it, or you didn't realize?
Well, I talked about this in my article, basically about how we would kind of just play this game and go back and forth where we would kiss. Also, I just want to reiterate, we never had sex. We literally never did anything other than kiss. And like most of it is seen on the internet. Like, you can find videos and TikToks of it. But what I was going to say is, what was I going to say?
Well, I was asking, I was like, so you said you really kind of fell for him, were in love with him, and you don't think he felt the way now you're saying that looking back?
I think for like a lot of young people, that's unfortunately kind of a common experience where like they really fall for somebody that doesn't like necessarily like them. I think a lot of people have been there. It doesn't justify what happened, but
I was wondering, did you realize that in real time, continue to pursue, or you didn't realize it?
So we would always have this kind of like back and forth where we would.
Why wouldn't she just say yes or no?
Jack, like, I really like you, and then he would be kind of just like, oh, like, I just want to like feel things out right now. Let's just like keep making videos, keep doing content, keep traveling together, just kind of like play it out. We'll see where things go. And I was like, oh, okay, like that's cool. I'm stoked with it. Like, I was really
sounds like part of her kind of knew, but like I guess she was hopeful that it would stay together.
16, and I feel like I was just like just happy, like making videos, making TikToks. This was all new, making like just doing stuff, and I didn't really like think about, I was 16.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we have a bunch of stuff here that we can get into, and part of why I think you joined.
What the hell was that?
And we've gone over, I think,
that was cool,
the back stuff of it. Unless you, Bree or Josh, have any more questions, but we got a bunch of the lawyer and the forensic evidence, so to speak, that we can get.
So the reason, I should have probably said this earlier, a reason that they're on is because while I was kind of doing my time off, I had my team kind of just do some like investigating and like looking into everything that was happening and like what was going on, and they found some stuff that like they found some stuff. I'll let them talk about what they found.
Sure. And again, I this is one of those things. It's like only you two know. I will say from my experience, I also, when I felt like I've been wrong, because it's like that's a normal, I would say, thing. Like, what is going on and why? And I guess before we get into your stuff, the Jack's video, the one thing that I'd say more inflammatory claims he made against you, and just again clarify it, is that you were naked and climbed into his bed without like him telling you, which you've denied that.
Yeah, like
so totally made up.
Why would he make that up? I wonder.
So
okay,
because
there's no way. I mean, like it's possible that he just made that story up, but I don't know if I believe that. Like what's the story around it? Because usually, if there's a lie there, or an exaggeration or an embellishment, there's usually like still a level of truth to like every lie you'd say, or every misconception, I guess you'd say. So like what is it that actually happened?
One of the stories he told was that I like put my legs around him in a bathroom or something like that, and he would take kind of parts of the story and just put it out, and out of context, a lot of the things that were being said, like, obviously look terrible. And then,
What's
like,
the context then?
the story. Sorry, I'm just trying to be slow.
I get it. Take your time. Again, it's hard because I don't want people looking at me like, oh, Dave's disagreeing. But half-truths, there's stuff that you can say that are truth. But if you don't tell the whole story, will look bad if you don't know the whole context. So I get where you're getting at with that.
Thank you. One of the things he said was, like, that I put my legs around him in a bathroom. And the full story of that was, like, we had gone to this party. We were fighting. We got to the party. We were kind of, like, separated. He was with some guys. I was with the guy. I was, like, talking to this guy. Okay. And he basically walked past me, kind of gave me, like, the death eye. It was just like, okay, like, you're going to be talking to somebody else. You know, would get jealous over these things, which was the confusing part of it, kind of going back to what we were talking about before, because it was like, you're saying, are there any red flags? But, like, it was so confusing and so no lines, you know.
Because you guys, like, weren't dating, right? So you
we
weren't
weren't
dating,
dating,
and you
but,
were
like,
We've successfully moved away from the actual question. Fantastic.
But why would he get jealous if
Yeah.
he had no feelings, right?
Exactly. So he got kind of jealous. I was like, left this other guy, went talked to Jack. I go, can I pull you into the bathroom really quick so we can talk?
I think the bigger issue here is that we're watching the Lego Star Wars, and like Hayden Christensen, okay, or Anakin was groomed by Padme because he was a child when they met, okay, and you guys have to keep that in mind.
It was only a private place in the party. Yeah, of course. We go in. Hey, I just want you to know, like, I'm in this for you. Like, I came here for you. I want to, like, just talk to you. Like, gave him a hug, kissed him. He kissed me back, and then, like, we walked out of the room together. You know what I mean? So it's just like,
yeah.
Yeah.
So, and we'll get into, we cut you off on why the lawyer and the forensics. We'll get to that in a second, but I think this is questions first. Motivation. Like, do you, and something I've wrestled with, do you have any idea, like, why this is going on? Because it doesn't seem like there was some huge incident that would have predicted any of this. So, like, what, like, why? Why is this going on? It doesn't seem like it's healthy or good for either of you.
Right. It's not like there's no way Jack's enjoying himself right now. Like, he's getting dragged into crazy shit too. So it's like, what would have been his motive?
You know, I really don't, like, I don't know. I have my own personal opinions, like you said, like,
well, then tell us.
Really what happened are him and I have things that I feel in my gut, but it's just my personal opinion. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the motivation was. I wish I could tell you, and I wish that I knew, but it's just like, it's crazy to me too. It literally is.
So the last time you guys talked, was it on good terms, and then all of this came out?
The last time we talked, like, in person?
Yeah, like, did you have a big fight, and then all of this came out?
We'd actually gotten in an argument before the fight. Oh, this was when I talked about in my first video back in June how I basically told him that I didn't want to do videos anymore because I just wanted to be able to be a teenage girl and, like, not feel like I was, like, tied down in a relationship that wasn't actually a relationship. I just felt like it was super toxic for me because I was, like, super into him and it just wasn't reciprocated. And I finally came to the conclusion that, like, I didn't have to make videos with anybody else to, like, have him be doing well. And then I just wanted to personally, like, go venture out and pursue new relationships.
Interesting. So it sounds like what she's saying here is, like, for one thing, is that, like, the reason that he might have come out is because they stopped making content together. Which, if that's true, it doesn't invalidate the way that he feels necessarily. But it's a heavy implication that basically once she no longer wanted to make content with him, because it seemed like, from what she's saying, and I don't think it's an unreasonable thing, is that she was making content with him under the pretenses that they would be together in some capacity. And then once that wasn't realized, she's saying that she didn't really want to continue to make content with somebody because it felt kind of toxic, which I think is fair. Interesting. But then she's also saying that part of it is that she feels like without her, Jack would have fallen off. But then she got to a point where she realized that, like, he would be fine without her. Interesting. I think I remember her making the claim that, like, once she ended the relationship, things started to get bad. That makes sense. So it seems like, okay, part of it makes sense. I'm not saying all of it makes sense. But it seems like they ended the relationship, which was, like, this kind of, like, in the middle pseudo kind of, like, relationship where, like, he would lead her on to some capacity, you know, possibly with the pressure of the hype house. And then she finally broke up. And then after that, he probably left the scenario and then, like, realized things were, like, shittier than he thought, you know, and then that's kind of where we're at here. Interesting. Okay.
So I told him that I wanted to make a video And he said that he didn't want to make a video because he thinks it would be bad for the brand, and he just didn't want to do that. And so that's the last conversation we had, was we basically just got in an argument because I said I wanted to be over, and he told me that he thought it was bad for the brand. And
what about too, after all this came out, Jack, and it looks like it's blurred out, and I didn't see the evidence on ours, that was it anonymous, other people he claimed, like, hey, there's similar claims against Sienna from other guys. I don't think they were identified. Is that true?
I think that's like they were.
So I think it's, maybe this is why the lawyer's on the show, but it's exactly like you said. So there's apparently somebody said that there's other guys, but we've heard nothing. Again, no police reports, no police investigations, no complaints. And
well, she's gonna lawyer it up. The best actual response would be like, yeah, I don't know if they're actually real or not. Well, she would say like, they're not real people. That's just some randos on the internet. Because it's hard to say, because like people can jump into your DMs and say whatever you want, and I wouldn't put it like they had 3 people. I wouldn't doubt that they thought it was real, but those people may have just been kind of full of shit and be like, yeah, she did this to me too. But like we have no face to the name or anything, or to the allegation. So like it's like hard to say. Like, did this actually happen? Are they embellished in some capacity? Or are they real? Maybe they are, but I don't know. It's one of those things where it's kind of circumstantial, I guess you'd say it is. But
Sienna herself hasn't heard anything. So
yeah, they're like not credible.
There's literally nothing out there. Nothing
right.
there on this.
Okay, so moving on, a good segue to why you guys, I believe, have joined in. If you want to say it, Sienna, you were kind of, I think I cut you off, but why you brought your team with you?
Well, so like I said, I have like a lot of obviously like emotional stuff about this, and I feel like me getting into like the logistics about what's actually like going on with some of the botting stuff that's happened and just some other stuff that they found is just too much for me to handle. So that's why I have somebody else here, 2 other people here with me, just kind of like talking about the logistics. Yeah.
So we have this first evidence, the forensic video that we can play. Let's play it. I watched it right before we came on. And there's a forensic company determined the video of her strangling Jack on the couch is credible evidence of accusations against Sienna.
The National Center for Audio and Video Forensics was retained to perform an analysis on a cell phone video posted to social media. I was asked if the video can be used as credible evidence of the accusations against Ms. Gomez. In short, no. The posted video is not credible evidence of these accusations. Here are some points that led to this conclusion. Let's discuss the length of the video. It is very short. In fact, it is only about 2.5 seconds. What happened in the moments before this or after this? No one knows, since video before and after these 2.5 seconds was not posted. Certainly, what happens in the seconds immediately before and immediately after this video are very important to understanding what is really going on between Ms. Gomez and Mr. Wright.
That's true. I mean, like, they could have been kissing and then he could have passed out because they were both so drunk, or he was so drunk that he ended up passing out. You know what I mean? So we don't know exactly what happened.
This video gives us no context at all. The video component of the post that is on social media has been altered from when it was originally recorded. We also know that the audio is not original and has also been altered. Therefore, we don't even know and can't tell what the original video actually looks or sounds like. Now let's also consider what we can see of Ms. Gomez's hand and body position. Her right arm is hanging down by her side. There is almost no bend in her right elbow. If we follow her arm down from her shoulder, past her elbow, and to where it is most likely positioned, it appears to be positioned on the right leg of Mr. Wright. So what does this tell us about the posted video? The video is not original. The video has been heavily altered. The video provides no context to the events. The video is not credible evidence of the accusations against Ms. Gomez.
Okay.
I feel like that's what me and you did, Dave. We could be fucking forensic people.
I feel like that was a bad CSI video. I mean,
yeah,
it's a crazy video. Like, I'm interested to see what people think. My instinct is people are going to be like, that's a guilty video. I agree with what's said in it, but it felt like a bad movie. So, to me, that's how that, like, felt.
The lawyer's getting torn apart.
Was the original video, like, did you ever see the original?
Though it is, like, something to consider. Like, you know, what kind of a lawyer, like, you might want to, you kind of need, like, a social, I mean, I don't know if this is, like, a thing, but, like, a social media lawyer expert or something. Like, somebody who knows how to deal with this type of shit. Wow, this segment is super fucking laggy. Holy shit. Incredible. What does heavily altered mean? Like, there's the video is heavily altered. They put like a TikTok audio and like sound in it and shit. Like, it's all very altered. They did a lot of jump cuts on it. I'm gonna die here. Wow, incredible.
Original video of that being taken, Sienna, like, was it longer? Like, did they cut it down? Like, do you know anything about that video? Did you even know it was being taken?
No.
And I agree with the facts of it's so short. Like, why is it so short?
Yeah, that's
I agree
what
with the points in the video. I just think it comes across like that no is like a second grade, like, school. No offense if it's the top left. But that was like...
I understand.
It was like one of those train warning videos. You know what I mean? Where they're like telling you don't go on the train tracks and shit for school.
I understand that this is like, it's so intense, but I feel like there's just like,
But you can say it.
Yeah, like.
And Sienna, you may have realized or not, like I find, and this may be the case with you, it may not. There's people, I'll use myself as an example. There's people who like me and they believe everything I say. And I think I have like 20 years of telling the truth, so it helps. But then I have people who do not like me, and I could cure cancer and it'd be like, you didn't cure it fast enough. Like, we still hate you. Things like this, without it going further and more evidence, there's going to be people who believe you and there's going to be people who don't. But like that video, I don't think it's going to sway. Like, I feel the same way about that original video as I've always felt. I think you bring up good points. How is it so short? There's multiple people around the room. So if you're going to do some sort of sexual crime, you got to be a real lunatic to do it in a room of people where
American
there's cameras.
Psycho.
And it's like, if people thought he was in danger or something, you wouldn't film that. So I agree with all of that.
I just think that the people that would have sided with you probably would have done it without that video. Like, they would have came to that conclusion from watching the video without like the whole
it's a he said, she said.
And it really is a he said, she said, which sucks about the internet and the situation.
It's such a difficult. Guys, I don't know what like who's been through, like, who knows how to handle this? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, nobody. Like, it's such a difficult thing, but I feel like Marty, the guy who made the video, he literally is like a video forensic expert.
And that's the top left?
Yeah, he's right here.
Yep.
He like does this with like drug deals, crimes, like rapes, sexual assaults. Like, this is his job. Like,
so let's maybe he needs a better TikTok marketing guy. Maybe he's used to court things. But go ahead, speak on the video. Then we should let you go.
Yeah.
You know, you brought up the he said, she said. So that's not my department. I don't deal with what people say to each other, post online, with regards to their comments. I deal with the video evidence. Somebody wants to make a statement, fine. They can say what they want to say. But then if they put a video out there and they say, well, this video is going to be used to support my statements. Okay, so that's where I come in. And that's kind of what it seems like might have happened here. Somebody puts a video online and says, this video is going to be used to support my accusations. So I was asked to determine, well, does this video do that? Can this video be used as credible evidence to support the accusations? And I analyzed it. I looked at lots of different components about it. I came with the conclusions, and then we made this video to play on your show, so it's kind of easily watchable, cartoons and everything. But that was the point of my getting involved, was to figure out, well, is it even fair or appropriate for somebody to come and use this video to say, well, this is my proof. Here's my evidence that this accusation really happened. And no, it's not credible evidence.
What happens, and this is not a Sienna question, have you been paid to do this in the past where you don't produce a result because what you can't corroborate? Like, obviously, if you looked at this video and let's say you felt differently, what happens then? You just take the check and don't put the video out?
So let me just jump in for a second. This happens all the time with experts that are hired for any kind of legal matter. At the end of the day, you are hired and you are paid for your expert opinion, whether you happen to end up agreeing or not agreeing. And that's really important, because otherwise you wouldn't survive in a court of law. You wouldn't survive in this business.
Right. So in that case, any court case, obviously he wouldn't be used again. It just would never be brought up.
Credibility at the end of the game, whether you're on TikTok or in a courtroom.
Yeah, and so again, I can't speak for Joshua Bree. My original take on this whole thing really has not changed. Like, I never thought the video rose to anything that I would be worthy of this controversy. Like you said, the other stuff, there isn't video. It's just one person's story versus the others.
Yeah, I don't think the video proves anything. If I just look at that video, I think I still agree with what I said when I first saw the video, is that like you can't make anything just from that video alone. That video could have been taken of me and like my past exes, like of them on me at a party. It could have been taken of literally any couple I think I've seen in high school. But it's always going to be a he said, she said, where no one else besides Jack and Sienna is ever really going to know what happened.
Yeah, well, that it's the second video too. I think it's the second video where everyone.
I think a lot of it is that like there's a lot of situations surrounding it of like a pattern of just like basically a pattern of like boundary issues, and that's what that's supposed to claim, is that there's boundary issues. But there's a lot that support like that's kind of exists there, and like part of it's like, why did they wait 7 months to talk about it? Did they think that like why did they make it in the first place? Did they just think it was weird, and then now like an afterthought they think it's sexual assault? Why did this all blow up after they stopped deciding to interact with each other anymore? Why didn't this happen beforehand? You know what I mean? Like, what are the circumstances surrounding it? $3 from Linda Lavrina. Thanks, brother. Sister. Thanks, brother. Everybody's brother now, okay?
It's freaking out now because he had a lot of allegations against you, and it's like, why? Why is he making them up? Why is he just coming out of the blue and saying these things? I think that's why people are really like, what the fuck's going on?
I think it's possible that he was like uncomfortable with some of the stuff that happened in the relationship, and then afterwards, like this is possible. This is just theoretical, but like people online tend to think that like everything is sexual assault and grooming and stuff like that, and so maybe like after the fact he was like, yeah, I was uncomfortable. I didn't really like this that much, and they were like, you were raped. And it's possible, but like it's also possible that like people kind of convinced him that this experience that he had like wasn't necessarily the experience. I'm not saying that absolutely did or didn't happen. I'm just saying that there's a lot of factors here that I don't think people consider, honestly.
So let me just say one thing. Let me say it about the video we were just looking at. So, you know, what's significant about that is that is, according to them, that is the only, I mean, that's real proof, right? And what we all need to understand is there's no credible proof there. There's not one iota of proof. Here, as you've just seen from Lottie Gabler's video, that 2.5 seconds.
Why couldn't Sienna just said this herself? Like, why did she need lawyers with her?
It's been altered.
Like, in all honesty, like, why couldn't they just give her this rundown? Like, hey, listen, the video's altered. It's not like really proof. There's a lot of context missing behind that. Maybe have her explain the context would have been nice. Like, what happened around that? You know, because I don't think that she's really ever explained the specifics behind that and like the way that she felt about it. You know, there's a lot there. Like, why didn't she do that? Why not be like, yeah, you know, this was this, or you know, XYZ. Why? Oh, we were hanging out at a party and we were kissing, and then maybe he passed out afterwards. I don't really know, you know.
And I think that's really important. I don't want that point to get lost. It's been altered both visually and the audio, so it really is proof of nothing, and that's the only thing that they've actually shown.
Yeah, I think that goes to what Bree and Josh.
And I will say this is actually another point. I don't think that they recorded that as like evidence at all. I don't think that was ever the primary thought, because if they did record that for evidence, that was 7 months ago, they would have recorded more stuff as evidence. I don't think that anybody really realized it was like as bad, because then they would probably start to record more and more. And I'm not saying that means that it was okay. What I'm saying is I don't think that they knew that it was wrong in the moment that it happened. And so I think that they just like kind of randomly like recorded that because they thought it was maybe weird. And then later on they look back and be like, oh, look, this is sexual assault kind of a thing. That honestly makes like a lot more sense because they would probably have more. So.
And again, we did get roasted for it. That video I watched that and I was like, people killed that. I was like, that
they crucified us
nothing.
For saying that.
That didn't rise anything. For that. I didn't need all the other evidence. I already did that. But then, like Bree said, you get all these. It's just so crazy. And you said, Sienna, you're not sure why all these accusations. I also thought it was interesting. Like my initial reaction when I saw his long video is how cut up it was. It was like a jump cut every 2 seconds. If people have watched when I've done it, they're generally one stream of conscious because I know what I just can't screw myself up because I'm telling the truth. But Bree brings.
It's one of those things where, like, usually if you're gonna admit or if you're gonna make an apology or if you're gonna come out with a serious allegation, it's probably best to not really edit it at all. You don't have to go scripted. You can write some like notes and then just kind of talk. But it is a little bizarre when you cut it. Maybe he was cutting it because he started crying. Maybe he was cutting it because I don't know, to make it come off better. I don't really know, but it does come off as a little bit. I can see why somebody would think it's like a little weird and possibly, I don't know, maybe even dishonest when they do stuff like that.
Brings up a good point. Like why? Like
why would he be posting 17-minute YouTube videos like bawling his eyes out on the internet if there was no truth behind what he was saying?
Correct. Here's the thing. I'm going to jump in again. Here's the thing. We can't speculate as to why he did it or what he thought. We can't speculate. But, you know, to Bree's point,
this guy's whole
they're nothing but statements. They're just statements. And so without that first video we were talking about, it's just he said, she said. They're just statements. Why he did it, we don't know. What we do know is that it's had taken a huge toll on Sienna, both professionally and personally. A really, really significant toll. And I think that's something that's important to focus on.
Yeah, I mean, that sucks. Nobody should have to go through that. Obviously, if his allegations are true, you lose sympathy, but nobody knows. This is really not legal. It's a war for public opinion. Mm-hmm. And obviously, and nobody wants to go through this.
And that's a main reason why I have experts in their field here, because you can either be trying to win in the court of public opinion or the actual court of law. And I have two people here basically saying, there is no fight in the court of law. This is literally just she said this. Oh no, he did this. Oh, like no one's. It's literally it's like unwinnable for.
So if you were so confident in this, like obviously all being a lie, like you know your truth, you know what you did, would you not try to sue him for defamation of character?
So I knew you were coming there. So we were going to jump in on that. So
it's really difficult to like win a defamation suit. You have to prove that they were like actively trying to defame you. It gets like a little bit difficult.
I will say at this time,
It's like an
as
impossible
we're considering
win.
all our legal options, including defamation lawsuits against multiple individuals.
It's also a horrific thing to have to go through as a public figure. I had to weigh all those decisions. Everything about you will be an open book to everything. The thing I would say, and I don't mean to keep going at the lawyer, the forensics, is what has worked in my favor when I've been in situations that I would not ever
Hold on a second.
have dreamed I'd be in a millionaires. If I know my truths, so I know I can go on any program, I can say anything. I'm never going to perjure myself because I know what I've done, and I haven't done anything. So I'm always willing to scream from the rooftops. And you want to talk to me? I beg to talk to my enemies, like, because I know what I did. So I'll have every answer at every turn. That's all I'd say. Like, Sienna, if you know the truth, and your truth is the truth, and Jack's truth is not, you can't ever trip yourself up because you can't ever get in trouble for the truth.
Yeah, of course.
So the second piece of evidence, and this was, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say everything I say is like, it's not planned. It's just me being like, what happened? Tell you. There you go. That's what happened. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and you don't like. I get what they're saying up above, and even like they're
Yeah, Mama, that's okay. She just had a bad dream.
experts clearly, but there's always the perception.
Felt real.
Somebody that you're paying to be on your side is going to be on your side. That's just the nature of how people look. This other, like this evidence too, the summary from the report. This was useless to me. And it essentially proves that there was botting going on in a lot of it. Like people leaving, basically bots against you, leaving comments. But to me, that's like, to me, internet 101.
That's what happens, man. Yeah, that's internet 101. People who are probably more tech savvy probably like did that. They probably set up like a bot thing just to fuck with Sienna Mae. Like you don't need like there are people who do it on like Discord and some shit. You know what I mean? They'll just fucking bot the fuck out of you. So
one in a weird way, like that. People take cheap shots. People are gonna. You guys are battling for public opinion. That's what it is, and it's going to be dirty. We can show you though. Let's show what we have here. Oh, okay. So basically, it's a long story short. They did forensics again on cyberbullying, and they found, which I don't even know, we're going to go through details because it's pretty compelling, that there are a lot of accounts that are set up just to say really horrific negative stuff about Sienna. They're not being run by humans. They're being run by bots. And there is proof, all of it. Like, kill yourself, I want you publicly lynched so I can cut you, die, you're a whore. All sorts of horrific shit by accounts that are fake, new. And again, I would say this is unequivocally true that this is happening. What it has to do with what actually happened, and I deal with it the same. But it's a war for public opinion. And this is dirty tactics, and I'm sure it's happening. I'm sure it's happening.
So I'm just going to, again, add something here. It's not just dirty, it's illegal. So what we did is the report you referenced was by Alex Partners. And we have a team of 4 consultants who together have over 65 years in cybersecurity and investigative experience. Okay. And they've been working for the FBI, for the US military, for other agencies. So
it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, it's like part of the internet. I guess I'm like desensitized to it. People telling you, like, I think it's funny sometimes. If it happens to me, I'm saying not other people. Like if people like message me, kill yourself, blah blah blah, I think it's kind of funny. I know it's fucked up, but I'm like, okay, this is just stupid. But that's not most people's experience. Did I see Kevin Samuels die? Yeah, people keep asking me. I'm like, yeah, it's life, you know. I don't necessarily care. Like in the same way where he wouldn't care if I died. You know what I mean? Like it's not something that I really care about. So.
And they came up with a number of conclusions, including what you read, that there's botting going on. That there's incredible amount of botting going on. They had something with like 1,000 comments that they had sampled, and out of the 1,000 comments, they found that the majority were bots. So it's something that we've actually become kind of used to and kind of shrug off. And of course, there's botting going on, but I do want to make the point: it's illegal, and
it's an interesting thing when it comes to botting because like it's probably not just sending her DMs, probably also like saying stuff under videos and stuff. What's interesting about that is like when it comes down to like I don't know if you ever heard this, but like I remember my mother told me this when I was younger. She worked for worked for like a fast food place, but she was like higher up. She worked her way up, and she would tell me that like a bad review, like a good review would get you like 6 would be like give you like 6 customers, but a bad review would lose you 12 or something. So it was one of those things where like for every bad review, there's like there's like twice as much energy for it than the good one. Something along those lines. I was younger. I remember how I felt when she told me that, which is interesting. So it's like, if somebody says a bad thing about you, it seems to carry more weight than if somebody says like a good thing about you. So There's like a factor there, and like kind of trying to like potentially sway public opinion by spamming defamatory things. Or I guess you'd have to potentially inflammatory things, or defamatory, inflammatory, whatever things. I guess there's something there, but okay.
That very seriously. We as the team here are taking that very seriously, and we're looking into exactly what we're going to do about it.
Well, and Dave, like you said, it's core to public opinion, and so when you can buy people that in 17 seconds or however long after your video is posted,
influence the entire comment section with stuff they say, right? Because it's whatever people see first when they get into that comment section after. Yeah,
that's exactly what's going. That's what's going on.
That's the way people. That's the way people tend to like create their opinions on a lot of topics on the internet. Is that they just like, what do the comments say? And it's like one of those. And if you turn the comments off, they're like, oh, this person's hiding something. But it's like, what did the comments say? What do the comments have to say about this? That's the way people do it a lot in general. Like if you see like a topic on social, like bro, every topic this happens to. It happens to this Sienna Mae topic as well. But anytime there's a topic going on, people will look up what other people have said about it that seems to align with the public opinion, and they operate from that capacity. And now that person is the worst thing. And people who may disagree or want to bring a more nuanced perspective tend to not really usually bother talking about it because they don't want to be fucking chastised publicly. Like when I've talked about it, I've tried to talk about it like with the nuance and whatnot, and I'm sure that there's areas where I may not have spoke on it the way that I should have, but people are overly critical of you because like they're coming into it with a perspective of like, you should align with my perspective. Like it's very bizarre that like I've noticed that there's times where I talk about stuff and people, they just want to hear me say the same thing everybody else said. I'm like, why the fuck? What's the fucking point? Why do you want to hear me say the exact same thing over and over again than somebody else? Like, you know what I mean? And it's very interesting. And if you don't, it's like if anything doesn't align exactly with what they're expecting to hear when they go in, they have a fucking meltdown. Like some people really are just like NPCs, honestly.
Are you insinuating that Jack did it? The botting?
Good question.
Yeah, we don't know who did it yet.
So, and again, it really, going back to the severity of the accusation should not be being tried on social media. That's clearly not how you would want to do it, and you have no choice in my mind but to respond because of how it's being handled. But even like the botting thing is such a serious. It's like the internet, and I guess that's sort of the world we live in. This is a new era, TikTok era, your rise, and now dealing with this, something that people shouldn't have to deal with. And again, it should be held, if actual charges legally. Nobody's going to know that he said, she said, ever.
Yeah. Well, and yeah.
Like what is your I think everyone gets the point, and frankly, I think people decide watching you and hearing is like. And they may have already decided, do we like her? Do we trust her? Is she believable or is Jack believable? And I bet Jack fans before side with him, your fans side with you. And like, I've never talked to him personally, so I may talk to him and be like, oh, he's believable. Like it's hard to tell. But when we had you on the first time, Sienna, your rise to fame, like you said, the squirrel, all that. And now you've seen, I would argue, the negative side, and you've seen it in a fast, like up and down type thing. So where are you at? Like, what is your, like, I'd be surprised if anything more came of this besides that he said, she said, and people, how they perceive you positively or negatively. Where's your head at in terms of social media content future for you?
Yeah, I feel like what I've learned is just that I can't put my value into those things, because I feel like being 16, 17 is such a vital time in your life, and especially like being now 18 in the years that are to come, and having such like a fast change in my life was just like, I don't even know. Like, I feel like, sorry, just 1 second. It's a lot to handle. I just feel like I just had a lot of change in such a short amount of time that I started to kind of value the wrong things, like put everything into social media. And after seeing how bad it can be, as well as like how extremely like good it can be, I think that I just enjoy life way more when I'm just like actually present and like surrounded by people that literally don't blink an eye at any of this. Like, they just like me because they like me and they want to spend time with actual me, not like Sienna Mae, you know? And as for like social media, is that what you asked that too? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, as for like social media, I don't know. I might post a video in 2 days, might wait a year. Like, I literally couldn't tell you, because I feel like the most important thing to me right now is just like genuinely liking life rather than like wanting to like post, you know? Like, I literally don't care about any of those like materialistic things now as much as I did in the past. They're all so flashy.
So would that be the advice that you'd go like give yourself? It seems crazy, but like 2 years ago, like sitting here now, be like, hey, Sienna, maybe like do this differently.
Not even 2 years. literally not even years, but yeah, I don't know.
Last time we had you on, you were blowing up sponsorships, things like that. Have your sponsors stayed by you? Have you lost them? Like, how's that been?
If I'm being totally honest with you, I have not been caught up on the business side in literally this second round of videos happened. I got a flight and I left. Like, I haven't looked at my phone. I haven't been caught up on anything business.
There's no way that you don't know what your sponsors are. There's no way that like you just don't. There's no way, dude. I think that suggests that she maintained her sponsors. That's interesting. Because there's no way you wouldn't know. Like, how do you support yourself where she doesn't make TikToks anymore? Like, I haven't seen her make a single TikTok. How the fuck does she make any money then? Like, what's going on? She must have maintained her sponsors or something.
I haven't been caught up on anything legal. I mean, well, I have, but like that's why they're here. So I don't.
Is somebody protecting you from that?
What do you mean?
Like, that seems surprising to me.
I'm a very like sensitive person, and I feel like I just get invested in things, and like I just couldn't. I have to like take care of like. I know it sounds so cheesy, but like I have to take care of like myself right now because I feel like, and Josh, I feel like you probably could understand this too. People think of like social media people as like TV characters or like, you know, like how everyone's like weighing their opinion on like kids in Euphoria right now. Like people literally just treat us like we're characters, like we're not real people, and that's like not true at all. Like I'm very sensitive, and like things that people say obviously like hurt me, you know, and like that's
totally. But my only thing is you have to like somebody has to know if we deal with it the same, like advertisers being like, oh, we got to pause. We're going to like, somebody has to know.
Yeah. No, it's not. Yeah. It's all being like, that's all definitely like being taken care of. It's just that I'm focusing on like that right now.
So it's on pause until you're
and I'm sure you get that. Like you've been through some.
Yeah, I'm different. I on my side, I handle everything a little differently, and I wouldn't advise anybody.
Ooh, Mr. Beard, what's going on, brother? She has a manager. I wouldn't be surprised if they tell her nothing. A lot of these young TikTok kids have no idea what's going on. Really? I would just not expect that. I would honestly, I would assume that like she would have to know, because like how is she making money? Like maybe I'm just fucking stupid because I've never had like any real sponsor. But how the fuck do you make money when she doesn't post content? Like where does she post content? So how much money did she ever have? How does she have a managerial team? Like what the fuck's going on? You know what I mean? Because like I don't know. What don't I know? What don't I know? Do I need to get myself? Do I need to make a TikTok that's all about me dancing and talking about body positivity and like, you know, grifting for money? And then I get sponsors? Like, what do I have to do to understand this side of the situation?
The way I handle it, it's like if I know that I'm innocent, I don't like public opinion swaying. So like I go into if I find out like an advertiser's like, oh, we're going away like on false allegations, well, I'm gonna let the world know that like that you're doing that because anybody can make
love how
anything.
slow
But I
at
also
the walk at this point. It's so funny.
And again, I've had 20 years of a build up to deal with this. Not a year. So it's very different.
The thing when Sienna says, you know, she's kind of been off social media, I mean, the thing is she has had to deal with unbelievable amounts of cyberbullying, and it's real, and it's traumatic. It's just unbelievable, horrible, hateful comments that I know you guys have all seen. So it's, you know, she says she's sensitive. She is sensitive, but it's also, there's a reality of what cyberbullying does out there. And, you know, I know you guys have all seen it happen with other figures and, you know, and public figures. But it's been really, it's just been really horrifying to see.
Would you ever want to sit down with Jack, like private off camera, and just be like,
yo,
what happened?
Like, yeah.
That's a loaded question, guys.
Well,
I don't know if it's that loaded. Would you want to get to the bottom of it?
Like I would with the people of.
She had a lot of sponsors, hype out deals, and Netflix show, merch, etc. These mass artists make a surprising amount of money. Really? Yeah, but I thought she got basically kicked off the show. Wouldn't she lose that money? I don't know. I'm probably just very ignorant on this shit. I don't know, Jake. I'm a fucking loser YouTuber, so that's my experience. Oh fuck.
Accuse me of things. I'd love to know.
I think that I don't think he would, but I mean, like just to talk about.
Because you guys,
I mean, it's one of those things where like, you know, regardless of what the specifics are going on, he was clearly very hurt by what's going on. Like something like really upset him. Obviously, I don't think he just decided to cry for funsies, you know? So like for him to talk to her would just be like reliving that moment. It's one of those things where like there would be no incentive. He's never probably, at least no time soon, going to go on and talk about this situation anymore. You know what I mean? Like there's no reason for him to do that because it's just going to be like something that's probably going to be triggering to him. So
went wrong, like what happened? Yeah, I mean, it's like an ex-boyfriend that was never an ex-boyfriend that somehow is now a public breakup. But it's not just a breakup because it's like also a crime, like allegations of a crime. I think if you told me today, like, oh, in an hour you have the ability to either like sit down with him or not, I don't think I could do that. Like, I think like I just am so like emotionally kind of like exhausted from everything that this situation has brought that I just don't think I could like even want to talk about it. Like, Dave, I know you're a fighter, like you obviously like are like punch, but for me, like, this is literally so new. And when I was on the podcast last, like I was like, I didn't have any hate. Like, it was just like all like sunshines, butterflies, and rainbows, and like squirrel dances and body positivity videos. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, it's quite the turn. That's everything for me. I appreciate you coming on here. I don't know, Bree, Josh, you got any final questions?
No, I don't think I have anything else.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. I appreciate you coming on, and I mean, again, if the truth's on your side, hopefully it all works out. And there's so much he said, she said. I find you to be believable. I've never talked to Jack, so it's a tough situation that I wouldn't wish anybody going through. So, but appreciate you guys coming on.
Thank you. Yeah, I believe in that too. The truth will come out.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. So, what you guys think?
I mean, dude, when I tell you I was fucking shocked when I joined this Zoom call at the start, I don't know if like I think Brianna giggled. I don't know if you saw Brianna, but I was kind of like looking around like.
I couldn't, that was like so weird. It felt like we were in courtroom.
What did I just join? Yeah. I mean, I think it's, I don't know if my opinion very much changed from the last episode we filmed. Like, not the last episode with Sienna, but the last episode we talked about it, which is you can't make a decision from that video is my stance. From that video alone, you can't make a decision. And then secondly, this shouldn't be a thing if this is real, this should have never been brought to social media because it's like destroying 2 17, 18-year-old kids' mental health and it could destroy an innocent person's future.
Yeah.
Could be the truth that Jack's saying. I have no idea.
Like I said, I think I said it multiple times before, but it's one of those scenarios where he didn't seem to want to go forward with it in the first place. And his friends put him in a situation of like kind of forcing him to talk about it in a way he probably didn't want to, you know? And it's one of those things where they probably meant well, but a lot of times people will put their emotions first on how they felt about someone else's like trauma or their issue. Fundamentally, like when we disconnect from this, when it's like up to the person for how they want to deal with it, you know?
Yeah, I pretty much feel identical.
Know.
Yeah, and I feel pretty much identical to you, Josh. I don't think that first video convinces me of anything. I think I'm not saying it's great behavior, but it's certainly if that behavior is going to
classify as sexual like allegation, like I think that's a little extreme.
And the fact they were sitting on the video for so long, didn't post it for so long, it's edited. That first video is nothing.
That's the other thing, right? It's like they kept filming together after that, right? Like they kept hanging out.
Yeah, but there's the whole like, yeah, he was scared he couldn't get out type of thing. Like there's so many different angles for it, but
he was scared he couldn't get out. It's possible. I think that it's more of like the like of the hype house kind of encouraging the behavior, like they stay together, plus him wanting to like, you know, makes popular videos. I'm not saying that like I just don't think he was scared. I think he had like a friend and he expected them to probably like, you know, treat him better, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know. I think there's a lot going on and it's hard to speculate on the specifics about it.
It's just like we can't.
She said.
Yeah,
because to that angle,
again,
it's like her thing would be like, well, I liked him and he just wants views. So it is a he said she. It's exactly what you said, Josh. It's a he said she said. I personally,
it's like a messy high school breakup on social media. That shouldn't be. It's so wrong what's going on, what they're doing.
And it's just that's the world we live in, and I'm clearly have gone through some shit that makes me jaded. But if this is real, it shouldn't be on social media. It just.
No.
But I also think Sienna should not have, like, Sienna seems a smart, intelligent girl. Speak for yourself. I don't think
I agree. That makes you look like you can't speak for yourself. Yeah. That you're going to slip up and say something.
And there's no legal thing going on, so it's like, why? Right. That was a little weird.
Yeah. I mean, it might be from such a form of desperation too, right? Like it might be like from you're at such a point of like seeing everything being like taken away from you, brand deals, followers, likes, like your career that you pretty much built, like probably doesn't have her school set up like she would have if she wasn't doing social media, like all these things. And then if it is true, right? Like what she's saying, if she's right, to see all that fall apart around you, you're probably fucking grabbing at whatever you can and being like, I need help. What can I do?
Yeah. And I mean, a lot of people I think do make wrong decisions in PR with that.
Oh, 100%.
It's tough. And maybe if we talk to Jack, I would find him believable.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We haven't got to talk to him. We could have one conversation with him and be like, oh, shit.
Yeah, we could change our minds completely.
Is really telling the truth, and then it completely changed. But again, I think the stance is you can't really have a fucking stance because it's only Jack
Only
and
they
Sienna
can,
know,
yeah.
Only they can know what went on in this situation. The only thing you can say is like, shouldn't be happening on social media if it's real.
Correct. And I get their point, I guess, which is of all the shit and all the shit storm that's going out, they're basing it basically on this one video that will probably get crucified again. I think the three of us agree that isn't really conclusive of anything, and that's like the spark that is like the initial surge that creates why people are like, oh, now he's saying this, but it's a he said shit, because that video, I will go to my grave saying that.
I think people were more.
Anything.
I think people were more crucifying because they thought, because we said the video doesn't prove anything, we were like, it can't happen, it's not real. But it's just like that video alone, you can't take it.
Correct.
Yeah.
And then they're saying two opposite stories.
I think she was just a confused 16-year-old girl, really loved this boy. He gave her missed signals. There's so many red flags. It's just like a messy breakup. And I don't know why he made it so crazy, though.
Right. And again, maybe Sienna's totally crazy. I haven't gotten that vibe.
Yeah,
but
we
if
totally
you are,
could be wrong.
Jesus, this is like a weird conversation. It's very weird. I imagine this is the thing, is like Jack would have to come on for his side to be humanized, but he's not going to do it like we said before. It's not like, it's just going to probably stress him out. So
yeah, if you're actually doing something that is like an assault, or like you're going to do it there with like a brother there and like sitting on a couch, it just didn't seem like a place to do. And it's like this. The video's like this. So I don't know. It's tough. Maybe we will get Jack on here, his side. I do think I'm sort of correct. The people who like her are going to believe her. The people who aren't going to like her. It's going to be hard to switch anybody. Certainly what they did isn't going to switch it, I don't think.
No. You know what I did like, though? That the forensic guy, the cadence of his sentences were the exact same when he spoke on the podcast as he does in the videos. Like, his sentence structure doesn't change. He has the perfect voice for that job.
We were shitting on his video, and he's like, that's mine.
Yeah, I know.
But that video, come on. Like that actually,
the big
he may be
no.
a brilliant guy, get the evidence, but somebody has to look at that and be like, that
ain't right.
That screams guilty, even if it's the most true thing of all time.
You guys know what I'm talking about when I said like those bus videos. Like, did you ever have that when you went to high school? And
all right, enough of this. All right, well, that was interesting. I just kind of wanted to give that a listen to kind of feel out what the fuck they were talking about. That's not what I want to click. God damn it! Are you kidding me? Fantastic. Fucking annoying. Frame this is a messy breakup. Really shitty in my opinion. A messy breakup is when two people don't like each other, not when one person assaults the other. I don't know. I kind of disagree. I think that an aspect of this was kind of like a messy breakup scenario. We went through like a lot of nuance in this before, Mr. Beard, but it's like we could talk about it. But I think that looking at all the information, we have like one aspect of the Sienna Mae where she wanted a relationship with Jack, and he seemed to be kind of like teasing at it and maintaining it, whether it was to maintain like some level of views, probably more because the hype house forced him to do that. Yeah, I watched Jack's video 100%. But there's like a truth in between that. I think that it's one of those things where the boundaries probably weren't set as much as we want to think that they were. And, you know, I do think that to some extent it's like a little bit questionable how this all seemed to blow up after they stopped interacting with each other. You know, once they stopped making content together, you know, all of a sudden well, not all of a sudden, but this is like what comes out. It seems like there were some shitty situations that were happening from Jack's perspective, and he didn't really speak up on it because of what's going on. And then once he looked at it, like in the past, he realized it was worse than it was. But I don't think that Sienna Mae is like a predator. I don't think that she intentionally tried to do these things. I think she's like a person with boundary issues that did something wrong. But I don't think that she's like a predator that tried to hurt Jack or take advantage of him necessarily. I don't think that would be. I don't think that's actually what happened. Why did I choose YouTube to stream on there? I don't know. Just testing it out, trying it out. You know, debating on just kind of shitting on my Twitch partnership and like streaming on both platforms, but making this like my main platform. To be honest with you. Let's see what we got here, because I want to talk about something else. Yeah. It's hard to learn less when you're a popular TikToker. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, yeah, probably. You know, I think in general, I think that like we were talking about before, that this is one of those scenarios of like this is the way like sexual assault culture manifests itself in like unintentional violations, you know? So didn't he say she did other people though? There were like 3 random people who said that they was like in a similar situation. I mean, it's hard to like verify that. I'm not sure if I like 3 random people that won't put their face to the name, you know, or put their like it's like any random person. I'm not saying that they fabricated it, but any random person could come up and be like, "Hey guys, like this happened to me too." You know, it's one of those things where you know if you don't step forward, it's kind of hard, you know. So, and they mostly like boiled it down to like boundary issues as well. There's just a lot of middle ground in here in this conversation. A lot of fucking middle ground. I don't know. It's one of those things though where I don't really feel like Jack wanted to talk about it. I think you can be a predator without thinking you are one. Repeatedly not respecting boundaries, predatory behavior, in my opinion. Agree to disagree. Okay. Well, I don't think. I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying. I don't think that she's a predator though. I don't think that, like, you know, having a boundary issue doesn't instantaneously make you a predator. Applying it to this situation makes it feel worse. But like fundamentally, a boundary issue doesn't make you a predator. You know. It makes you like kind of a shitty person. And that's what I don't think that she was trying to be predatory. I think that she has boundary issues. I don't think those are necessarily the same things, but you know, maybe I'm wrong with that. Have I been streaming for 3 hours? Maybe 3 hours. Yeah, we're going to keep going. I'm just kind of burnt out on the Sienna Mae thing, honestly, or I'd have like a better, I mean, to be honest with you, Ryan, like I have a horrible, I can't even like talk to you about it right now because for this 3 hours I've been live, we've been talking about Sienna Mae. So my brain is like fucking melted. So I can't even like have a conversation with you because I'm just so burnt out on this topic. So that's probably the biggest problem. That's the biggest problem. Like I'm so burnt out on this topic because it was like a topic that was really like in depth and everything. So you came in towards the end, so I can't give you like a good rundown. I can't give you anything intelligent whatsoever about the scenario. I'm down to talk to you about it though at some point, or even today, I guess, if you want. We don't have to though. I know it's like a fucking crazy thing. But how are you doing? If you're still in here, I'll get into the content a little bit. I want to see if Ryan's still in here just to see how he's doing. Then we'll probably watch this video. It seems like she was used to guys accepting her advances. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's the problem when you're like a young, attractive person where you're like, you have to like this. Like, you should like this. Like, why don't you like this? And that's like one of those entitlement issues there, you know? Well, what we want to talk about deaf noodles and rich luck? What's to talk about? We talked about it already. What's to talk about, bro? What do you mean? I fucking hate every time I have to load into this game that like I have to change the thing every single time. Because the window like fucks up. You know, Christian 14. Eventually, we will be doing Christian 14, I think, on this stream. You know. So, have you seen the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial? Well, yeah, I've seen it. I don't know, bro. It's another. It's a fucking. I'm trying to wait for it to all end before I talk about it any further. Try to get like a rundown on it. You know. I'm burnt out on it as well. I just hope Jack can find a piece and that they can move on. Yeah, I feel that. I agree with that. I've been doing good, getting back into working in videos. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. You know, I saw that you had the one against fucking bearded guy. The fuck's his name? The Australian guy. Did you guys meet up? I wonder if he ever like said anything about what you said. Probably not. But I wonder if he saw your video. Let's see. Oh, Isaac Buttersworth. Is that his name? Butterfield? Isaac Butterfield. Isaac Butterfield. I gotta get a new fucking keyboard, bro. I'm surprised he hasn't responded though, because I feel like it's like content, you know. So love you, Papa. Definitely think there's a lot of room for you to grow on YouTube. You are the only reason I still have Twitch, and I only use it when I'm out of your YouTube. Yeah, I feel that. Yeah, I'm debating. I'm experimenting with YouTube a little bit. So like my whole thing is I'm thinking of like, I don't know. I haven't figured out exactly what I'm going to do, but like I kind of want to do like a thing where, you know, maybe I have my stream here and then afterwards it'll go into like past live streams, and then I don't know if I saw that like Destiny unlists it and then like leaves it there. And so I was thinking maybe I do that and then I cut it up and I put it into the main stuff so that this way if you guys wanted to, you can look at the whole live stream, or you can just look at like individual videos and like do like kind of a similar thing where also like push the leftovers channel as well, which I at the beginning of this stream I actually put it up. At the beginning of the stream I actually like popped it up and I popped the leftover channel, which has been growing slowly, and I could put some more like clip type stuff on there, you know. So something like that. Mr. Beard, haha, no, he ignored my video, I'm pretty sure. I don't like having long going beef with people. I just like make videos moving on. I feel you. I like beef, dude. That's my whole fucking thing. I think you could use the extension Lugwood is making for a better experience. What is that? Bro, where the fuck did it save? Oh, I'm gonna shit my pants. Did it just fuck? I just got fucked. God damn. Yeah, I have a VOD playlist and just leave them a list. Oh shit, let me see that, brother. I'm gonna go look at your channel right now. You bastard. Is that like a good idea? Is that how people do it? Shit, bro. Maybe I should do that. Mr. Beard, give me fucking advice here.
Little does he know, you use Atlas.
Okay, let's see. Okay, yeah, you got your stream VOD here. Yeah, okay. And then you just unlist it? That's all you do? You just unlist it? Shit, brother. Maybe I'll fucking do that. Okay. Alright. Maybe I'll do that. I have that right now on my channel. But like I don't really have VODs. This is the only VOD I have up. And I didn't like cut that up. Okay, maybe I'll just do that. That's a cool idea. Alright. How long have I been live for? It's like 3 hours. Shit. Alright. Alright. So let's do another video, guys. Let's do another video. This is called The Disturbing Fall of YouTube's Creepiest Kid. I don't know how to say that. Zazef, the girl hugger. I think I've seen some of the stuff, and that's by was it wavywebsurf? I can't say names. I'm really stupid. Bro, I remember this kid, and he got a hug, and then I think he got an STD. I don't know. I don't remember the specifics of what happened.
I want to tell you something that happened to me today. I got hugged.
To be honest with you, not even trying to be rude, he sounds like he might have like autism or something, and that's not me criticizing him as much as it's saying like there does seem to be a trend of people on the internet kind of either not understanding people with like intellectual disabilities or even bullying people with intellectual disabilities. It happens a lot. YouTube, Mr. Beard, have a good one, brother.
By a girl.
This is a YouTuber known as Zazef. He's famous for being a RuneScape addicted nerd amongst other things. But how did he go from getting hugged by a girl to this?
He was arrested after trying to meet up with a 13-year-old girl for sexual activity. Officers arrested the 22-year-old on suspicion
Oh my god, what the fuck? He grew up. Jesus Christ.
of arranging and going to a meeting with a minor for the purpose of lewd and lascivious behavior.
Zazef is really one of YouTube's least talked about tragedies. He was a creator essentially famous for being an incel. He often talked about topics like loneliness and how he wanted to get a girlfriend, even going as far as filming himself approaching random women in public and asking them out.
I'll check out that Instagram video after this.
Aw, dang it. Zazef's willingness to make himself the butt of the...
Is he joking with the cadence in his voice? Like, is that actually how he talks, or is he just like pretending to talk about it like that? I wonder.
Joke led many to think he was participating in some sort of Andy Kaufman-esque trolling. But the reality of who exactly Zazef was lied somewhere in between genuine and troll. A blurry gray area of sorts where Zazef's genuine emotions were masked by the seemingly ironic YouTube character he portrayed.
Oh, so it's a character. So he probably doesn't have a disability. Is that what it is? I don't know enough about him to like make that prescription. Okay.
From hugging a girl to registered offender, this is the tragic downfall story of Zazef. I want to give a big thanks to Surfshark VPN for sponsoring today's video. Surfshark is a VPN app that works across all of your devices, protecting your IP and data. When using Surfshark VPN, your browsing activity will watch a show.
Go check out the Surfshark VPN.
Using code WAVY at checkout. Big thanks to them. Now let's get on to the story.
Here is my Game Boy.
Zazef, real name Alexander Rudenko, opened his first YouTube channel at the age of 12.
Wow.
Early videos portrayed Alex as this sort of gaming-obsessed kid, dorky yet likable. In these early videos, he candidly talked about a variety of tech and gaming interests, from new Windows operating system releases to handheld gaming consoles he had, and of course what would become his signature game, RuneScape.
RuneScape, I've been playing it for quite a while now.
For me, it's World of Warcraft, guys. It's just hard to get into things like Lost Ark because I have no real friends to play with, so the struggle is real. I have to make a streaming friend that's like plays games like that with a community, because I just like the biggest problem with like MMOs is like having people to play with, and then like, you know, obviously it gets a little difficult because they're like things that like you need to have friends to play with, you know.
And RuneScape is just a very fun game. If you don't know where it is, I recommend you go play right now.
RuneScape would eventually begin to consume Alex's life, with him essentially spending every waking hour not at school playing the game. We've all been...
Bro, just let me tell you something, man. It's not even that. It's worse than that. When I remember playing WoW in high school, bro, it is like a large contributor to why I dropped out of it. Just dropped out. Like, it was bad. I mean, I remember getting addicted. And I would play all the time when I wasn't at school, and then I came off my Ritalin, right? Because I have ADHD. That was rough, right? And then what ended up happening, bro? I got fucking addicted. I dropped out. I was a straight A, like, honor student, and like I fucking ended up, like, I didn't even drop out. I just kind of stopped going to class, playing video games, and I had a single mom who worked really hard, and you know she loved me, and she never stopped. So it was difficult for her to get me to go to school, and then like even though I didn't really go to school for like 2 years. I would go to some classes just to hang out with friends. I could still have graduated on time because I was like so ahead, but I just didn't care, and I ended up dropping out and getting my GED. Like, what a dumb asshole I am, bro. What a fucking regrettable situation.
In there. But there are some consequences that come associated with being a closeted shut-in. The issue is that girls, well, they really just don't want anything to do with you, man. Straight up. And with that being said, eventually Alex would begin posting videos to his channel where he expressed that he was having struggles with getting a girlfriend.
Valentine's Day is probably one of the worst holidays in the world, because Valentine's Day, it pretty much sucks all the way, and it just makes me very angry.
He obsessively documented both positive and negative interactions he had with girls in the real world. The most infamous of these early videos was Alex's video entitled "I Got Hugged by a Girl." In this video, he delightfully reveals to his viewers that he got hugged by his female cousin. It was a groundbreaking accomplishment for him.
I want to tell you something that happened to me today. I got hugged by a girl. She is pretty hot, might I add. She was my cousin, and she wanted a hug, so I just hugged her. And I'm just getting luckier and luckier with girls every day.
Unsurprisingly,
dude, is he trolling or is he serious? Dude, get out of here. I can't believe that. Wait, hold on. I know exactly what to do. What's up, bitch? You want to fight me? Kick your ass. Let's see R2D2B Django Fett. Boom, donezo.
This ridiculous video actually ended
up...
Yeah,
I wonder if that's real or if it's a character. Because, like, dude, it's... I know this is, like, weird. Nice. It's, like, bizarrely... It's so weird. I wonder if it's, like, real or not. I don't know. It's just fucking bizarre.
Going viral on YouTube and brought Zazef some new followers in the process. These newfound followers found this kid interesting. Many were unsure if Zazef was genuine or if he was trolling in his video for comedic
I don't know.
effect. Whatever the case, he came off as this lovable nerd.
Wait, so did we ever confirm he's trolling? Because if not, to me it suggests that people thought that was so weird that they were like, oh, this is really weird, so he has to be trolling. But I feel like he was probably he was like, yeah, my cousin's hot. Which is like really bizarre, but he's like 12, so it's like, okay, it's whatever. And they're like, but that's so weird. There's no way that he's being serious. You know what I mean? So I don't know.
That folks just couldn't help but root for, kind of like a McLovin type character, if you know what I'm saying. Viewers wanted Alex to score and get a girlfriend, so they stuck around to watch his future efforts at doing exactly that.
And then I just tapped her on the shoulder a little bit, you know, a little playful tap. And then what happened was she said, oh, don't touch me. And then she, with her water bottle, she spilled the water on me, and I was all wet, and everything was wet, even my camera was wet. Yeah, I guess.
Why the fuck did he have a camera?
I can't really get a good girlfriend now.
Around the time of Alex finishing high school around 2013, he began to talk less about RuneScape and almost exclusively discussed his interactions with girls on his second YouTube channel, Zazef. And this is where stuff begins to get weirder and the lines between genuine and trolling really start to blur. In videos like She Didn't Want to Be My Valentine and I Poked Her and She Deleted Me, Alex can be seen clearly engaging in some self-deprecating humor here, making fun of himself for not being able to get a girlfriend. Sort of brush.
So like, but there's a difference between making fun of yourself for not being able to get a girlfriend and having a trolling character. You know what I mean? Like, it sounds like this is really him, a really fucking awkward incel, potentially with like some kind of autism, that like has really bad interactions with girls. Huh.
Pushing it off as this funny thing. He did this by making up fake stories about getting rejected and seemingly playing into the
How do you know that they're fake? I wonder, how do we know that they're fake?
And that he was a creep for comedic effect.
Hi, I'm pretty sure you already noticed, but
did he say
I don't have a Valentine yet. I saw this girl And I came up to her, and then I said, "Hey, you want to be my Valentine?" And then she was just laughing at me. She laughed at me, and she said, "No." "What? Come back here, please." And then she came back here, and then I got out my knife and I stabbed her in her boob. When a girl.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess then, yeah, that's definitely not real. Okay, I guess that's how you know. I mean, maybe he really did that. I don't think so, though. Okay. I wonder why he would say that. So the reason that I bring that up is because, like, there's a difference between me making up a fake story like that and him, somebody else potentially doing that. I wonder if he made up that story that was more in, like, this way where it's like, oh, maybe he did it because he thought it would be, like crazy and funny, or maybe he did it because those are his thoughts. Like, maybe those are his actual, like, intrusive thoughts where he, like, kind of hates women so much because they keep rejecting him that he's like, I want to stab them. So it's like a funny story, but it comes from, like, this real place almost.
To me, my heart goes like, yeah, yes.
Zazef constantly seemed to shift from comedic troll to socially inept weirdo. It was extremely difficult to pin down the exact truth behind this persona that was being presented. And as he got older and more brazen in his videos, the lines blurred even further and his true emotions even more obfuscated. In 2014, Alex created a prank series on his channel that heavily played into the theme of him being an incel. These pranks would involve him going out in public and filming himself asking women out with pickup lines submitted by his own comment section. While at times funny, these pranks more often than not came off as uncomfortably weird and at times harassment.
I almost raped a girl in Six Flags because she hugged me. Is your mom single? I like older women.
Oh, good for you.
Oh, is she single?
No.
Okay. You give my rocket power.
What's that?
My rocket power?
Okay, what does that mean?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No.
And why don't you know?
I don't know. It just means something.
That means something that you and your buddies have an inside joke on?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Alright. I just have one question. Can I Squirtle on them Jigglypuffs?
What?
Can I Squirtle on them Jigglypuffs?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Like, do you have Jigglypuffs I can Squirtle on?
No.
Do you think that if he was handsome, people would have had better reception to what he was saying? I'm just being honest with you. I mean, it's harassment. He's being a fucking scumbag, but, like, you think? I don't know, bro. Like, is this a character, or does he just think that this is funny because he's a fucking incel that, like, doesn't respect women, and he's like, yeah, what do you want me to say? Do you want me to harass these women in public, you know?
I've lost my virginity. Can I have yours?
No.
Okay.
But just when Alex had you thinking he was a full-blown weirdo with these catcalling videos, he would upload some sort of self-aware, self-deprecating video to his channel that would lead you back to thinking that this whole persona he was playing was an act, a troll,
Like
or
what?
some
You gotta
sort
show
of
me the
bit of
video.
satire.
Show it.
Like, the guy had a running joke of comparing himself to Elliot Rodger, and he made various other incel jokes about himself. He had to be self-aware to some extent, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you already know this, but my name is Zazef Rogers.
Elaborate troll or genuine, the
Yeah, I you know what it is? Like, I know what it's like to be a troll. I feel like there was this character, his persona. He seems like he as a person was like not able to really get women because he was like off-putting for some reason, right? For whatever reason it is. And then he just like plays into it, and it's like a funny internet meme. It's like, yeah, I'm an incel, haha, and like you start to like kind of like fucking hate women for not wanting to fuck you, like true incel with a little bit of comedy. But I don't think it's necessarily a character. I think it's an exaggeration version of himself, like me. Like, I'm not a character, but I exaggerate some things for like fun, like when we have fun on the internet. Like, I'll say some dumb weird shit, right? And but it's not. I wouldn't classify it as a character. I feel like people are trying to classify it as a character to try to make sense of it because they're like, how could somebody be this fucking like obnoxious, you know what I mean? But I think that's like, some people are just bad, shitty people, you know?
The answer to that question would remain ambiguous for some time.
Basically, I don't have a date for Valentine's yet, so will you be my girlfriend?
No.
There you go. Thank you.
Well, now I'm back home. That did not go very good, but I'm not giving up. I'm not gonna give up, cause that was just my first time ever, so I'm just gonna keep trying, you know? It gets better with practice.
In 2016, Zazef's bizarre antics caught the attention of Leafy Is Here, the mega popular reaction commentator from the time. Leafy would initially mock Zazef in his video, The Most Savage Man on the Entire Internet.
I'm pretty sure you already know this, but I'm getting ready to start my weekly tradition again of asking a girl out every single week.
What is up with these fucking dudes that always feel the need to be like fucking 2 inches away from their camera?
This video not only made fun of Zazef, but brought thousands of new subscribers to his channel in the process. Followers initially sent by Leafy came to hate on Zazef, but they ended up sticking around, wanting to keep up with the antics of this self-admitted incel YouTuber.
I work out, so Leafy, do you want some of this?
Wow, incredible.
I've been working out for the past year and a half by now, and like I work out and I go and talk to girls. Leafy doesn't do any of those things. So
after a brief back and forth between
Thanks for $2 on 143 bunny. Pop, my beard is better than Keem's beard. Papa Guts beard better than Keem's beard. Also want to play PS4 together. I'm just using my computer right now with the PS4 controller, to be honest with you. But maybe.
between Zazef and Leafy, Zazef would double down and continue with his pickup line videos and became more brazen with other prank videos where he runs into businesses while loudly yelling in a blatant effort to disturb the peace and piss people off.
Where are you? Hurry beyond! Cool! Hey.
Wow, incredible.
But behind all the spectacle involved with the pranking and trolling, there was an ever-present frustration in Alex, a frustration caused by his loneliness and inability to get a girlfriend. In 2018, Alex would create a somber video called The Truth About Me.
It looks like he created a character. He created like a fucking emo character, and we all know every emo person in the world is a predator. That's true. It's an objective fact, and you know.
In which he addressed these very issues.
I really am trying to get a girlfriend, guys. Like, it's hard. I never had a girlfriend before. To this day, I have never had a girlfriend before, and it's just hard for me, you know. I'm over here playing RuneScape right now on my computer. In case you didn't know, it's I don't know, man. It's a tough life. I'm just trying to make it in this world. RuneScape's all that I got right now. Just, you know, mining on RuneScape, and that's all I have.
Okay. At this point, Alex appeared desperate for a girlfriend, like desperate to where it was really causing him a lot of mental anguish. Hell, he even made a video on his Zazef channel essentially begging girls to message him on Instagram if they were interested in meeting up with him in real life.
But have you ever wanted to be my girlfriend? Well, now's your chance. So send me a direct message, and then with your application, make sure you include your like the city you live in, or the state and city you live in, or just the city, or just the state, just so I know where you live. And it's I'm not stalking you, but just so I know if you can like meet up in real life and then like be an actual boyfriend and girlfriend, because in the end that's the best one. So yeah, so do it now.
It's just kind of sus, you know? Alex's documentation of himself trying to get a girlfriend started off as this innocuous sort of experiment that people were willing to support. But as he got older and the failures compounded on themselves, it morphed into something more akin to a creepy obsession. And unfortunately, you'll soon find that a series of events would unfold that revealed Zazef was apparently willing to go to disturbing lengths in his quest for female companionship. In 2018, Zazef began actively live streaming his efforts to pick up girls in his local area on YouTube. These disruptive live streams ended up getting the attention of the local police. In a video uploaded on April 17th of 2018 called I Got Swatted by the Police, Zazef suggested that law enforcement was actually investigating him under grounds of sexual harassment, even saying that they showed up to his house and went through his internet browsing history.
Yesterday I got swatted by the cops because of my live streams. They knocked on my door, asked me what am I doing with my live streams, and they told me I can't be sexually harassing girls and stuff. They said that I can get arrested for what I'm doing. I never sexually harassed anyone. They looked through my computer, they looked through my phone, and they looked through my iPod Touch. And they were asking me...
Well, you are kind of like sexually harassing girls when you're asking them to see your rocket and stuff. You know what I mean? You might think it's lighthearted, but like that is harassment. And people do have... they are entitled to not being constantly fucking harassed, so...
What porn do I watch? Do you have any rape fantasies and stuff? So they were trying to like...
Is that what he asked them if they have any... He asked them if they have any rape fantasies? Bro, stop. That's fucking insane.
For like having rape fantasies. I don't even have rape fantasies, okay?
Oh, they asked him if he did.
Just because I watched a video on Pornhub where a girl got forced by a bunch of guys does not mean I have rape fantasies. They're trying to do all that they can to...
Oh, I see. So like since he harasses women in public, and then they're trying to like put together like a profile, like okay, if he's sexually harassing women in public and he likes like rape porn, then he might be like a fucking piece of shit. I will say though, bro, like so a lot of people do have like CNC type fetishes. You know, that's just life, brother. As long as you don't, as long as it's all consensual, that's what it's consensual, not consent. As long as everything's consensual, like you know, you're an adult, you're doing your thing, like whatever, bro. You gotta be careful with that kind of stuff, but you know, it's just an adult relationship sometimes.
Making live streams, but I don't think I'm gonna stop, okay? Because I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not doing anything illegal. And they know that, because if I was, they would have arrested me.
While somewhat shaken, Zazef appears to shrug off law enforcement's interest into his activities, and he would continue to livestream and make unwanted advances on women throughout the month of April. But in May, these streams from Zazef stopped, and he seemingly vanished from the internet out of nowhere. Why? Well, Zazef got arrested. This arrest would not only end the Zazef antics on YouTube, but forever change the way the internet looked at this once innocuous incel.
And is arrested after trying to meet up with a 13-year-old girl for sexual activity.
Jesus.
The two met over social media, but little did he know he was actually meeting up with an undercover Roseville police officer.
Roseville police confirm a tip about this popular YouTube channel where they say it appears the man makes sexually inappropriate comments to multiple young girls, sparked an undercover operation.
That was one of the pieces that led us into starting a further investigation on this individual.
He says Rudenko made plans online to meet a 13-year-old girl in person for sex, but when he arrived at the agreed meeting spot, he found out that 13-year-old girl was really an undercover detective.
And this individual obviously had something in mind that he was trying to meet with underage girls for sexual activity.
Yep, apparently
I mean, what a scumfuck. It is interesting to think, though, like, why? Was he a pedophile, or did he just feel like no girl would talk to him? So he's like, yeah, I'll talk with the first person who says anything. And they happen to pose as, like, a 13-year-old. Because I wonder if the cops were like, oh, I'm actually a fucking 19-year-old. If he would have been like, oh, cool. You know? I'm just curious. And then it gets into the conversation about when you trap people like this, and I don't really care because like you're fucking shouldn't be trying to meet up with like kids, you scum piece of shit. But it gets into an interesting conversation about how like the person the adult posing as the kid, like they like come off like I wonder if they come off as more adult, you know? I don't know. Or like if it was a regular 13-year-old, because a lot of times they can get a little pushy to try to get you to meet up, obviously to catch you because you're a fucking pedophile piece of shit. But then it gets into the conversation of like, oh, if they didn't push you to hang out, like a 13-year-old probably wouldn't push to hang out. And if there's like a lot of times people in these situations, they're like, oh, I don't know if I want to do this. I guess I'm speculating because maybe he did. Maybe he was totally in for it. But sometimes people are like, I don't know if I want to do this. And then they're like, oh, no, we should do it. The 13-year-old pushes, you know? But that's just me fucking, you know, just thinking about the situation. The only reason I think of it like that is because like what happens if he gets away with it? And then he's like, oh, now I know what to do to try to like go after 13-year-olds. I don't know. It's a fucking whole weird conversation of.
Zazef was arrested for messaging and attempting to meet up with a minor that he had contacted on social media. This alleged meetup resulted in him falling right into a police sting operation and getting a felony sex offense charge in the process. It's a situation not all too different than what we saw in the EDP 445 case. The only thing.
Well, yeah, if you compare it to EDP, and EDP's a scumbag because he was constantly trying to talk to young people. But one of the things I noticed is that there was a hesitation in his actually wanting to go through with meeting this, like the supposed 13-year-old. But the person kept pushing, and a normal 13-year-old wouldn't have pushed, most likely. So like you have a person who's posing as 13, but they're really an adult, being like, oh, we should hang out, and it's like, okay, but do you think that, like, if it was an actual 13-year-old, do you think that they would have actually gotten together, you know? Or do you think that, like, you know? What the hell was that? It's just like a hard speculation. You know what I mean? Thank you so much for the $5 from Camille. Camille? I don't know if I'm saying that right. I don't want to. Oh, you're quoting me that I said I don't make any rash decisions. I'm testing YouTube, bro. I'm testing. I haven't dual streamed yet. That's the thing I don't want to make a rash decision on. Is dual streaming.
Different about this is there were actual police involved and there was actually an arrest. This was quite the shocking turn of events. Yes, Alex often came off as desperate for female attention, but many people at the time had just played all of this off as it was him trolling. And the people that did think he was desperate for real, they didn't think he was this desperate. YouTube comments from the time show reactions from former fans, with some suggesting that it was bound to happen sooner or later, some expressing just general disappointment, and others memeing on the situation. In the wake of the arrest and charges, Alex was jailed, given 4 years probation, and had to register as a sex offender. Nobody would have new updates about Zazef until 2019. This is an alleged correspondence with Zazef that has been shared to the internet from an anonymous fan. What happened, man? You good? Cops set me up. Been in jail for a year. Got to register for life and probation for 4 years. How long have you been out? Is the channel done? Looks like it's done. The probation officer recommended I delete Instagram and YouTube so I don't accidentally talk to anyone under 18. So you're allowed social media still? Yeah, but he said they shouldn't have allowed that. But it is allowed, and I'm not really going to use it in case I accidentally talk to an underage person.
Well, I mean, like, how do you accidentally talk to an underage person? Like, confirm their age? Oh, you know what, though? Sometimes people might lie about that. Actually, considering they know his past now, people might be like, oh, I'm 18. And then, like, it turns out they're, like, 14. And then he goes to jail regardless. It doesn't matter the context around it because he should have been, the smarter operating party, you know?
You gonna upload any kind of update before the channel goes or no? I'm just gonna keep the channel live as a piece of history. And consistent with that last message, the Zazef channel is still live, yet dormant. The last activity—
And now, this person actually, Zazef actually came back under a different channel name. And that channel name is Mr. Girl. I'm just kidding.
being a post that was uploaded days before Zazef's fateful arrest in May of 2018. Zazef is still around on YouTube though, in a limited capacity. On the channel Zazef Live, Alex has a handful of streams where he plays Duel Links and RuneScape, providing virtually no commentary in these streams. It's a shell of what Zazef was back in those pickup line prank days, and perhaps that's for the better. The story of Zazef truly is one of YouTube's least talked about tragedies in my view. Alex was a uniquely entertaining YouTuber. He was goofy yet likable, a true underdog trying to achieve the goal of getting
I
a
don't know,
girlfriend.
man. It seemed like there was the incel was deep in this guy, and you guys tried to write it off as a joke. I don't know.
It's not only a funny channel concept, but it's a cause that anybody can root for. Everybody wants the nerd to, you know, get a girl and be happy.
They get
but as
some
time went on,
pussy.
it appears to me that this was less of a joke and more of a creepy obsession that was influencing Alex's questionable activities both on camera and behind the scenes. It would be disingenuous to say that Alex wasn't
Give me some
trolling at
pussy.
times, but I think he was often more serious when talking about his personal struggles in videos than many assumed. Alex was a troubled guy that needed help, and unfortunately, it appears that nobody around him was able to intervene.
If you're like a girl viewer of mine, then please add me, because I just wanted to maybe talk to you, and maybe if you live in my area, you can come visit me, we can be friends.
And that, my friends, was the tragic downfall of Zazef. Let me know what you guys thought about this video down below in the comments section, slap like on the video, and of course, let me know who or what you want me to talk about next. I want to give a major shout out to my patrons. I appreciate
all right,
you
guys. Somebody make a rise and fall of Papa Gut. That would be great. All right, interesting video. How long do I usually stream for? Not that long, but like I'm just kind of on. We did a 3-hour segment of fucking Sienna Mae, so like that was quite winded. I'll tell you that much. That was quite a winded segment. That was fucking crazy. That was crazy. So, okay, all right. What the fuck? Okay. Just wanted to throw my vote for Christian doubleheader. I don't know if we'll do a doubleheader. I don't know if we're gonna do a doubleheader though. But you guys are always wanting those doubleheaders. I don't know if I have it in me to do a doubleheader, okay? But this is a Christiana Comprehensive History, Part 14. Boom. Okay. Let's get into it. I always love these videos by Geo Samuels 2.1. Let's get this going, bro. Let's go. Let's get this going. The intro is always a little slow. It's also muted, so.
What made him this way?
Yes, beautiful. Yes.
What is the attraction?
What is the attraction?
What keeps us fascinated? This is the story of Christian.
This is the story of Christian Weston Chandler.
Oh, damn you, Jack Thaddeus. Give me back my PlayStation Network account.
Bro, what just happened? What just happened here? Incredible.
I'm so damn stupid. I got a goddamn motherfucking 6-inch cock with 4-inch diameter balls. I hope.
On July 24th.
Bro, come on. What is happening here? Why would you like make this guy do something like this? Like, Jesus Christ.
2009. Christian filmed an 8-minute long video of himself simulating intercourse with his PlayStation 3. After about 85 seconds, he loses stamina and carries on humping while sitting down.
So like, is his genitals out or not? It looks like you censored it just because it was suggestive.
He later posted a private link to it for Jack Thaddeus. It soon leaked onto the 4chan video game board, V.
Incredible.
Thaddeus then revealed that he had known all along that Samantha's emails were written by Chris, and claimed that he was in fact portraying the part of Samantha from the beginning. He then demanded that Chris sing word for word the song It's Okay to Be Gay by Tomboy. Christian wrote 2 strongly stressed emails begging to know what he did to deserve all the trolling over the past few years. Jack.
Bro, that's a great question, because like nothing, honestly. He's autistic. He has fucking autism. That's it. That's what basically makes you deserve being trolled, is if you have fucking autism and you're easily manipulated. Is he a good person? Probably not. Like, he doesn't seem... He's kind of racist and homophobic, for sure. But, dude, they made this guy shove, like, a medallion in his ass and, like, shit all over himself. They make him do horrible things. Like, nobody deserves that. Like, this guy doesn't deserve that. He's just a person with autism that's, like, struggling to fucking fit in with the world. It's crazy. I'm honestly surprised that he didn't go to a... You know, if he wasn't, like, a... You know, he didn't grab a thing. You know what I mean? And you know what I'm saying, dude? I'm surprised he hasn't taken his anger out on people. It's crazy.
Cryptically asked him, who the hell is the very first
and
troll?
I know that he's like shitty because of what happened with his mother, but like honestly, I think that this has like an incredible amount of this has like a huge impact on his development. Like the things that he did to his mom is honestly a lot of these trolls' fault. They're a huge part of it. They're a huge part of like his like just I and maybe it still would have happened, but I doubt it. Like, bro, these people manipulated Chris into being like fucking trans. I guarantee that. Like it's fucking crazy. It's just fucking crazy, dude.
He told Chris that the identity of the first troll would answer his question. Confounded, he made a list of possible contenders and sent it via email to Kim Wilson. Among them was manager of the game place, Michael Snyder, and others who frequented the game and hobby store, including Megan Schroeder.
He thinks that they would have been the trolls? What?
Later that day, Christian uploaded his cover version of It's Okay to Be Gay.
It's okay to be gay, it's a choice of the boys in the gay way.
His face is off camera for the majority of the video, and he alters his voice in an odd way, possibly due to the stressful theme of the song.
He sounds like Cookie Monster. The stressful theme of the song. Okay. Well, I know what you mean by that. Like he finds it stressful, but Jesus. All right, we're on Geonosis to find Obi-Wan, so I'm gonna somehow play as Obi-Wan to find myself. It's crazy.
It's okay to be gay.
Okay.
Damn you, Jack Thaddeus / Samantha. Whatever.
He deleted the video after 20 minutes.
Wow.
Shortly after, he recorded a video of himself singing Dare, a song from the 1986 Transformers movie soundtrack, originally recorded by Stan Bush.
Sometimes when your hopes have all been shattered and there's nowhere to turn.
Like his previous music video effort, it features drawings of his Sonichu characters and a guitar solo performed on his Guitar Hero controller.
Dare to believe you can survive.
Still using Samantha's email address, Chris wrote an email to Kate, admitting that it had been him sending her emails all along, and exposed Samantha's trolling schemes. He assured her that he meant no harm, and sent her a photocopy of a drawing of Sonichu and Rosechu cuddling on a couch, which he had presented to his recently wedded cousin, and stated that he still wanted to be friends with her.
Wait, he I'm sorry. He wrote that for his cousin? He drew a picture like that for his like cousin that just got married? What a fucking gift. Holy shit. Someone please get me that gift. Wow. Incredible. Jesus Christ. Incredible stuff, dude.
Hey, you, I don't like your boyfriend. No way, and like you need a new...
The following day, Christian uploaded the music video of his rendition of Avril Lavigne's Girlfriend with adjusted lyrics.
Papa God, he already had incestuous thoughts before these horrible trolls. Okay, but do you think that, like, being, like, horribly bullied and completely isolated would potentially... Like, this is one of those fucked up things, because what he did to his mom is horrible. You know, he took advantage of a woman that had fucking... What would she have? Like, potentially have dementia or something? It's horrible. But when every single time you interact with a girl, it's a troll that makes you, like, show your dick or fucking shit all over yourself... It creates an isolating situation where, like, what do you think's gonna happen? Oh, the only girl I can trust is my mom. I have to be with my mom, and my mom is like mentally incapable. And then the trolls are telling me, literally telling me, that my mom has feelings for me and shit. Do you guys not remember, like, what was it, Isabella Janke or whatever? Is that her name? And they were fucking like encouraging it. They're like, yeah, I could see why you would really want to be with your mom. Like, oh, it's like, dude, you know what I mean? Like, incestuous thoughts don't create this. You know, like this by itself, I very highly doubt. Like people fucking telling her and affirming the relationship. You don't think that there's a factor there? How the fuck do I get over there? Fuck me.
In the description, he dedicated the song to Ivy. He also attacked a Howard, an unknown person who was falsely proclaimed by trolls as the man in the pickle suit. The video also features interspersed shots of photos of the women in his life, including Megan Schroeder, Blanca Weiss, Jessie Ruddy, and Ivy.
Hey, you!
Jack Thaddeus informed Chris that he was not convinced by his rendition of the gay anthem and demanded that he re-record the video with more enthusiasm and pride. Christian's second take of It's Okay to Be Gay, officially titled on YouTube as It's_, begins with a written dedication to Jack and Sam, followed by the statement, "The word is stupid, not gay, so cut it out."
What the fuck?
It's okay to be gay, let's rejoice with the boys and again.
I'm sorry, because it's like shitty what they're making him do, but He's so homophobic that he just can't bear put his face in the picture. You know what I mean? Like, he just can't dare put his own fucking face in the picture. It's just, and that seems to be why he's like, he has a fucking, like, what the fuck is that? Like a Groucho Marx costume. Like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Like, Jesus Christ.
Chris indeed performs it with much more gusto. However, he attempts to disguise himself by wearing a Groucho Marx mask and the hat and skirt originally worn by his inflatable sex doll, Officer Nasty.
It's not okay to be gay!
And it's not okay to be gay. Incredible.
Upon reviewing the video, Thaddeus was displeased with his efforts and demanded that Chris host a puppet show in which the characters Sonic and Tails from the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise would discuss and eventually engage in gay sex. Christian replied, stating that he no longer cared about his PSN accounts, and admitted that he has told Rocky about his scheme of trolling the trolls, and claims that she understood that the comments he had made about raping her in the troll IRC chat were part of an act. On July 26th, Christian uploaded a video in which he explains the reasoning behind his recent pro-gay videos, and further attempts to prove that he is the real Christian Chandler.
I felt queasy from the first time I looked at the very first line of that damn dirty song. But then later, a friend told me that it was originally done as a mockery by the damn tomboy. So I went with that and did my own spin-off of Monty Python's Flying Circus. So therefore, when I was saying it's okay to be gay, I was saying it's okay to be stupid. The whole premise was stupid. And that's what I went with. Stupid. And look at me. Do I look like...
You do look a little gay. That's very interesting because it doesn't really make it much better because, you know, obviously using gay as a pejorative is like not the right thing to do, you know? But like say using gay is stupid, but like people do it, whatever. But like that's your defense, like bro, you're just saying that it just doesn't make it much better. Jesus.
No more of those stupid opposition messages. Get it through your fucking individual damn dirty skulls. I am straight. But anyway, also, to prove another point, that I am indeed the real Christian Weston Chandler, and that I am not that damn fucking imposter in brown. I want to show you
Liquid Chris?
a history.
What are they talking about?
Of close-ups. A close-up history.
What the
Let's have a look in here, shall we? Yes. The infamous classic hand-drawn cover of the number 0 book. You can never, ever copy the hand-drawing styles, no matter how hard you try. My art speaks for me. Now let's look at some more. Here's a one-pager I'm sure you'll remember.
I'm just gonna do it. This is stupid
Bad Leroy Brown.
Okay.
Mine and the first romantic attempt. And I did an awesome fucking job. Chemical X? No.
Sure.
Cherry Cola. Oh yeah, here comes a laugh. Robotnik, 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 only for the straight man. X. He used the Orion scent. May I orbit your belt, sweetheart? Yeah, I'll let you orbit my belt. As long as you want till midnight.
What the fuck is happening?
Yeah. Jackpot! And now for something completely different. An Inuyasha parody. Very good.
Great.
Hey, hey, the gang's all here. What the heck do we care? What the heck do we care? I went. I fought. I eventually conquered with courage. Heaven only knows what you might find. Dare! Dare to keep all your dreams alive.
Okay.
The twin sister I wish I had in real life.
Oh.
That hurt. Damn you, dirty witch. Damn you. Welcome to Quickville. Let's get this party started. Evil witch, I will avenge all hearts you have shattered, including myself, which you have done in October 2003. All our tuxedo coming. Patty, I miss you.
Bro,
Come
what the
home.
fuck am I supposed to do in this
I'll go
fucking
play
game?
Switch. And dear Kitty misses you too. Very much so. We love you. Wow, he recovered quick. Kind of a Goku Gam attitude. Too bad I was never just all that into him.
What the fuck double jumping gonna do for me?
Megan, why?
Like here?
And for that matter, Michael Snyder, why? We, the Electric Hedgehogs, and everybody in the city of Quickville, as a Seaville within the state of Virginia, stand firm and strong as proud citizens of these United States that everybody have fought so hard for the freedom of. We have vaginas, dumbasses!
This is a great.
Burrito,
I'm just getting fucking irritated because I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do here.
Keeping it real and rocking hard. It's spring break! Woo!
What am I doing? What do I do here?
Working on it.
Bro, what do I fucking do here? Somebody fucking explain this game to me. Why the fuck? This is insane. It tells me to go here. What does this do for me? You fucking piece of shit. What am I supposed to do? What do I do? Bro, I'm getting fucking irritated. What is the goal here? Before I break this fucking game. What's the fucking goal here, dude? Hold triangle. Hold these fucking nuts, bro. Look at this. Look it up. I don't want to look it up. Somebody fucking tell me. God damn it. In the old games, he could fucking levitate. Now I can't do that. This is stupid as shit. I'm getting fucking irritated, bro. Okay.
And now for one final tidbit.
This is supposed to be a fucking child's game. This is supposed to be a game for children. And I can't figure out what I'm supposed to do. I thought that was what I was supposed to do. Like, I don't understand. What do I do here? It's supposed to be for kids. It's supposed to be a game for kids. Do I break this? Are you fucking kidding me? I was supposed to break that and build something.
Retribution against Howard, the fiend from the coat of pickle-suited fiends. Divine retribution for that day you stole Emily. You damn watchman.
What the hells were you thinking with that damn pickle suit?
Captain's log. Stardate. July 26, 2009.
Hello, my loyal fan base.
Is this Liquid Chris?
Exciting news to be announced. I just recently heard from an independent game company who wishes to pick up my Sonic U character and make it into a video game. This is going to be the true and honest Sonic U game. It is in the works, and I signed on a very tasty contract with them for a large sum of money, which I do not feel overly comfortable discussing right now, because this large amount of money may influence how the women see me as a person, and prevent me from finding my true sweetheart.
Okay.
Liquid Chris talks about the alleged plans to turn his Sonic creation into a legitimate video game. In addition, Casey, who had made an appearance in a previous video, appears again.
So yeah, I was a little apprehensive about calling someone who I've never talked to from online, but, you know, I thought you might be different, and I'm really glad that I was right. So yeah, I would love to talk again. I'm out of class for the rest of the day, so just give me a call back, I'll be around. So I can't wait to talk to you. Peace.
Wow.
Oh, and to that overweight troll who keeps trying so hard to impersonate me, please understand, I am a high-functioning autistic male. And please stop interfering with the sales of my Sonic U franchise.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
It's my main source of income, and my parents need to be supported on it.
You gotta be.
Don't be so naive.
Dude, the fucking gaslighting here is actually horrible. This is actually fucked up, but it's funny. So I don't really care that much. It's just kind of funny that he's just... See, this is what I'm talking about. This kind of shit, this is like lighthearted. So I got ragdolled. I could be like, okay, this is kind of silly. You're just swearing that you're this person. Like, it's funny. It's kind of stupid. But the other shit's too much.
To think that I don't know what you're up to. Well, I hope y'all are having as good of a week as I have. To my true supporters, thank you and peace.
What do you hear?
And to the rest of you slanderous trolls, kiss my game-making foot.
But these guys worthless now? What do I do?
On July 27th, Christian sent a handwritten letter to Gameplays manager Michael Snyder, inquiring about his involvement with the trolls and asking to be allowed back into the gameplays. I'm looking up and searching for the very first quick troll, the very first individual who ranted against me, Sonichu, and Rosechu. Enclosed is a copy of my list of suspects from as early as October 2007. You are at the top of the list. I have already informed my church's pastor, pastoral counselor, and our Charlottesville detective, working on stopping these trolls. I want you to be God-watching honest with me, Michael Snyder. Right, are you one of those trolls? For reasons before November 2007, why did you hate me or troll me? What did I ever do to you? Why troll me above all more successful or less successful people? Or in short, for you to respond with a minimum 500-word essay. What the fuck? Please reply via handwritten letter only.
Bro, can I just tell you what this game is like? They have this thing where you can hold triangle to like switch between scenes, but they're rendering the game basically fucking twice in a row. So it's kind of stupid when they do it like this. Because like now, like it's just lagging the fuck out of the game. It's annoying.
It's possible. Have a good day.
What am I doing now?
Later that day, Liquid Chris uploaded a parody video of Christian's original forced admission to being a homosexual.
You know, the word gay gets thrown around a lot, you know.
Sure.
And maybe in an inappropriate way. So, I'm just here to tell you that, I'm gay.
Okay.
I'm a gay being.
Soon after, he made another video in which he reveals the identity of the troll who coerced him into calling himself gay.
There's proof that it was the slanderous Clyde Cash who's been trolling me for such that long time. Mr. Clyde, we will not be crashed into slumber by your heinous antics and whatnot. To my loyal fans, peace. Have a good day.
He left a link to an audio recording of his phone call with Clyde, who had apparently faked his own death.
So, I do believe your mother's missing spirit.
Yeah, how'd you know about that? Her retirement funds are being siphoned off. Once you intrude on life of my family, you are never going to hear the end of it. Too many crooks.
What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
And call the police or something.
The following day, Christian officially completed retyping and coloring Sonichu episode 19. In addition to aesthetic alterations, he added 2 extra pages after the ending of the main story. First was a proposed dating education exam, consisting of 9 multiple choice questions
terrible
and 1 essay
fucking
question.
segment of this game.
It
Is
was
so
followed
buggy.
by a full-page tribute/statement from Billy Mays, in which he denies ever being appointed mayor of Quickville and praises the town and its mayor, Christian Weston Chandler. In an email to Kim Wilson, Christian revealed that he was annoyed that as well as taking his own fans away, Liquid Chris was also taking his trolls away from him.
What? Why would you be upset
Also
by
during
that?
this time, trolls began a rumor to antagonize Chris, that in addition to him being an imposter, it was also proposed that the letters in his YouTube channel name, IBA Chandler, offered a clue to his real name, Ian Brandon Anderson.
Okay.
On July 29th, Christian uploaded a video of himself playing More Than a Feeling by Boston on Guitar Hero. Since Christian is seen without his facial hair, it can be determined that the video itself was recorded a significant time before it was unveiled. He also re-uploaded many old videos concerning Ivy.
Wait, does that mean that Chris just like makes videos of him playing the guitar and then, or the Guitar Hero guitar, and then eventually uploads them, like it's sporadically? I mean, that's a Chad move, isn't it? That's just like my opinion, you know.
Under the belief that she had been genuine and not a troll. Later that day, Liquid Chris performed the same song on his acoustic guitar.
Oh my god. More like his autistic guitar, am I right, guys? Sorry.
Take that, imposter.
Chris left an angry comment on his video, resulting in a string of replies insulting him and calling him a fake. He later made a video addressing the current Liquid Chris situation.
Let's get this over with right off the bat. Dispelling rumors and making a few points. There are no official Sonic Show Road 2 merchandise yet. Whatever you're buying.
Oh my god, is the stream really going like that fucking bad? Bro, I swear to god, it's the fucking game, bro. It's this game. It's like, it's ridiculous. Yeah, my stream health is having a fucking problem. Dude, I swear to god. It's the fucking game, bro. It's the game. Look, watch. Is the stream getting better? Is it better? I wonder if it's any better. Bro. Hold on.
Right now, it's fake, especially from the damn black, brown striped imposter posing as me. And I can best prove who I am. Close up, zoom in on me. Can you copy front and back, thickness, front, reflective, Virginia, if you can see it. I think not. I think not. Ignore all YouTube videos portraying me in a wrong sense, especially if it is not on my true YouTube account, this one, IBA Chandler. And yes, it is true. I have called myself a troll because I'm trolling my trolls back.
This is the worst segment in
I am
the
a
game.
troll
It's
to
horrible.
those trolls only. I am not a troll to any of the true, honest people out there. Because of the internet and whatnot, it's hard to tell a difference. So, if you are not a troll, and you know you're not, it does not apply to you. Otherwise, you know you're a
I
troll.
gotta get out of the droid factory.
I'm trolling you
This
back.
scene is I mean, this fucking part of the game is horrible.
And it's okay to be stupid sometimes.
Okay.
Damn dirty song. Well, it is not okay to be homosexual.
Yeah, it's still lagging.
I will personally not judge any individual of that one trait. I'm willing to be friends with homosexuals. And let me make it clear, I will not tolerate any further damn dirty, stupid questions questioning my dang orientation. I, Christopher Christian Weston Chandler, am straight. Have good faith in me.
He also uploaded a video of himself asking Liquid Chris for proof of his identity in Spanish.
¡Ay! Impostor en rayos de marrón. Yo tenía 2 años de español en mi escuela secundaria, Manchester High, con mi señora bonita. Yo, el verdad, Christopher Christian Ricardo Weston Chandler. No solamente gradué de Manchester High con mi título.
Incredible.
Mi título de basketball en mi año de freshman.
I didn't realize that Chris was so good with like Spanish. To be honest with you, it's incredible. It's the most incredible thing I've ever heard in my entire life. Wow.
2 hours estúpido.
Liquid Chris contributed to the discussion with his own video, in which he also speaks Spanish.
Hola, este es el verdadero Ricardo Weston Chandler.
Wow.
Impostor en el pequeño chaleco. Yo no solo comprender su último video, pero tiene un excelente dominio de la idioma de Cervantes.
He also speaks French.
Je parle aussi français, comme je l'ai pris 2 ans de français de mes années lycée à Manchester.
Wow.
Avec ma jolie professeure.
Why not pay for a prostitute? Chris is like very against prostitutes. Like, he shouldn't be, frankly, because you know of his situation. But he is. He's very against it. So.
And German.
Nicht zu erwarten, aber ich den Zertifikat in CAD.
And Japanese.
Bro, honestly though, like this convinces me that this is the real Christian, because Christian obviously would know like 45,000 different languages, you know.
Iwa tadashi Chris naraba to yomeru kare daga kanumandai wa subete kore.
Especially, I was gonna say Spanish, especially like Japanese, right? That makes the most sense to me.
No gengo de oto suru hitsuyo ga arimasu.
In addition, Liquid Chris reveals that Casey has become his sweetheart.
We have already gone out on our first date. First date. And finally, Sonichu, the Crystal Chronicles. The game is coming along so well that I've been able to print out so many images that the designers have sent me.
Wow. What is that? What character would that even be from it?
Yeah, so you know, I'm doing pretty well right now. I was able to buy my father, Robert Chandler, a new axe for his woodworking hobby, and I have bought my a Pokemon flute for my mother, Barbara Chandler, for her music. And I have bought myself just a whole bunch of rare Transformers toys and animation programs off of eBay. Autobots, defeat those Decepticlones!
Decepticlones? Does Christian have a fucking meltdown about him calling them Decepticlones, or is that a real thing that I'm just stupid as shit about?
I love you, Casey.
God.
To convince the trolls that he was the real Christian Weston Chandler, Chris uploaded a video in which he reverts back to his old signature attire and vigorously shaves off his goatee on camera without applying any shaving cream, soap, or water beforehand.
That's how a real man shaves, let's be honest, okay?
Lift Up Your Eyes by the Australian church band Planet Shakers plays throughout the clip.
Great.
On the final day of July, Christian uploaded a previously recorded video wherein he challenges Liquid Chris to a battle of sorts.
I challenge you in a SingStar competition.
Okay.
The rules are simple. We are to each pick one song of our own library, our own playlist, and sing them verbatim without any printed lyrics and without any karaoke equipment. And also, we must have the MP3s played behind us, so therefore, no musical instruments whatsoever in any video.
What, did the goatee grow back? What the fuck?
Only in song number 5, no song before, we will allow each other to pick one song and challenge the other with that song. And the deadline for each uploaded song is approximately 24 hours from the previous one. So your song number 1, the deadline for that will be approximately 24 hours after I upload and start my first song.
Okay.
So with that, we will soon be commencing with the first track, Sonic Boom. And with that, I will be showing you my little layout.
How do you sing Sonic Boom?
My speakers are over there. My camera will sit here. The only thing that I ask another...
I feel like that... Isn't that like the worst of the Sonic series? Like the Sonic Boom shit? No?
Another league in this. No separate microphones, but only the microphones on our webcams.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot one thing.
Good rule.
You may use your MP3 player of choice. My PSP is mine. Attached to my speakers.
Okay.
You may show me yours in your first video, Mr. Christian. Any mutiny against the rules I have set forth in this video will be not countable, and you will have to do it all over again. And so, with that...
What follows is the previously seen clip of Chris removing his facial hair, but this time in complete silence.
What? The same clip?
No imported music, which means no Japanese, no Spanish, no German, no other country language, only English. Shame.
Oh, okay, now I get it. That's like a response to the guy doing that before. Like singing or talking in a bunch of different languages and embarrassing Chris a little bit. So now he has a rule that you can't do that anymore. Okay, I mean, that makes perfect sense. That's how I would operate as well if I was Chris.
Would love to play Sailor Star or Flame Sniper. Abide by the rules. Game on.
He created the rules, yeah.
In order to adjudicate the contest, both of the Chris's chose 3 people to act as judges to ensure a fair and balanced result. Christian elected Kate Bay, Kim Wilson, and an unknown male, likely Kim's friend. The judges, as chosen by Liquid Chris, were Spaz Kid, his sweetheart Casey Devoria, and a friend named Seth.
Okay, Seth sounds like a nice guy.
Christian's first entry, Sonic Boom, from the Sonic the Hedgehog CD, was uploaded on July 31st.
Strong, you can fly, you can reach the other side of the rainbow.
Oh, this is incredible.
Hello, imposter. I accept your challenge, and I hope that you don't back out because I'm gonna give you a real whooping.
Liquid Chris offered his first entry the following day.
I believe it,
He sang You're Pitiful by Weird Al Yankovic.
My life is brilliant. Your life's a joke. You're just pathetic.
What does it mean?
You're always broke.
Not long after, Christian uploaded his second entry, Don't Say You Love Me by Norwegian pop duo M2M, which previously made an appearance on his 2000 Christian's Favorite Hits album.
Don't say you love me, you don't even know me. If you really want me, then get...
This entire episode is a fucking banger with all the bops that we've been like blasting on here. Holy shit, this is incredible.
Me sometime.
Liquid Chris retorted with his rendition of Fresh Prince of Bel-Air by Will Smith.
Well, this is a story all about how my life got turned upside down. And
the only thing I'm disappointed in is the fact that he's not singing it in like a... He's not singing it. Or it sounds good. That's my issue with it. Does that make sense? It sounds too good. Yeah, I wish that he was like... I just wish that it wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
Take a minute, just sit right there. I'll tell you how I became the prince of a town called Bel-Air.
Chris left a comment on his video, alleging that since it was a theme song for a TV show, and in the rap style, by his reasoning, Liquid Chris was disqualified for ad-libbing an illegitimate song.
True.
However, his judgment call was overruled.
Who overruled the... Who were the... Oh, I see. I get who would overrule. I don't have enough damage for this. I'm going to lose this round. I see. It was overruled by the judges, right? Okay.
August 2nd, trolls listed Christian's car as for sale on the marketplace website, Craigslist, leading to a number of prank calls.
Hey there, is this Mr. Chandler?
Yes it is.
Good evening, sir. I'm calling in regards to the Craigslist about the 94 Escort.
That thing has put up there. It was a fake. I have not put up there myself. Somebody's using my name, my address, and it's just a prank. It's not real.
Alright, no reason to get all upset about it, sir. I have a pretty good condition Xbox.
I am serious. It is not for sale. It never will. And would you think I would give up my car for a blatantly stupid Xbox? H-E-N.
Yes, I can spell, sir.
It's funny that Chris thinks that this is an actual person, and so he's like you're saying these things to like a person that you think is like a real, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck?
You prefer the PlayStation 3?
I'm not selling my car. Good night.
But it was my brother's, and now he's dead.
Oh my god.
Hi there. I'm sorry to bug you this evening, buddy, but is this Mr. Chandler?
Yes, it is.
I heard you had my bike, a 94.
How can I help you? Come on. Like, Chris, how the fuck are you going to say, how can I help you? Like, have you not... you haven't caught on yet that it's, like, fake? He's like, how can I help you? It's like, oh, I'm another troll. Oh, I would have never thought that. Somebody put my car on Craigslist? How can I help you? Come on, bro. Really? That's just fucking weird to me. But I guess, you know, I guess that's life. Oh, okay.
Ford bike? I'll trade you an Xbox for my bike.
The car is not for sale. That ad was a fake sale put up as a joke. And with my address and my name on it, it was a joke. My car is not for sale. Goodbye.
This isn't a joke, buddy. My bike.
With Kate Bay's help, Christian gained control of Liquid Chris's email account, discovered his supposedly real name, and sent out a round of anti-Liquid Chris propaganda messages. He also thought up a plan to feed Casey true and honest information about himself in order to ease her in and eventually ask her to visit him at his home and meet his parents. He even called Casey, posing as Liquid Chris, in an attempt to win her affections. She was well aware of his scheme, but pretended to be oblivious for Chris's sake and for the amusement of the trolls.
Hey, honey! Oh my god, it's so good to hear your voice again. It's me, Casey. How are you?
Hey, Case. I'm good. You sound like you've done good.
Call me that. Yeah, I'm so happy because I got to talk to you. So, do you remember our last time together? You know, our third date.
Was this the girl that like went out with Chris and his like father, and then they orchestrated the pickle person to come in just to troll Chris? Isn't that who this is? Come on, bro. This is fucking ridiculous.
Date number 3. Oh, I've been so busy with studying for the finals. It's just so much of details are flaking my mind at the moment.
This is
I know, but it was so magical. I have never, ever been with someone so sensual and just so in tune to me. I cannot wait to see you again. Please.
I'm gonna rock your world, baby.
Oh, Chris.
Come on, bro. I'm sorry. This is so inappropriate.
You are so hot. God, I don't know how you do it.
It just comes natural to me, I guess. I got a deep sensual voice, you know. I definitely got the Bing Crosby tune, baby. You know I've been raised on music. My dad was a technical engineer. Got all them patents and everything.
Oh my god, Chris, I love it when you
Flexing his dad's achievements. That's a fucking Chad move, bro.
talk like that. God, so, you know, when you sang Fresh Prince today, you know I love that.
I'm hip into so many hippin' tunes right now. But, you know, I like to just, sometimes I like to look back at my favorite hits and just listen to them, you know. Here's a little preview. Hang on.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Oh. You got the touch. You got the power. Yeah.
Oh, Chris, your voice just, you know what it does to me. It just gets me so hot.
Oh, yeah.
So, did you remember what I told you I wanted to do next time?
You want me to caress your breasts?
That's one of them, but I totally, absolutely wanted you to tie me up and just let me be at your mercy. I mean, doesn't that sound awesome?
Oh, yeah, that does sound fucking awesome.
Okay, well, since I told you that, now you...
It's so fucked up, because this is what I'm talking about, dude. Every single time some girl talks to him or it's just somebody, some random pretending to be interested. How do you think that's going to shape your dating history, bro? It's just so fucked up.
You have to tell me what you're going to do to me, because come on, you know I love it when you talk dirty to me.
You're just going to love this. I'll be presenting myself to you. You'll be loving my dick. It's so big and all that, you know. I'll be putting it between your tits while you're all tied up.
Oh my god,
This is so fucked up. Why does it sound like he's rapping it, though? Like, listen to him talk.
You know, I'll be putting it between your tits while you're all tied up.
Oh my god, that sounds...
It just sounds like he's like rapping what he's gonna do to her to me. I mean, is that just me? I'm sorry. This is so fucking ridiculous, though.
So good. I'm starting to touch my tits right now.
I'm getting pretty horny.
Just keep telling me more, Chris. Keep telling me more.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna keep banging your breasts over and over again until I give you a first dosage of my comeuppance.
Oh.
Comeuppance. Wow. Who taught him that? I this is so fucked up. This is so bad. I'm sorry I'm laughing. Dude, you want an interesting, real question I do have, though. This is a real question, okay? And that is... Fuck. Oh, okay. So he said he's going to come on your tits, basically. Now, before, he thinks that he has to recycle it. Does that mean that like he's gonna lick it off after he's done? I'm sorry if that's a weird question. I'm curious.
Oh my god, I can't wait to lick it off. It's gonna be so hot. Oh, this is the Chris I know and love. Thank you.
And then you know what? I'm gonna lick it off your face, and then we're gonna share it in our tongue sharing moment.
Dude, I see. What did I say? He's gonna lick it off her face, and then they're gonna share it. How did I know? Like that's the question of the fucking hour here. How the fuck did I know? Okay, because I'm a genius. I know everything. That's why. Fuck.
God, Chris, you're even a little spicier than last time. What's gotten into you?
Vanilla, hot, spicy, baby.
Okay, well, you know, I hate to spoil the mood, but I mean, you're just so much better than that that shirted imposter. Sorry, I'm getting so confused right now because I'm just so hot right now.
Yeah, but you know, I actually do have a red, white, blue striped shirt in my closet.
You do? Oh. Why don't you wear it then? I mean, no, I guess I'll make you too much like the imposter. I know he's really, really, really getting to you.
Oh yeah.
Is this sound like that Elizabeth Janke girl? That's who this sounds like. Maybe I'm just like mishearing it, but I remember from a while ago. Is that who this is?
Getting to me, even ranking up my nerves.
Bro, the worst part about this conversation is like you guys probably feel bad because he's getting trolled, but like really think about it. This guy, once again, Chris thinks that this is a real person. He's like, yeah, this is a real girl. Even though I think this is the same girl who like they did like the whole posing as like somebody who basically was just like trolling him and like the whole pickle outfit thing. So that's the more fucked up part is he thinks this is like a genuine interaction. He also has this bizarre reverence for women. I don't know if anybody's seen that before. But he has like this bizarre reverence for women where they do no wrong. So it seems like he's getting trolled by these girls. And every time he does, he doesn't think that it's a troll. Like he just like convinces himself that they're real because like women can't do anything wrong, dude. There's so many aspects here. What if, just a theory, what if part of the reason Chris decided to transition is because he thought that women were always right and he just wanted to always be right? I don't know, dude. It's just crazy.
Just really turn me, making me so angry.
God, I know. He pisses me off, too. I can't believe he's trying to be you when you're just so much sexier and hotter.
Yeah.
I mean, his voice doesn't even sound like yours.
I mean, I don't know about this and that, but I tell you what, you are definitely talking to the real deal, baby. You know I'm going to rock your world.
You know, maybe I might skip school tomorrow and head down tomorrow. How does that sound?
Oh, yeah, that sounds good. That sounds very good. All right, so what time do you think you could be by my place?
Well, let's see. You're only an hour and a half away, so 6 p.m. maybe?
6 p.m. Yeah, that sounds doable. 6 p.m.
Doable, just like me, right?
Does that sound doable? That sounds doable. So, yeah, man, you don't really do anything. Of course it's fucking doable. Sorry, I'm just saying.
Doable, baby!
I just felt for you right off the bat. I mean, he's just such a fatty, and you're thin and you're hot. And your Madonna is so much better.
Oh, yeah.
And your flowing locks, I mean, come on. What's with that haircut?
Oh, come on, you know, I bet his mom probably cut his hair, and I think it looks good on him, actually. I like his haircut.
Wow, what a genuine guy. Yeah, what's with that haircut? Actually, you know what? Thinking about it, I like his hair. I think it looks fucking decent. Why would you say that? What the fuck?
I mean, you know, I probably would get my haircuts that way, you know, in the near future.
Okay.
You're gonna get your mom to cut your hair? Oh, Chris, I get it. You're joking.
Oh my God.
I might need, but then again, I might be serious. You never know.
Well, you are full of surprises.
I am full of surprises.
That's,
I am full of surprises, woman. You know me. I'm full of surprises.
I know you. I definitely know you.
Chris then offers her Kim Wilson's contact details so she could talk with her. Casey then asks him to prepare a risotto dinner for the next time that they're together.
Well, then I guess I'll let you go to sleep and,
Yeah, you have pleasant dreams tonight, sweetheart.
I will as long as you're in them.
Sweetheart.
Yeah, you'll be in my dreams and I'll be in yours. I'll be in yours. Yeah, I'm tired. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
I'll call you tomorrow before I come, okay? All right. Bye. Love you. Bye.
Here's a favorite that I love to play when I can play it in the PlayStation 3 games of Pain or Burnout Paradise. Take it away, Miss Britney Spears.
Christian elected Autumn Goodbye by Britney Spears as his third entry in the contest.
You wouldn't make me cry, but summer love will keep us warm long after our autumn goodbye.
I like this one.
Christian then made a video looking through his school yearbooks, confirming that he was present in all of them.
Christian Chandler, all the way over here. Now, let's see if we can find my favorite faculty member in this book. My favorite teacher, who gave me so much inspiration. So much information. Here we are.
I like it. I like it, Picasso.
Remembering you is easy. And now we go back to high school. 1997. B, B, C, D, E, F, G. Oh, here we are.
Say B, B, C, D.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Who's that?
I think I might die here.
Let's see. 1998 book. I would be a sophomore this year. Speaking of which, have you taken a good look at that imposter? He is so sophomoric. He's gotta be like 13 or 16.
Suspicious. Yeah, I fucking lost.
Check his real ID, police people, please. Here I am, right there on the end. And senior year. Senior year. I turned 18 in the year 2000. And let's see how good I looked.
Old.
I looked great.
You look good, Chris.
Handsome little fella. Handsome 18-year-old. Graduated my class of Y2K. Tiffany, thank you for that dance senior prom. I will pay you at her reunion. Now, I have a new question to put forth to the man in brown. If you have your books, you may show them whether they be counterfeit or not. You just be knowing another nail on your coffin for the real police to find. But anyway, tell me about your mother and your father. What are their jobs? What are their occupations? Tell me the details in a separate video when you do your third song.
Okay.
Your play.
Hello again, imposter Christian Weston Chandler. Well, got nothing much to say to you, except I hope you like my next song that I dedicated to my sweetheart, Casey.
Liquid Chris's third song was Heaven by Bryan Adams.
And you're all that I want when you're lying here in my arms. I'm finding it hard to believe we're in heaven.
He responded to Chris's request to talk about his parents.
My mother is Barbara Ann Chandler, born on October 1st, 1941. She was a secretary for a good many years and retired in 1998. My father is Robert Franklin Chandler, Jr., born on the 4th of September, 1928. He worked at General Electric.
Bro, he really just like knows everything about Chris. This is fucking... It's like psychotic almost. Jesus Christ.
And has 7 patents.
He continues to divulge information which for the most part had already been made public.
But anyway, he has made many patents, including these. Now for something completely different. I have confirmed the true name of the slanderous imposter, and that his real name is I.B.A. Ian Brandon Anderson.
Is that his own name? Did he just dox himself almost?
A big detail you might have not
Or is that
overlooked.
the name of a person from Chris's school that he hated? What?
I have your mugshots. I can't even stand to look at it. Look at those double teacups. You're a freak. Ha 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 ha.
That is how Chris would talk.
Stop it, you ugly freak.
As Chris remained locked in battle.
It's fucked up because that's mean, but then that's like the way Chris would talk about somebody. That's why it made me laugh a little bit.
He came to terms with the possibility that the trolls whom he hated so may well become his saving grace. The extensive documentation of his activities, in his mind, made it clear that there could be only one true Christian Weston Chandler.
Wow.
And whether he wanted it or not, they had become part of his life and would forever stay with him.
Does he actually say this? It's like bizarrely self-aware. Wow. Okay. Well, that was quite a video. Did he acknowledge that? Like, that's fucking nuts if he did, because that's very self-aware. Weird. Jesus Christ. Let's see. Jared Leto. I actually have to go to the bathroom. I don't want to leave this running. I'll be right back. Locked in battle. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, wow. What an amazing pee. How's my Mother's Day going? It's not too bad. I took my mother and my mother-in-law. Took my mother and my mother-in-law out yesterday. We went to a place called Texas de Brazil. Auger. Let's open this.
So the first thing I think.
Okay. Somebody sent. Hold on a second. Somebody sent this video to me. They said, "Can you take a look at it and see what it has to say?" It looks like it's what's this guy's name? Cobra Tate. Okay. This why suicide is bullshit. Incredible.
So the first thing I think. This is a bit controversial, but this is true. This
is a bit controversial, and it's true. It's not going to be true. Like, you're just going to say something fucking stupid. This is the way that you feel. The way that you feel doesn't make it true. But okay.
Thing I think when I see like someone committed suicide or something,
Yeah.
I understand we all have trouble and bad things happen. I get it.
Okay.
I'm not saying I don't get it. But isn't that super disrespectful to like, just even like your parents? Like they went through all that shit to raise you.
I guess so.
And now you're sad, so you can jump off a fucking bridge.
Okay. I think that if somebody's in a state to kill themselves, it's probably more than just a little sad. But, you know, great. Like, what? I just don't understand. Like, what a dumb fucking thing. Like, bro, you think that they're just like a little sad?
If my kid did that, I'd be pissed.
Okay.
I'm like, are you fucking moron? Like, I wouldn't even give him a funeral, but fuck him, write him off.
Well, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Why would you laugh if your kid did that? If somebody genuinely laughed after their kid took their own life, then I would imagine that you're the reason that they took their own life because you laughed at it. So, but okay. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This guy's an idiot. Like, this guy's an absolute fucking dipshit moron. He has no understanding of anything. I mean, that just shows you that he has no understanding of like mental health whatsoever. He's fucking moron. This is what happens when you give an absolute fucking idiot money. They think that they're like, oh, you know what I mean? Like I think he made money by being like a boxer, which is fine, do you? But you're not intelligent and you don't know shit about dick. Like I don't know why you. It's just fucking crazy. Okay. Great stuff. Let's see. Based, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. All right. I've been meaning to get around to this video. Do I want to do... How long have I been streaming for? How long is this stream at? What are we at? 4.5 hours. Okay. All right. I think that's good. I think that's good enough for today. Is there a way to raid people in this game? In this on YouTube? Can you raid other live streamers on YouTube like you can on Twitch? Like, how do I raid somebody else? Is there a way to go to live? Hello? So, is there a way to like... Well, I don't want to play them all. How do I look at them all? Live now. These are... how the fuck does this work? I don't know if I can do that. Okay. Well, I don't know. I guess we just pretty much end the stream at this point, yeah? All right, well. Thanks for stopping by, guys. Make sure you check out the Papa Got Leftovers channel. It's pretty cool. Take care, everybody. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and another special shout out to all my Patreon and Twitch subs. If you'd like to support this channel further than you already have by just watching the video alone, go down to the links below where you can sub on my Patreon, which will allow you to get your name on this beautiful black wall. Or you can go to the Twitch page and you can actually use a free Amazon Prime sub, if you have Amazon Prime, to subscribe. Thank you very much, guys. Take care.